Let's set up the workspace for modding in Fabric for 1.19. Alright, let's start with the 1.19 tutorial series, and we're going to start, of course, once again at the very beginning. Even if you're a complete beginner, this is going to be the complete setup for the entire workspace for Fabric 1.19. So if you have never modded before, you can still walk through this, and let's begin. All of the resources and everything will of course be linked in the description below, so no worries at all. The first thing that you're going to need is you are going to need a JDK. Now in this case, we're going to need JDK 17. I highly suggest using the one from adoption.net over here, just making sure that you are on package type JDK and on version 17. Then you can download the version for whatever your operating system might be. Now I'm using Windows, so I'm going to download the MSI for Windows, and you can see now it's downloading here. Once it is finished downloading, you can click on it, and then it will prepare an installer over here, and then you can install it like any other program as well. After you've installed the JDK, we then move on to an IDE. An IDE is an integrated development environment, and basically it is a very fancy text editor allowing you to write code. Minecraft, at least the Java version, is written, as the name suggests, in Java, and for that I highly suggest using IntelliJ IDEA here. The community version is completely free and built on open source, so no worries at all. Just start the exe that you've downloaded and you will get the installer over here. Just install this like any other program as well. And once that is done, that's great. We don't need to open IntelliJ just yet. We need actually something else before. And that's going to be this Fabric example mod over here. This is actually basically something that Fabric gives us that is very easy and already basically set up as a already working example mod over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to code and then download a zip file. All right, so I've already prepared the zip file in the folder that I wanted inside, and I'm just going to extract all of the files here. As you've seen, this is just WinRAR at this point. Shouldn't be anything too unknown in this case. And what I actually want is I want all of those files one folder up. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to cut all of them out and I'm going to paste them in right here. Now this is just something that I want to do because I want them in the Fabric tutorial 1.19 folder in this case, and then we can delete both the zip file and this folder as well. We can also delete the .github folder because this just contains some workflows and we don't really need those for an example mod. That is totally fine. The same actually goes for both the README as well as the license file. Those can also be deleted. The rest have to stay. Very important that all of those are actually correct and are present here. What we can then do is we copy the link here where this is located, and this is going to be needed in just a moment when we start IntelliJ. Right, and you're also going to need some Java knowledge. Now this is very, very highly recommended. If you don't know Java at all, you can still follow the tutorials a little bit, but I highly recommend the Java introduction for Minecraft and Hightail modding that I have. This is a playlist of 31 videos. Highly recommend. Those are going to teach you at least some of the basics that you're going to need for programming in Java and for Minecraft modding. I cannot recommend this enough. I understand it can be sometimes frustrating to be told, oh, you first have to learn Java, but I really, really want to tell you that it can only help you in the long run, right? This is the thing. If you really want to do some modding, be it for a side hustle or be it for just hobby or whatever your motives might be, if you just think modding would be the coolest thing ever, if you know some Java, it's going to help you immensely. So I can just recommend this. I will link this playlist in the description below as well. Right, so this is my recommendation. Now let's start IntelliJ for the first time. Because when you open IntelliJ for the first time, a similar window to this will reveal itself to you. As I've said, it's going to be similar, not quite right, but what you will have definitely is going to be a new project button, an open button, and the get from VCS button. We want to click the open button over here, and we then want to put in the just copied directory right into here, so we can then select the Fabric tutorial 1.19 or whatever you call the actual folder, making sure that the contents of the folder look like this, right? So the Gradle folder, source folder, we have a build.gradle file, and so on and so forth are in the folder that you have just selected. We can then press OK. We're going to say we trust this project, and then a new window here will open. You can see it's already starting to do stuff. We're just going to let this run through. Any errors that might come up is totally fine. So you can see, for example, I'm already getting an error here that is totally fine. Now it has stopped building. Why is this happening, right? So this error simply means that we're using an outdated version of Java. Now this might happen to you if you have multiple versions of Java installed onto your PC, and that is totally fine, because what we can do is we have to go to two different locations. The first one is in File, Project Structure, and then under SDK, we want to select Java 17. And then same goes for the level language. We just want to make this SDK default, also 17. We're going to hit apply, okay, and that's the first step. That's great. The second step is also going to File, Settings. Then we want to go to Build Execution Deployment. build tools, Gradle, under Gradle JVM, making sure that we have selected Project SDK 17. If that is the case, we can hit OK, and then we can hit the little elephant over here that says load Gradle changes. We're just going to hit this again, and then it's going to start building once more. Now this can take anywhere from a few seconds all the way to a few minutes, and sometimes even a little bit longer, because it's downloading some files, it's sort of generating some data in the background. This might take longer or shorter depending on your internet connection and depending on how fast your PC is. So just be patient, wait until this is done. At the end it will say build successful, hopefully. There we go, just as I've said it. So build successful in 26 seconds. As I've said, it might take a little bit longer for you, but no worries at all. Just be patient and wait until it does say this. Now once that is the case, we actually want to do one more thing, and that is open the terminal, and right here we want to put in /gradlew gen sources. Now that's actually going to be very important here for us, so that we can actually take a look at the vanilla source code a little bit nicer, basically, so that it's easier to read. And that is quite important for, well, a number of tutorials, and also just so that you can have access to the actual source code. So you can see we're currently writing all of the source code, net Minecraft, all of those things, all of those Java files are currently sort of generated with some source code. And once again, just let this run through. Be a little bit patient. Once again, take anywhere to a minute or two, depending on how fast your PC might be. All right, there we go. Build successful in 1 minute and 3 seconds. That's great. So now we can actually hide this again, and then we can proceed. Right, let's proceed by opening the source folder. So you can just do this by clicking on this little arrow and then the Java folder. And if you are using IntelliJ for the first time, this is probably how it will present it to you. So net, fabric, MC, and so on. And those two, well, classes are in 2 different folders here. Now, I actually don't use this appearance. I actually do this a little bit differently. So go to the options over here, go to tree appearance, make sure that hide empty middle packages is turned off, as well as flatten packages. And this will turn this into a normal hierarchy, and this is what we're going to be using through the rest of these tutorials. And now we'll go on to actually changing some things. So let's just double click the example mod class over here. Let's close the build.gradle file, and let's see what we can see. So there's actually quite a few changes that we need to make, but no worries at all. We're going to get through all of them in just a little bit. So let's first of all delete everything inside of the onInitialize method, as well as this comment here. We don't need that anymore. Now what we want to do is we want to go onto package, click on example, press Shift F6, and then change the entire thing to net dot, then whatever your name is. So if your name is John, you write John. If your name is Jimmy, you write Jimmy, and so on and so forth. I'm, of course, Kaupenjoe, therefore I'm going to go write Kaupenjoe dot and then tutorial mod. Now this tutorial mod will represent your mod ID. I'm going to talk about the mod ID in more detail in just a moment, but just keep that in mind. The tutorial mod in our case in these tutorials is going to be our mod ID, and then we'll see. So we'll just click refactor, and this should change some stuff over here on the left as well. So it should basically move the classes here. You can see the example mod and the example mixin both to the Kaupenjoe tutorial mod package structure. This means that we can now click on fabric MC, press the delete key and delete this, and nothing else should be lost. Now we can already see the mod ID over here as well. So this is mod ID. What does this mean? Well, what we want to do is we want to say tutorial mod. This is, of course, once again, our mod ID. And then what we want to say is we want to select this, including the quotation marks, right click, refactor, introduce constant. This constant will be called. So now you can just start typing mod underscore ID. Hit enter, finalize, and there we go. Now we have a public static final string called mod ID, which saves our mod ID, which is tutorial mod. What we also want to do is we want to click on example mod, press Shift F6, and just once again, now we can start typing, and we're going to type tutorial mod. Hit enter, and there you go. Now we've changed the name of the class and the name of the file simultaneously. Now let's move on to opening the resource folder over here, the assets folder. So we can see there's a mod ID folder in here. We can actually delete this, and we want to move on to the fabric mod JSON file. So double click this to open it, and here we can see we once again have the mod ID, and now I'll explain. So this is, of course, once again tutorial mod for us, and the mod ID can only contain lowercase characters, numbers, underscores, and dashes, and that is it. Nothing else can be contained in there. There cannot be contained a space. You cannot put in uppercase characters, none of that. Only lowercase characters, underscores, dashes, and numbers. Please keep that in mind, and then you should be fine. After changing the ID here, we can also change the name. This is going to be the tutorial mod, of course. The authors, well, that is me. but I am Kaupenjoe. The content here, you don't really need to fill out for the time being. You can also keep this and then later change this as well. The license, well, I'm going to definitely change that. That is going to be the MIT license. And then we come to a very important part, and that is the entry points. So here we have a main entry point under net fabric MC example mod. Now this class no longer exists because of course we both changed its name and its location. So we want to change this to net.kaupenjoe.tutorialmod.tutorialmod. Please note the actual casing here. These are the names of the packages. Those should always be written in lowercase. And the name of the class, you can see, actually starts with a uppercase character, and then every preceding word also has an uppercase character. That is just a Java convention. Highly recommend sticking to those as well. Now we find another mod ID over here, and we can change this as well, tutorialmod.mixin.json. And you will find, wait a second, this looks very similar. Exactly, because this is actually what this is referencing. And here we actually want to change this as well. So we're going to click on it, Shift F6, and then just change the mod ID to your mod ID, in our case, tutorial mod, and then say refactor. And now we have a tutorialmod.mixin.json. Let's open this as well. And you can see we actually also have to change this package over here. Once again, net fabric MC example packages don't exist anymore. So we want to change this to net.kaupenjoe.tutorialmod.mixin, which is exactly where this is located. Net Kaupenjoe tutorial mod mixin, and this is exactly where this should point to. After we're done with the JSON files over here, we want to open the Gradle.properties file and want to change the mod properties as well. You can see these are the mod properties. First of all, the version, I highly suggest going with something like this. So 0.01. So this is going to be the first ever version, dash, and then always add the version of Minecraft that you're currently using. This is just going to make this a little bit easier for your users, basically, to immediately identify, hey, for which version of Minecraft is this? This is going to be for 1.19, of course. The Maven group is just going to be net Kaupenjoe, and then our archive namebase is tutorial mod. There you go. This should be fine. We can now reload the Gradle changes again. This actually should not take very long because it doesn't change anything that's significant. It just changes the mod properties. And those are all of the changes that we need to do. Now, before we start Minecraft for the first time, there's actually another addition that we want to make, and that is in our tutorial mod package. We actually want to right click, new Java class. We're going to call this the tutorial mod client. Hit enter. After the name here, we're going to write implements client mod initializer. We're going to hit the tab key to autocomplete this. This should then also add this import here, give a red underline. That's totally fine. We're going to hover over this, click on implement methods, going to suggest us to implement the onInitialize client method. We're going to say OK. After this is added, no more errors should be present here. And then we want to go to our fabric mod JSON file again. And under the entry points over here, after the main, after this closing bracket, we want to say comma. We want to start quotation marks client. After the quotation marks ended, a colon, open bracket. The closing bracket will generate automatically. Hit enter, and then say net kaupenjoe.tutorialmod.tutorialmod client. This is actually very important because anything that we're going to do that requires something that the client needs to register, this all needs to happen in the tutorial mod client class, and I want everything here to be set up for that as soon as we start modding. Right, and after this has been set up, now all of these steps are done, and what we can do is we can go to the Gradle tab at the very right here. We can open it, open the tasks, fabric, double click the run client right here, and then close this again, and just once again, wait a few seconds, and then in a few moments, Minecraft should hopefully launch with everything working. Let's see. If it doesn't work for the first time, that sometimes can happen, you can just start it again, and then on the second run, hopefully it will work. This error right here will always happen, caused by com, mojang, authorlib exceptions, Minecraft client, HTTP exception. This is totally normal, and you should just ignore this particular error. Now you can hopefully already hear it, and there it is, 1.19 fabric modded. Let's immediately turn off the music over here, because that is, of course, not quite what we need. And you can see it actually did start, and everything is working, hopefully totally fine. So this is first time that the modded instance of Minecraft has loaded. We can now quit the game, and that's going to be totally fine. And then any subsequent times you want to start the game, you can just go to the top here, to this particular play button. You can just hit it, and then it's going to start your mod once again. Now, I want to show you this in the very beginning because some people have been confused by this. You know, some people, oh, how can I now build my mod? Well, it's very simple, actually. You just go to the terminal, you put in /gradlew build, just like this, hit enter, and then as you can see, it's going to do some stuff. Once again, it takes a couple of seconds to maybe a minute or so, depending on how fast your PC is. And then what you can do is you can go into your build folder. So we're just going to right click, open in Explorer. This is going to open our project right here. We're going to go into the build folder, into the libs folder. And right here, the one that has the shortest name, that is the jar file that you can basically go to your friends. You can upload that to CurseForge, Modrinth, wherever you might want to upload this to, and this is the jar that you need. Please be sure to also install Fabric if you're using Fabric in this case. That should of course be fairly self-explanatory. Right, and at the very end here, I want to show you how you can set up the GitHub repository, which can be very, very useful for basically changes that you're making, tracking them, basically reverting to changes if you break something, and also just all in all, great tool to basically keep track of this. GitHub in this case is of course a version control system, and it's not only used for that, but it can also be very useful. For example, if you have an issue, right, and you join the Discord server, then I can help you much faster and much easier if you have a GitHub repository set up with all of your changes there. I can immediately look at the code, I can download the project, I can try it out myself, so I highly recommend doing this step as well. Now, the first thing you're going to need to set up a GitHub repository is of course an account on GitHub. I highly recommend it. Just make a new account. It is a absolutely reputable site. It's a great site, so don't worry at all. I highly recommend it. After you have created this, what we're going to do is we're going to actually go back to IntelliJ for now. And right here, what we'll do is we'll click the VCS button. We will then go to Share Project on GitHub right here. Now this is called Fabric Tutorial 119. I personally will make this private. You don't necessarily have to do this, especially if you ever want to share this particular project with a person on Discord or anywhere else that, you know, they might help you, then you don't actually need to make this private. I'm just making this private. I'm recording this video earlier than the actual GitHub repository should be available, but you don't necessarily need to. And then you can see Share By is empty here, so we're just going to go to Add Account, and then you're going to say Login via GitHub. Now this should open your browser. It should redirect you to the JetBrains website over here. Now we can just click Authorized in GitHub, and you can see you have successfully been authorized in GitHub. If you're logged in on GitHub on another tab in the same browser, this should all work. We can then go back and you can see github.com/Kaupenjoe, and then I click the share button, and then, you know, a bunch of stuff happens. You can see initial commit. I'm going to say add, and there you go. The GitHub repository has been successfully shared on GitHub, and if I click on this, you can see now, there we go. The actual project is now uploaded, and if I were to change something, so we can see, let's, so for example, add a very important comment over here. So we're going to add a comment, very important comment. You can see that the tutorial mod class turned blue. This is completely normal. This just means that something inside of the class changed. And we can then click this commit tab. We're going to see all of the changes here. We're just going to see, say, added important comment. So we just want to basically describe what the changes were. We then are going to click the commit button over here. Sometimes you have to click again because there are X number of possible warnings there, but that's totally fine. We're just going to say commit. And then once that is done, the actual changes have not been uploaded yet, because for that you need to go to the top right here to this arrow here, the push button. Click on this and you can see all of the different commits that you've made. We're just going to say push. You can see 32 seconds ago added important comment. So this is all working totally fine, exactly how you'd expect it to. And now the GitHub repository is also set up. If you now ever want to make this public, if you have actually made it private, you can go to settings, all the way down to change repository visibility, change visibility. You then just have to type out this particular string, understand that you want to change the visibility, and that should be fine. That is all that you need to do, and that is all that we need to set up the GitHub repository as well. And with that, we're finally done. I know, quite a long video, but for a proper setup, we need some amount of time, but now everything is set up and we can immediately jump into making some cool additions to Minecraft with Fabric. I'm very excited for the 119 series. We're going to see some crazy stuff over here. I am sure of it, and it's going to be absolutely freaking awesome. Let's add some custom items to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding some custom items to Minecraft 119 with Fabric. So how is this going to work? Well, it actually isn't that complicated, all things considered, and let's just jump right into it. So in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right click a new package called item. And then inside of there, we're going to right click a new Java class called mod items. Now this window will appear if you have added a GitHub repository to your project, and you can simply say add, and that's going to be fine. Every time you add a new class or a new file, then this is going to appear. You can also just check the bottom left corner there, and then it should also work as well. So how can we add an item? Well, first of all, we need two new methods for this, and that is going to be a public static void called register mod items. And this will simply say tutorial mod.logger.debug, and then it's just going to say registering mod items for tutorial mod.modID. Because I usually don't like to keep this method empty. Then we're going to go into our tutorial mod class, and in the onInitialize, we're just going to say mod items.register mod items. so that this particular method there is called, and then we can proceed to the other method. The other method is going to be a private static, and it's going to return an item. You can see it already suggests to us the net Minecraft item, and that is correct. I'm going to autocomplete this with the tab key, and then I'm going to call this the register item method over here with a string parameter called name and an item parameter called item. This is going to return registry, and this is very important. We have to choose net Minecraft util registry. Do not choose Java RMI registry, net Minecraft util registry. You click on this and then you press the tab key to autocomplete, and you can double check that the import here is correct. Then you're going to call the register method registry.item, comma, a new identifier, tutorial mod.modID, then passing in the name, and then after the first parentheses, passing in an item, and then ending it all with a semicolon. And now we can register our custom items over here. Let's just start with the first one. This is going to be a public static final, and you can see I only type in the first few characters and then autocomplete it always with a tab. Now this is going to be an item again, and this is going to be called, let's start with raw tanzanite over here. So this is the actual item that we'll add, and then we will call the register item method over here. And then we need to pass in a string. So we're going to start with the quotation marks. This name here, this generates automatically. You do not have to type this out. That is just the name of the parameter that we're currently passing in. And this is, of course, going to be raw_tanzanite. Now, what's important about the name here is that this naming convention follows the same naming convention that your mod ID follows, meaning that you can only have lowercase characters, underscores, dashes, and numbers, no uppercase characters right now in this particular name over here. So keep that in mind. And then the second parameter is going to be a new item, which needs some new item settings. Now we'll choose the fabric item settings over here. We'll autocomplete it with those. And then the item settings in this case, this is a builder pattern, so you can call different methods on it, and you can keep calling them. So you can call multiple methods. For our purposes, we just want to assign a group over here. So we're going to double click on the group, and we're just going to say this is going to be an item group dot miscellaneous, let's say. So once again, I click on it and autocomplete with tab, and then just end the line with a semicolon. We're going to see, after we've actually seen the item inside of the game, how to add a custom item group as well. That's going to be shown in just a moment. Right, but this isn't everything. We need some more things, and that is going to be, well, what about the texture? What about that exactly? And also, what about the name? We don't want this to be called raw_tanzanite in the game. Absolutely, you are correct. And for this, we need to go to the assets folder, because now here we need to create our folder structure, which is very important. So please pay attention to this. It is important that you get this absolutely right. So in the assets folder, you're going to right click new directory, and this is going to be called tutorial mod, or whatever your mod ID might be. This has to be completely correct, otherwise it will not work. Now in your tutorial mod folder, you're going to right click again, directory, and make a BlockStates folder, written exactly like this. Once again, in the tutorial mod folder, you're going to right click new directory called lang, L-A-N-G, and then once again in the tutorial mod folder, right click new directory called models, and then last time in the tutorial mod folder, right click new directory, and this is going to be the textures directory. So you can see, make sure that those 4 folders are all contained in the tutorial mod folder, and the tutorial mod folder is contained in the assets folder, and the assets folder is contained in the resources folder. Then we're going to proceed inside of the models folder. We want to right click new directory called block, and then also in the models folder, right click new directory called item. Very important that this is block and item singular and not plural. Same inside of the textures folder, right click new directory called item, and right click new directory called block. So this is the full folder structure that you need. Please make sure that this is done correctly, and then you should be fine. And now we need to add some JSON files. So let's start at the very top, block states. Luckily, we don't need any block states as this is an item. Block states are important for blocks, which we're going to see in the next tutorial. The lang folder, however, is going to contain the translation file. So we're going to right click here, new file, and we're going to make a file called en_us.json. Make sure this is written correctly with the .json file ending as well, and nothing crazy over here, en_us.json. Then we're just going to hit enter. We're going to add it to Git, and then we can actually add something to it as well. So the en_us JSON file, we're just going to type a curly bracket. The closing curly bracket will generate automatically. We're just going to then hit enter. We want to translate the raw tanzanite item. So how do we do this? Well, we're just going to type the quotation marks. Once again, the second quotation mark will generate automatically. And we're going to say item dot tutorial mod dot raw underscore tanzanite. And then a colon after the closing quotation mark, another quotation mark, raw tanzanite, and there you go. So how this is set up should be fairly self-explanatory. We're making a new item. This is our mod ID, and this is the name of the item given right here. So this should be fairly self-explanatory how this comes together in this case, and that is then how the actual item name will be displayed inside of the game. Well, we're not done just yet. We also need a item model. Well, next to the models item folder, right-click there, new file, and this is going to be called the raw underscore tanzanite.json. Once again, this is very important that the name here matches exactly the name given right here, otherwise it will not work. So the file name here has to match exactly. The contents of this are a bit more complicated, but I will type this out and then I will explain. So we have a parent colon item slash generated, comma, textures, colon, open curly bracket, layer 0, colon, tutorial mod, colon, item slash raw underscore tanzanite. There you go. And now what is this craziness? Well, first of all, we have a parent here, and that is the item generated. This simply means how basically the item should look like. It's just going to be a normal item, let's just say. Please also make sure that this is written correctly. It's not items. It is not items with an uppercase I. It is item slash generated. Please make sure this is exactly correct. Now, under the textures right here, we have a layer 0 that we're defining. Basically, we're just defining the texture of this particular item, and this is going to be under the tutorial mod namespace. So this is our mod ID again, and then colon, item, raw tanzanite. What does this mean? Well, this means that it's going to look for a texture inside of the item folder, right? So textures, item, and then it's going to look for a PNG called raw underscore tanzanite. Let's just add this PNG as well. So I'm just going to copy this over. This, including all of the code and all of the JSON files, will be available to you in the description below for download in the GitHub repository, individual gist as well. And now our item is complete. For the sake of argument, let's add another item because some people sometimes have been confused. What do I need? Do I need a new mod items class? Of course not. It's called mod items, not mod item, of course, right? But whatever the case may be, let's just add a second item. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this item over here, press Ctrl D to duplicate the lines that were selected, and I'm just going to call this tanzanite. So this is going to be tanzanite, and then we have both raw tanzanite and normal tanzanite. We still need a translation for this, so in the en_us JSON file, I'm just going to do the same thing right here, press Ctrl D, and then we just need to add a comma over here because they are separated by commas. And then this is going to be tanzanite. Then this is not going to be raw tanzanite, but the translated name is also going to be tanzanite. For the item models, there's a very neat trick. What you can do is you can just drag the JSON file into the same folder while holding Control, and then it will duplicate the file, and then you can just rename it to tanzanite over here, and then of course here as well, renaming it to tanzanite. So now it's going to look for a texture instead of the textures folder, instead of the item folder that is called tanzanite.png. So we're just going to copy this over as well. This is, of course, also available for download. And there we go. That's how easy it can be to add a second item to Minecraft as well. Now, let's just jump into the game and see if it works. And then we'll also add a custom item group after that as well. But first, let's see if it works. All right, we found ourselves in Minecraft. So let's just take a look in the miscellaneous tab at the very bottom. And there we go. Some raw tanzanite and some normal tanzanite. So exactly how you would expect it to be added. It is added and everything working great. Right, now let's take a look at the custom item group as well. This is actually fairly straightforward, all things considered. So in our item package, we're going to right-click new Java class called the mod item group. And then instead of there, we're just going to make a new item group. So it's going to be a public static final item group from right here we're just going to call it tanzanite. And this is equal to a new fabric item group builder over here, .build. We're just going to pass in a new identifier, tutorial mod.modID, comma, and we're going to call this, let's just format this a little bit differently, something like this. We're going to call this tanzanite after the first closing parentheses, comma, and then a supplier of a new item stack, and then passing in mod items.tanzanite, ending everything with a semicolon, and there we go. Now, what is this crazy item stack over here? Well, this just determines the actual item that is displayed for this particular item group. That's pretty much all that there's to it. If you want a second one, right, you can have a So what you can do then is you can just once again duplicate all of this, and then you can have it. And then you can have a second one, right? Tanzanite 2, Tanzanite 2, that's fine as well. But in our case, we don't need this. We're going to be fine with 1. And now in the mod items, instead of passing in the item group here, we want to say mod item group dot tanzanite. And then we're going to do the same thing right here, mod item group dot tanzanite. There you go. We can now remove the import over here. Right, let's also add the translation for the tab. Now this is actually going to be fairly straightforward. It is item group dot tutorial mod dot tanzanite colon, and then of course once again we're just going to call this the Tanzanite tutorial tab. So TTT, that's great. Now what you will notice is that the item group over here actually has an uppercase G. I'm honestly not sure why that is the case. It is the only thing I believe that has an uppercase character in the entire en_use JSON file. So who knows, but whatever the case may be, this is what we need. And now let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft again, and let's just see. So this is a very good sign. We already have the arrows over here. Get to the second page, and there it is, the Tanzanite tutorial tab. Exactly how you would expect it to. We have the raw Tanzanite in there and the normal Tanzanite as well. And that's how easy it is to add a custom item and a custom item group to Minecraft. Let's add some custom blocks to Minecraft. Alright, friends, let's back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding some custom blocks to Minecraft, and this is going to be very similar to how we add the custom items. However, there are, let's say, 1.5 steps extra that we have to do, but no worries at all, we'll still get through this. So in the tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click new package called block, and then inside of there we're going to right-click new Java class called mod blocks. And then let's just start. So the first thing we're going to have is a public static void register mod blocks method over here. And once again, we'll just do tutorial mod.logger.debug, and then we're just going to say registering mod blocks for tutorial mod.modID. Once again, this is not necessary to actually put this into the method. However, the method itself is necessary, and we're immediately going to call this after the mod items method over here, so modblocks.register modblocks. And once that is done, we actually need 2 helper methods for us to properly register the blocks. This is because when we register a block, then a block is added, but the item that is associated with that block is not added automatically. This is why we're going to need 2 helper methods. So the first one is going to be a private static block called register block. If this ever is red over here, you can just click on it, press Alt and Enter, and then import the correct one from net Minecraft block over here. That's very important. And then the register block method also contains a string parameter called name, a block parameter called block, and an item group called tab in this case. You can also call this group or whatever you want. I'm just going to call this tab. That's going to be fine. And here we're going to return registry.register with the registry.block over here with a new identifier, passing in tutorial mod.modID, the name, and then after the first parentheses, put in comma block, and then ending it with a semicolon. Very important is when you import the registry class over here, right? When you do this, make sure that it imports net Minecraft util registry and none of those Java classes. Then you're going to have an error that comes when you import the wrong class, right? And we're going to need another helper method, and that is going to be a private static item. And that is going to be the register block item method over here. Let's just write this out, and then we're going to import the item in just a moment. This is a string name, a block, and once again, an item group, and we're going to call it tab once again. Let's click on item again, Alt and Enter to import it, and there we go. Then we can return registry.register, registry.item this time, and then a new identifier one more time with tutorial mod.modID, comma name, and then after the first closing parentheses, comma new block item in this case, and then passing in the block, comma new fabric item settings dot group, passing in the tab over here, and then ending with a semicolon. All of the code, as always, is available to you in the description below in a GitHub repository, an individual gist as well. And you can basically see we're just creating a new block item in this case instead of just a normal item that is associated with the particular block that we're passing in here. And we're just going to call this right here. So register block item, passing in the name, the block, and the tab. and that is pretty much all that we need to do in this case. And now we can finally start by adding our first block. So how is this going to look? Well, this is a public static final block, of course, called tanzanite_block in this case, equal to the register block method over here, starting with the name, so just a string. Once again, this name plate right here, it gets generated automatically. It is just the name of the parameter that we're currently passing in, so you don't have to type this out yourself. And then in the string, we're going to write tanzanite_block, then comma after the string, and we're going to say a new block here with the fabric block settings this time, .of, and then we have to choose a material here, so we're just going to choose material.stone. That might make sense. We can also choose material.metal, you know, whether or not the tanzanite block is metal or stone, you know, it is up to you. This really only changes the sounds that it displays and some other things, but basically, so some block settings are being set automatically. However, the block settings, once again, are a builder pattern. So if we press the dot over here, you can see there are quite a few different methods that we can actually call over here and change. So you can set the luminance. So this would actually add a shine to this, like a torch basically, or glowstone. Break instantly should be fairly self-explanatory. So there's quite a few things here, and I highly recommend just playing around with a lot of this. Slippery, resistance, very interesting. Now we're just going to set the strength. This basically just sets how hard this might be to break in this case, so how long it's going to take to break the block. Now what's very important is that we also call the requires tool method if this block requires a particular tool to mine. Now in this particular tutorial, we're not going to have this be mineable. So this means that you can take out a pickaxe and you can mine it, but nothing will drop. This is going to be done in the next tutorial, so please keep that in mind. And here after the second closing parentheses, we're also going to add in the mod item group.tanzanite, and that should be pretty much all that we need to do for this block. Right now the block is registered, but what do we need when it comes to the JSON files? Well, there are quite a few more JSON files that we actually need in this case, but no worries, we'll still get through this totally fine. Let's start here in the assets folder in the block states in the very beginning. So we're just going to right click on this new file called the tanzanite_block.json, making sure that this name right here, of course, matches this name right here, and then also adding a .json for the file name, for the file ending, basically. Now, the contents of this, I'm going to type this out, and then I'm going to explain. So we have variance over here, colon, curly bracket once again, then empty string over here, curly brackets, and inside of those, we're going to have a model, colon, tutorial, mod, colon, block slash tanzanite_block. Now, what is this craziness over here? Well, you can see we're basically pointing to a model file. Now, what does that mean? This basically means we're pointing to a file in the models folder inside of the block folder once again, all under the tutorial mod namespace, and we're looking for a file that is called tanzanite_block.json right here in this folder. What you can probably gather from the name variance over here is that you can actually have multiple variants. This works with different block states. Rest assured, we'll take a look at that in a future tutorial as well. Now, please make sure that you write variance correctly and you have an empty string over here. Once again, the JSON files are also available to you in the description below in the GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So please make sure that everything is written correctly. Now, in the block models folder, we're going to right click there, new file called tanzanite_block.json. Now, interestingly enough here, this name does not necessarily have to match this name because we are actually referencing the block model JSON file right here. So this is the name that this has to match. I could also call this XXYZ, whatever I want. And if the name of this JSON file matches this, then we're going to be totally fine. If you only have one model here, so you're referencing only one model, then please make sure that this is named the same, otherwise you will just get lost in the sauce basically. Right now, how does the block model JSON file look? Well, actually it's very similar to the item model JSON file, but let me just type this out and then I'm going to explain. So once again, we have a parent, this time of block/cube_all, textures, colon, curly bracket, and then we have all, and then we're going to say tutorial mod, colon, block/tanzanite_block. So what's going on here, if we actually compare this with an item, you can see they are very, very similar, right? We just have a different parent, right? This is the block cube all parent, basically meaning that we're having a cube with this particular texture that we're referencing here in the textures block folder called tanzanite block PNG, and we're going to set all of the different sides of this cube to this particular texture. That is pretty much all that there's happening here, so nothing too crazy going on. Once again, make sure that the parent here is also written correctly. It's not block with an uppercase B, it's block with a lowercase b, not with an uppercase C cube all, just like this. Please keep that in mind as well. Right, and then we have a block model. Now we still need an item model for a block as well, because of course that is what we need. So let's just make a new file here as well, tanzanite_block.json. Now this one does have to match the name of this one right here, so keep that in mind as well. So this is why I'm saying make sure to basically always make the names match. That is the smartest thing. And now this particular JSON file actually looks way easier because this literally only has a parent, and this is just going to point to tutorial mod :block/tanzanite_block. Now this, in this case, actually points back to the block model and is going to make our custom block appear in our inventory just like any other custom block might appear in the inventory in this 3D way, and that is literally what this basically does. We still need to add the texture as well, of course, that is in the block folder, so tanzanite_block. This will be available to you for download as well, and that is pretty much all that we need for this particular block. Now we also need a translation. Now can you guess what the translation might be? I mean, it should be fairly obvious. It is of course a block.tutorial_mod.tanzanite_block, and then just a block of tanzanite. There you go. That is pretty much all we need for a particular block. Now, before we go into the game, let's just add another block, because why not? Let's actually add the ore block as well. So we're going to add the tanzanite ore. So what I do is I just select all of it, press Ctrl+C to copy, Ctrl+V to paste it in, and then we just change the name over here. And then very important that we change the name given to this block here as well, because if you have two blocks that have the same name, then Minecraft is actually not going to start, so you're going to have an issue there. So keep that in mind as well. Now we have the tanzanite ore, and when you mine an ore block, this actually does drop some experience, so we can make this an ore block over here, and this can then have a second parameter, which is a uniform int provider over here dot create, and then we can say, for example, between 3 and 7 experience will be dropped when you mine this particular block. And this is also going to be material.stone, just because that makes a little bit more sense. Now let's just duplicate this one more. Time, and then we'll also make the deep slate variant over here. So we're going to make deep slate _tanzanite, and then here in the name as well, of course, deep slate _tanzanite ore. There you go. And that should pretty much be all that we need here. Now, yes, we need a new BlockStates JSON file, a new block model file, a new item model file, and also the textures as well. So this is going to be copied over in this case, so I'm just going to copy those over. However, those are also available to you for download, and also they are pretty much the exact same thing as you can see tanzanite ore over here and the tanzanite block. They are very similar, so there's not that crazy of a difference in those files. So hopefully you should be able to actually make them yourself. And at the end, I'm actually going to give you 2 textures where you can try out to add a block yourself, and then you can see whether or not you're going to be able to do that. Right, so let's add the textures here as well. And then last but not least, let's also add the translation. So let's just duplicate this. This is going to be the tanzanite ore over here, making sure this is written correctly. There you go. And this is going to be tanzanite ore. And then this is going to be, just going to copy this over. This is the deep slate _tanzanite ore, and then same here. This is going to be now written correctly, deep slate tanzanite ore. There you go. And that would be all that we need in order to add our custom blocks over here. Let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, found ourselves back in Minecraft again, so let's just see. There we go, all 3 blocks have been added, and let's set them down, and there we have it. Don't they just look absolutely beautiful? They really do, and this is absolutely amazing. Now for some troubleshooting. If the textures of your blocks do not work inside of the inventory, but they do work inside of the world, then there is an issue in your item model JSON file for your block. If the texture works in the inventory, but not inside of the world, then there has to be an issue in your BlockStates JSON file. If the texture doesn't work in either one of them, then it could be any one of your files. Please make sure that you write everything correctly and that you have no typos in any of your JSON files, and also that your folder structure is set up correctly. Alright, and then just for fun, I will leave you with Endstone tanzanite ore and Netherrex tanzanite ore over here. Let's just take a look. There you go. So you have those 2 textures also available for download and in the GitHub repository as well, and you can just try and add those yourself. Now this should very much be a trivial matter. You pretty much have all of the JSON files over here. You have 2 examples for ore blocks, so this should be no issue for you at all. Let's add custom recipes and custom loot drops to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Tooltips once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding some custom recipes and custom loot drops to Minecraft. Now, this is actually a fairly straightforward process, all things considered. However, once again, there are some caveats. So first of all, we're going to start with some recipes, and then we'll move on to loot tables, namely block loot tables, so that we can mine our custom blocks and actually something will drop from them. Now, this all happens in JSON file format. So in the resources folder, we're going to right-click new directory called data, and then inside of the data directory, right-click new directory called tutorial mod, or whatever your mod ID is. And then inside of there, we're going to need two new folders. One of them is going to be the loot_tables. Very important, this is written correctly. Loot_tables in the tutorial mod data folder. Make sure that this is correct. In the tutorial mod folder, once again, right-click a new directory called recipes. Also very important, recipes, not recipe. Make sure that this is done correctly. Right, so how do we add a recipe? Well, let's right-click the recipes folder and make a new file. We're just going to call this the tanzanite_block.json. Now, this name does not need to match the name of the block. It just makes sense to name the JSON file whatever the actual result of your recipe is. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type this out once, then I'm going to explain what this is, and then I'm also going to show you a great trick where you can basically find all of the JSON files from vanilla, and you can copy over from there, and you're going to be, well, you basically never have to ask anything about recipes ever again, as if that would ever happen. No, of course not. That's going to be fine. Let's just start with this. So this is going to be a type of Minecraft : crafting_shaped. Then a comma. Then we need to supply a pattern over here, because this is a shaped recipe. Now here actually we want brackets and then 3 strings. So this is going to be 3 strings, all filled in this case with hashtags. And then after this, we're going to write a key. Now this key is going to be, we're basically keying the hashtag over here, and we're making this an item. That item is, of course, tutorial mod : tanzanite. And then at the end here, we also have a result. And that result is also going to be an item, crazily enough. And this is tutorial mod : tanzanite_block. Now, what the frick is happening here? Well, the pattern shouldn't be too crazy. This is just a 3x3, which is just a crafting table. So this just determines in what place you have to place certain items to get this particular result out. And you can see the crafting table has to be filled with tanzanite to get the tanzanite block. This shouldn't come to a surprise. This is how you make any type of block of iron, block of gold. All of that is always the same idea. Now, how do I even know how to make this? Well, there is a great trick, and that is called the external libraries. So in your project window, you can open the external libraries going down all the way to this one right here. So you can see all of those that are named almost the same. And then you just go up 3 of those. And this one right here, Minecraft project, add merge name, and so on and so on and so on. You can open this and you can see assets, data. There's everything in here, including, for example, under Minecraft, BlockStates JSON files, block model JSON files, even the Minecraft textures are available in the assets folder. And in the data folder, you have the availability of all of the recipes. So you can see, how does the boat look like? Well, it looks like this, right? You have this particular pattern, which, you know, should make sense here in this case, and you then get an acacia boat. You can also take a look at some other stuff. You can say, oh, how does smoking work, right? It's like, it's nothing at all. It's Minecraft smoking type in this case. Then we have to actually define an ingredient and then a result. We can also define the cooking time. This is the cooking time in ticks. There's 20 ticks in 1 second, so this should take 5 seconds. And you're also going to get 0.35 experience from this. So basically, everything is available here for you to look at under the external libraries. So every recipe and every type of recipe can basically be looked at. So stone cutting, the same thing, right? How does stone cutting work? Minecraft stone cutting, you make an ingredient, you make the result. I'm not sure if the count is how many you're getting or how much you have to put in. I believe it's how much you have to put in, but whatever the case may be, try it out. Try count 2, try count 64, and just see what happens over here. So keep that in mind. It is very, very easy to look up all of the data files, and then you basically have nothing to worry about. Right, I have 3 other recipes already prepared. Now, those will all be available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. You can see the tanzanite from blasting over here. So Minecraft blasting. Once again, cooking time 100, experience 0.7. We take raw tanzanite, and out of it, we get tanzanite. Same with the smelting, just takes a little bit longer, right? Minecraft smelting, once again, raw tanzanite and tanzanite. The group here just determines where this is going to be grouped into in the recipe book. So that is pretty much all that there's for this group. And then we also have this one right here. This is the tanzanite from Block. Now this is a shapeless recipe, and here you supply ingredients and you can put them into a crafting grid, however which way you basically like. Shapeless. Right, those are all of the different recipes, so there really shouldn't be anything crazy going on. You can always go down to the external libraries. I cannot stress this enough. You don't have to ask about how does blasting work. Well, first of all, we have one example here. Second of all, you can just go down to the external libraries, take a look at how that works, and then you should be totally fine. Right, so that is it with the recipes. Now, the loot tables. What is going on with those? Well, those are a little bit more complicated because there's one extra thing that we have to do after the loot table has been implemented. But let's first of all start with the tanzanite block loot table. So we're going to right click new file. This is the tanzanite_block.json. Now this name once again actually has to match the name of your block once more. So just keep that in mind as well. And I will actually copy this over because it is a little bit easier. Now you can see it's not too crazy. We have a block, of course, right? So this is a block loot table. And then we define a pool or one or multiple pools, basically. In this case, we're just defining one pool with one role and one entry. If this interests you a lot, I will also link a wiki article on the loot tables, so how you can build them, and I will also link a great generator where you can generate loot tables very, very easily, so you can just click a few buttons and then you can copy over the contents of this, and then also, of course, in the external libraries, once again, where we just were under the data folder Minecraft loot tables blocks, we can also take a look at all of the different loot tables from all of the different Minecraft blocks. So if you, for example, say, wait, but how would ore work, right? You can just put in coal ore and you can see this is a little bit more complicated, absolutely. But once again, you can copy this over, change the coal to whatever you want to drop, change the coal ore to your ore, making sure that you also change the mod ID over here so that it's not Minecraft, but whatever your mod ID is going to be, and then it should be fine. Now, we're going to see this example in just a moment with the ores as well, but once again, everything is available to you in the external libraries as well. There often is no need for any external sources other than the external libraries here. But let's just copy over the ore ones as well as the ore loot tables, and I will explain these as well. So if you take a look at the tanzanite ore over here, you can see this basically looks for, hey, do we have a matching tool that has Silk Touch enchantment? If we do, then we actually want to drop tutorial mod tanzanite. That's all that we're looking for right here. If this is not the case, right, then we're going to drop raw tanzanite, and we're going to drop somewhere between 2 and 5 of those. We also can apply the fortune over here, so you can see this is just a formula that's already prepared, basically. So if you have fortune applied, then you're going to drop more than that. And that is pretty much all that there is to it. So while this does look quite complicated when you look at it, what you really only have to change is this one right here and this one right here. And that is pretty much all that we need to change for our custom ores. Now, in this case, the ores would actually not drop. This is because we have not added our blocks to their respective tags. Now, tags are basically a way of grouping blocks, items, or other things together, and they have sort of a shared purpose, let's say. We need to make a new directory in the data folder, so right-click new directory called Minecraft. You might have heard of it. It is the game that we're modding right now. And then we have to right click again, new directory called tags. And then inside of there, a new directory called blocks. And then inside of there, one last directory, and that is going to be called mineable. Written exactly like this. And for this, we now need a couple of JSON files. Now, inside of the blocks folder right here, we're going to right click new file called needs_diamond_tool.json. Now, it's very important that these are instead of the blocks folder, not the mineable folder. Please make sure that this is done correctly. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take the JSON file over here and we're just going to add something to it. So this is going to be the following. So once again, we have the curly brackets over here, and then we have replace false, and then here we have values, and this is going to be a list again. So the brackets over here, we're not going to fill this with anything, so we're just going to keep this empty for the time being, and that is how a tag looks like. And in these values list, basically, we can add multiple blocks, items in theory as well. Now, of course, we're in the blocks folder, so it does make sense that we fill this with blocks in this case. And what we can do is we can drag the same JSON file into the blocks folder again, and then we're going to change the name here to needs iron tool. And then I'm going to do the same thing one more time, and that is going to be the needs stone tool. So those 3 JSON files are going to be needed inside of the blocks folder, not the mineable folder. The mineable folder will have some other JSON files, which I'm going to show in just a moment. But for the time being, what I basically want is I want all of my blocks that we have to be mineable with the iron tools. So we need at least iron tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add tutorial mod tanzanite_block. And then I'm just going to duplicate this once again. And this is going to be tanzanite ore. And just duplicate this a few more times. There you go, deep slate underscore tanzanite ore. And that should be it. Those are our 3 blocks, and they are now mineable only with iron tools. However, we have not specified with what tool type these can be mined, and that has to be done in the mineable folder right here. So I'm actually going to copy this over, but it shouldn't be anything crazy. So those are 4 JSON files. These are also available to you. They're just called axe, hoe, pickaxe, and shovel. This shouldn't come as any surprise over here, right? Should be fairly self-explanatory. And if we go into the pickaxe JSON file, you can see once again my 3 blocks that I've already defined in the needs iron tool JSON file, and then here they are again. So we need at least an iron pickaxe to mine those 3 blocks. And this is very important. You need to add those tags, otherwise it will not work. And yes, you will need to add all of your blocks to this and basically sort them into the correct JSON files when it comes to the mineable tags, and then also into what type of tool they need. Before the question comes up, needs netherite tool does not exist in the Minecraft namespace. So you can see needs netherite does not exist. I am not 100% sure if Fabric has something native to that, so you can just like add this. I am actually not sure. You might have to look into the wiki there and see if something does exist, but usually it is a very narrow use case, so hopefully you're going to be fine without it as well. But those are all of the steps that we need to do to add not only the recipes, but also the loot tables, and then also the tags that are important for us to actually mine our custom blocks. So after all of those things have been added, let's see if it works. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's first of all try out the tanzanite block, and there we go, we can craft it, no worries at all. And then let's just see if we can even go back. There we go, we can even go back. And now those should also appear in the recipe book over here, so that it does work as well. Now let's just add a little bit of this, and there we go, it's already smelting over here, and this should also work. So both of the furnace and the blast furnace recipes are also working, and now let's get some pickaxes going, and let's see. So let's first of all get this one, and then let's get, you know, all of the different ones. So we have the stone, iron, and diamond, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna try this with stone first, and you can see it's already taking quite a long time. Now this should not drop anything because we need at least iron, and if we do this, there you go. Now it hasn't actually dropped anything, so we're going to take a look at that in just a moment. We can see those ones also drop nothing. However, they do drop experience, so they're probably somewhere in there a little bug snuck in just a moment. Nothing to worry about at all. That can always happen. So let's just see why this might not work and why this might not drop any. Well, would you look at that? Uncle Kaupenjoe always telling you about, oh, make sure your directory structures are correct. And what does he do? He makes a wrong thing in the directory structure, because we still need in the loot tables, right-click a new directory called blocks. So all of your loot tables have to go into the blocks directory over here, and then it's going to work. No worries at all. See, even for me, sometimes there might be an error. That is absolutely no worries. As long as you can find it, that is going to be fine. So let's just go in and see and confirm that this now is going to work. Alrighty, so here we are. Let's try once again with the pickaxe over here with the stone one. Nothing should drop, and that is great. And now there we go, now something will drop. The raw tanzanite here as well, and then here as well. And you can see with the diamond one, it will also work totally fine. So there we go, everything fixed, and everything order is basically been restored. There we go. As always, of course, all of the JSON files are available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Let's create an advanced item in Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom advanced item to Minecraft. Now what I call advanced items is really just an item with a custom item class. So they can be as advanced or as non-advanced as you might want it to. Now the thing that we're going to implement is an 8-ball item that when you right click it, it just gives you a number between 0 and 9. That is all that we're doing here. However, this example will illustrate some very, very important things in the custom item classes. So for this, we're going to go into the item package, right-click new package called custom, and then inside of there, I basically always create my custom classes. So we're going to right-click again, new Java class, and this is going to be the 8-ball item class. What I highly recommend is when you have a custom item, you always end it with the word item. So basically whatever the item is and then item at the end. This just makes sure that you know this is an item. This is going to extend the item class over here from net Minecraft item. Just going to hit the tab key to autocomplete. Then we'll hover over the arrow, create constructor matching super. And now in theory, we could already use this class. However, it doesn't have any functionality to it. Now, how can we add functionality? Well, we can override certain methods from the item class. If you don't know what that means, I highly suggest taking another look at the Java introduction that I've made. This is pretty much basic object-oriented programming that we're doing over here, just overriding methods from a superclass. This isn't anything crazy or anything too advanced in terms of Java, and I can just, once again, highly recommend a little bit of Java knowledge is going to help you along immensely in the future when you want to actually mod something. So this is once again an appeal. Please do look at that. I've linked it in the top right corner, and let's proceed here with the item. So what you can do is you can middle mouse button click on the item class, and what you might have is this blue line. Now, if in the first tutorial you properly followed everything, we should be able to choose a source that is a named sources over here. So we can choose this one, say okay, and then after it reloaded a little bit, you can see the blue line is now gone. And the actual item class is now properly sourced, so to speak. So we now have a good glimpse into looking in this class. And you can see there are a bunch of different methods over here. The use method, for example, that even have some Java docs. And you can even see what this means. Called when an item is used by a player. This means when you right click, you can see the use action by default is bound to the right mouse button. So this method is called every time when you right-click with this particular item in your hand. Same with the use on block method over here, called when an item is used on a block. So this is called when you right-click this item onto a block. So very straightforward, all things considered, and you can see there are a bunch of methods. All of the ones that are public can basically be overridden, and you can add your own custom functionality to them. So there is a lot of stuff here, as you can see. I highly recommend going through this, taking a look. Now we are going to look at the use method in this case. Like I said, the use on block method is also very interesting, where you can then right-click on a block. Now, how do we override this? Well, we just go into the class, and we're just going to write use. And you can see it already basically suggests to us what we have here. There's also use on entity. So this would be when you right click on an entity, on a mob, for example, and then you can also do some things. But we're going to choose the use method over here. So while we have this selected, press the tab key, and then everything here will generate. You'll see this add override over here. This just simply means this attribute that this particular method is overridden from the item class, and we're using this one instead. Now, what do we need to do inside of it? Well, what we want is we want it to output a number. So what do we need to do? Well, first of all, what I want to do is I want to only have this happen on the server first and foremost. So how do we do this, and why is this even important? Well, usually most of the stuff you want to do happens on the server, and then the client gets notified of it. So why would that be the case? Well, if the client, for example, could spawn in a entity, that wouldn't be that good, because then people could just spawn their own entities and the server couldn't do anything about it, because Minecraft is separated into server and client. Think about it like this. If you are the server owner of a Minecraft server, what do you not want your users to exploit? You don't want them to just be able to spawn in items. That can only happen on the server. Things like that. And things that happen on the client are basically things that are related to rendering and how things look like. So we can filter this by using an if statement here and then negating it with a exclamation mark in the beginning, using the world parameter over here, and then calling .isClient, and then basically proceeding with the if statement. So everything that's inside of here, right? Everything inside of here is only going to be executed on the server and nothing on the client. And then what we can also do in this case, because the use method is actually called twice for each hand, what we then wanted to say is, well, we actually wanted to say hand equals hand.mainHand. So that this is only called once in this case. And now what I want to do is I want to output a random number. And then next thing, I also maybe want to add a cooldown. So those are the two things that we then want to do. I'm actually going to make two private methods for this. So I'm just going to make a getRandomNumber method. Now this is not strictly necessary. However, this is one of those things for the, let's say, intermediate to advanced people in Java. This is a very good idea. This is a cleaner way to code this in this case. Now for the beginners, it's not the most important thing, but so that you've seen this and how it can look like, because most of the time when I've seen tutorials and even some GitHub repositories from other mods, sometimes they are not the cleanest way of coding everything. So I'm a big proponent of actually trying to code as cleanly as possible, even if it is quote unquote just modding, but whatever the case may be. Here for the getRandomNumber, we're going to return random, and we're going to choose net Minecraft util math random, because Minecraft actually has their own one, and we're going to say create local next int, and then we're just going to return a next int, and the bound is 10, so this is going to return anything from 0 all the way to 9. And then we make another method, which is going to call this. This is going to be the private void output random number. And it's going to output this for a particular player entity. So this is going to be a player entity player parameter. And we're going to say player.sendMessage text.literal. And then we're going to say your number is plus and then get random number. You can see we're outputting the string your number is, and then we're adding the number from the getRandomNumber method at the end of this string. So now we can just call the output random number method, passing in the player entity over here that we have in this parameter, and then we're fine with this. We can then also set a cooldown. This works by using the player entity.getItemCooldownManager.set with this item, and then we're just going to set it to 20 ticks, which it would be 1 second. And that is all that we need to do in order for us to be able to right-click this particular item and then get a random number out of it. Now, of course, you can go more and or less advanced with this. Once again, what I can only tell you, number one, get some Java knowledge in you so that you can more easily understand what you can do with this. And number two, just try out some stuff. So if you are already an advanced beginner or an intermediate in terms of Java, I highly recommend just once again, middle mouse button click on the item class and just take a look at what you can do. I highly recommend trying the useOnBlock method, trying the use method. We also have the finish using method. And what you can also do, and this is one of the greatest things ever, once again, some Java knowledge here is extremely, extremely preferred in this case. What you can do is you can click on the item and press Ctrl H to get all of the different item classes that Minecraft adds. And you can even expand this by clicking this, and then you can see all sorts of classes. So how does, for example, a nether star item work? Well, it actually isn't that crazy because it only has a glint. Okay, fair enough. Is there anything that is crazier than a nether star item? Well, how about a snowball, for example? Well, there's a snowball, right? We're spawning an entity over here. You can see this is also happening only on the server and not on the client, which I just told you about. We have things like the shears. How do those work? Well, the shears work with the useOnBlock method in this case. Now, interestingly enough, why isn't there a useOnEntity here? Well, this actually happens differently with the shears, but we'll not get into this. Let's just take another look at this. You can see there's all sorts of things that you can take a look at. Elytra item, honey bottle item, right? Don't go too crazy with this as well, right? Don't say, oh, I'm just going to go into a bow item and make a custom bow. Look, this is a little more complicated than you might expect, right? So this is why I keep saying that you need some Java knowledge for this. Otherwise, you will have an incredibly hard time implementing anything of substance, let's say. Whatever the case may be, we now have a custom item class. Now, you will note that both the constructor as well as the name of the class are also grayed out. So both of them are sort of in this gray over here, and that means that the classes have not been used. Of course, we still need to register the item in our mod items class. So for this, what we can do is we can once again just duplicate the Tanzanite over here, and we're just going to call this the 8-ball. And then, of course, changing the name here as well, 8_ball. Now, this is incredibly important. We still have a gray name over here. This means that this class has not been used, because here we're creating a new item. Make sure that we're creating a new 8-ball item over here, and then this will turn yellow and this will turn white, and then you know, this class is being used somewhere. We're actually creating an instance of this class. What I also want to do is I want to add a max count to this, and that's going to be 1. So we can't stack the 8 balls to 64, but only one 8-ball can be in one slot in your inventory. Now for the 8-ball, just as well for any other item, we still need to add translation, and of course also need to add the item model JSON file. So this is going to be the 8-ball and then an item model JSON file. I'm just going to copy this one, the Tanzanite one, 8 underscore ball, and then we're just going to change the PNG it looks to 8 underscore ball. Now let's just copy this one over as well. All of this is of course available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well, just as always, and that is all that we need to do in order to add this 8-ball item to the game. So now let's go into Minecraft and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and there you go, the 8-ball has been added. So now let's take it in my hand, and I'm going to right-click it, and there you go. Number is 2, number is 2, number is 5, there we go. And I can keep right-clicking it, and you can see we always have a second cooldown over there. So this is also how you can very easily add a cooldown to, well, basically any item. So I can keep right-clicking, but you can see the number only prints out after the cooldown is already done. Now I can also hold it down, and that also works. So that is pretty cool, all things considered. Now, it will not work actually in the offhand because we're checking only for the main hand. So this is also very important. This is why I did it, right? So that we have the hand equals main hand. So it only works if you have it in the right hand, basically. But that is how easy it can be to add a custom advanced item to Minecraft. Let's jump higher than Mario. And let's add a custom advanced block to Minecraft. Right, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more. And in this ASMR tutorial, we're gonna, no, okay, but it's not gonna be an ASMR tutorial, don't worry about it. We're gonna be adding a custom advanced block to Minecraft, and this is going to be very similar to the advanced item that we've added, but the advanced block, of course, will require a custom block class in this case. So in our block package, we're gonna right-click new package called custom, and then instead of there, we're gonna right-click new Java class, and this is going to be the jumpy block class. This will extend the block class over here, net Minecraft block, there we go. Hover over this, create constructor matching super, and there we have our class. Once again, we're going to middle mouse button click on the block class to actually take a look at some of the methods that we can override, and there are even more than we can override in the item classes. We have even more stuff to override, so anything that is non-static basically. So there are some static methods, and then also, as you can see, on destroyed by explosion, on stepped on, which is actually the one we're going to take a look at. After break, we have on placed. There's a bunch of different methods that we can override, and once again, also we can press the Control H to actually look at all of the different blocks as well. Highly recommend that as well. However, there are quite a few things in here that might be a little bit too advanced at the moment, mainly custom block states, and the block states will be looked at in a later tutorial. Now here we only want to override the on stepped on method right here, and what do we have to do here? So this is obviously called when a certain entity, this entity right here, basically steps on this block. What we want to do is then add the status effect of jump boost to this particular entity. And how do we do this? Well, first of all, we need to check whether or not the entity is actually a living entity, because only living entities can have certain effects applied to them. So we're just going to get a new living entity here. So we're just going to say, hey, is this particular entity that has just stepped on this block actually an instance of living entity? And then we're casting that into a living entity immediately. And then we can just say living entity.add status effect, making a new status effect instance here, status effects, jump boost, and then with a duration of 20 ticks in this case, and that would be 1 second. Let's do 200 ticks, so let's make it 10 seconds. I think that's going to be fine. And that is actually all that we need to do in this case. Now we're actually going to override another method, and that is the onUse method. So just that if you've seen this, because the onUse method can be quite interesting. So this is the method that gets called when a certain player right-clicks this block. And the only thing I want to do actually is I would just want to say player.sendMessage text.literal, and we're just going to say right-clicked this. And we're going to see this in just a moment when we actually enter the game, what this does, because there's actually one interesting thing that happens here when we actually do this. We're going to see that in Minecraft. I once again want to note to you that this is still gray, meaning that we have not actually used this class because we still need to register our block. So for this, we're actually going to copy over the Tanzanite block over here. I'm going to say this is the jumpy underscore block. And then same here, this is the jumpy underscore block. And then very important here, instead of a new block, we of course want a new jumpy block. Once again, you can make sure that this is the case. If you go into the class, this is white and this is a yellow, then you know absolutely that the jumpy block class has been used as well. Now, just like with any other block, we still need JSON files. So this includes the BlockStates JSON file. All of the others, I will copy those over. Now, those, including all of the code and everything, will be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. However, they do not contain anything that we've not seen before. So both the model files as well as the BlockStates JSON file are all normal files that we've seen before in the block tutorial. So nothing should be too surprising over here. Let's also add the texture here. This is, of course, also available for download. There we go. That should be all that we need in this case. And now let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's see. There we go. We have the jumpy block. So let's just set it down and let's just go on to it, and let's hope we are getting the jump effect. And there we go. The jump boost has been applied to us. So exactly how you would expect it to. We can jump higher than ever before, and there we go. Now we can see, there we go, the jump boost over here. And the crazy thing is that if we now right click it, what you would expect to happen is, of course, to output it, into the actual chat. And you can see, yeah, it does output it, but it outputs it 4 times. Now, what craziness is going on over here? Well, let's go back to IntelliJ and let's see. Now, the onUse method is actually called 4 times. It is called twice on the server and twice on the client. So it's going to be called on the server, and that is going to be once for the main hand and once for the offhand. And then it's also going to be called twice on the client, and that is once for the main hand and once for the offhand. So this is what you need to keep in mind. I highly recommend playing around with this a little bit and just making some if statements, sending some different messages depending on where you are, whether or not you're on the server or on the client. We've actually seen how to do this in the 8-ball over here, so there should be no issues whatsoever in implementing this. If you are stuck with this, I highly recommend the Java series as well, because that can only help you. It should just literally be a couple of if statements. So this is actually very basic Java in this case to try this out. I highly recommend the Java series then, if that might be something that's too complicated for you. No worries at all. Let's add a custom tooltip to our item. All right, we found ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom tooltip to our item, and this is actually fairly straightforward. We might have seen this in some popular mods, right? For example, Mechanism has this where you hover over the item and then you press, Shift, or I think it's also Control M, something like that, and then some additional information appears on the item, and that is what we're going to add to our 8-ball over here. For this, we actually need a custom item class, and we want to override the append tooltip method over here, append tooltip. So we're going to choose this, press the tab key to autocomplete, and then we're going to add this. So what we need is we need to check whether or not the user presses the shift key. And the way this works is we're going to say if screen.hasShift down, we're going to do something, and then also we're going to add an else statement over here. And then here we're saying press shift for more information. So we can actually add some text to this tooltip list over here. You can also add multiple ones, and that's going to add a new line. So that is all that we need to do there. So tooltip.add, we're going to say text.literal, and this is going to be press shift for more info. And then we're also going to say format it with the formatting of, let's do yellow over here for the thing that we have to say. And then we're just going to copy this over. That's going to make this a little bit easier. I'm going to say here, right click to get a random number. And we're going to make this the aqua color. I think that's great. And that is actually, I kid you not, all that we need to do to add this particular functionality to our 8-ball item. As I've said, you basically do need a custom item class. You can also make this with anonymous classes as well. If you don't know what that means, I highly suggest some Java knowledge as well. So my Java introduction can only be recommended for this. It will only help you in the long run, but when it comes to the tooltips, let's join Minecraft and see if it works. All right, found ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's hover over the 8-ball, and there we go, press shift for more info, and if I press shift, then click to get a random number. So exactly how you'd expect it to work, it actually does work. This can add so much additional information to your items. This is going to be very helpful to your players, so I highly recommend checking this out and adding this as well. Right, and this is how easy it can be to add a custom tooltip to your item. Let's take a look at BlockStates. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about BlockState and BlockState properties. So BlockStates, of course, we've already seen the JSON files for the BlockStates. If I were to, for example, take a look at the jumpy block BlockStates JSON file over here, you can see that we have variants, but we just have an empty variant. This was the standard BlockStates JSON file for a normal block, let's say. And there are also blocks that have different variants that point then to different models. The best example to take a look at is actually the redstone ore block. So what we're going to do is we're going to press the shift key twice and search for redstone ore block. This one right here. So let's just click on this and then we can actually take a look at this block. What's very interesting here is that it has a static field over here called lit. That is a Boolean property. And this is exactly the thing that we're going to need to add, because there is a difference between a block and a block state. And this is a very important difference for you to understand. The block class represents the idea of a block, while the block state is the actual block inside of the world. Meaning that, for example, if we go down a little bit, we can see in this light method right here, world.setBlockState. It's not called setBlock, and even if it was, we still need to pass in a block state because that is the actual instance of this block inside of the world. Because if I set down 2 redstone ore blocks, they are both redstone ore blocks, but they are different blocks, right? They're different instances of the same thing. So that is why there are block states and blocks. And these block state properties basically allow us to add properties to the block states and not the block. This is why you can't just add an integer to this block class in this case, and it would work. That actually wouldn't work because the integer would actually be shared across all block states in the world that are of this block type. So that is why that doesn't work, and that is why we need to use these properties over here. Now, the best way to actually try this out is to just make something ourselves. So in our custom block package, we're going to right-click New Java class, and this is going to be the Tanzanite lamp block. There you go. And this will extend the block class. Let's hover over this, create constructor matching super. And now the first thing we want to do is we want to add a new property. So let's just add a public static final Boolean property. This one right here from net Minecraft state property called lit. And this is equal to Boolean property.of, and then passing in a name that is going to be called lit over here. And that is all that we need to do. And this is how easy it can be to actually add a custom Boolean property, or a custom property anyway, because if we actually middle mouse and click on this, I believe what we can do is we can then click on the property, press Ctrl H, and we can see there are Boolean properties, there are enum properties, and there are int properties. So those are basically the things that you can save in block states. You know, together with those, you can create all sorts of different variants of your block. And what we then have to do, and this is very important, when you add a block property to your block, you need to call the append properties method and then do builder.add and add the block state property inside of the builder. So this is very important to do this, otherwise it's not going to work. And now we can basically change this property here, and then by changing it, we can then refer to a different model, which we're going to see in just a moment in the BlockStates JSON file, but we can then refer to a different model. So we're going to override the onUse method again. This is the method that when we right click it, we actually do something. And we're going to say, hey, if we are not on the client, so if not world.isClient, there you go, and hand equals hand.mainHand. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say world.setBlockState at the position that we're at, and then we're going to say state.cycle lit. What does all of this craziness do? Well, this should be fairly self-explanatory, right? We're only doing this on the server in this case, and then also we are only doing this with the main hand. Please note the exclamation mark here in front of the isClient, meaning that we're negating isClient, meaning we want to be on the server, not on the client. Because we can only set block states on the server, which should make a lot of sense, right? You don't want, if a client connects to your server, you don't want that client to just be able to set blocks to anything that they want, right? They could just be like, oh, diamond block, diamond block, diamond block. And then all of a sudden, you know, the economy of the server crashes because everyone can just set any block to diamond blocks. That is why this has to happen on the server. And then the state cycle here simply cycles through the possible values of this particular property. Now, because it's a Boolean property, there are only 2 possible values, true or false. So this simply means that we're changing it from true to false or from false to true. That is basically what the cycle does. And that is actually all we need in this class. So let's just create the actual block here as well. Let's register it. So this is going to be the Tanzanite_lamp. And then same thing right here in the register block, Tanzanite_lamp. Now this is going to be very important. Once again, a new Tanzanite lamp block over here. And then this is all fine. I want to add another method call on the fabric block settings, and that is the luminance over here. So what we're going to do is put in state and then an arrow, and then we're going to return the following. We're going to say state.get Tanzanite block lamp block.lit question mark 15:0. Now this might be absolute insanity to you, right? You might be like, I don't even know what is going on here. Well, let's first of all go through. This is a toInt function of block state. This simply means we have a block state over here, and we want to return an integer. That is all that that means. And what we have is we are saying, okay, the state of this particular block, right? So we're getting a block state. If that is lit, right? So if this is true, then we want to return a luminance value of 15, meaning that we want this to shed light at a strength of 15, so light level 15. And if this is false, so if the actual lamp is not lit, then we want to return a light level of 0. That is all that's happening here, so nothing too crazy when you really think about it. Right, continue along, and now how does the block state JSON file looks like? Well, let's just copy over the one from the Tanzanite block over here, drag it into the same folder while holding control, and we're gonna rename it to Tanzanite_lamp. And if we then take a look at this, well, we are, of course, now have different variants over here, right? So we have maybe a lamp block that is on, right? And then let's just press Control D to duplicate it. And then we have one that is turned off, right? So those are going to be two different model files, but we somehow need to, well, say it. What are the variants here? Well, the variant is just lit equals true when we want the on texture to be shown, and then lit equals false if you want the off texture to be shown. Or rather, when we want it to point to the different model, but usually in the different models, you want to change or point to different textures. That is the general idea. Now you might ask, where does this come from, right? This lit, well, that is actually what we have defined over here. So this name right here has to match the name inside of the JSON file right here, and then that should be fine. Let's add the translation as well. This is just going to be the Tanzanite_lamp. And then of course right here as well, Tanzanite lamp. And then in the models, the block model files, I will actually copy them over. Now, those are just normal block model files. They are not any different than the other ones. You can see they just point to one texture with cube all. They are just named in a way that when we actually, let's close a few things over here, right? So they just named this one right here. So Tanzanite_lamp on, Tanzanite lamp on, and then points to a Tanzanite lamp on texture. And then the same thing for the off one. You can see Tanzanite lamp off, points to a different texture, and is called off. And then this is exactly the block model file that is referenced right here. When it comes to the item model file, well, this one, of course, once again, needs to be named after the actual block, but it points to the lamp off block model file so that the block that appears in the inventory actually looks like it's off. Let's add the textures over here as well. There we go. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do to add this. So it isn't that crazy. Now, of course, there are examples of blocks that have an insane amount of different properties, right? So I can recommend, you can of course look at this, click on block, press Control H, and then you can see all of the blocks. Now the redstone ore block, I really recommend looking at this a little bit more because this is, let's say, fairly easy to understand because it only has one block property. If we were, for example, to look at something like the tripwire hook, you can see there are 3 different properties and voxel shapes and all of the craziness. This is why I don't usually recommend going into every block. Some of them are quite complicated, but yeah, the redstone ore block is probably the best vanilla example to look at this. Otherwise, you can of course also look at some other vanilla examples as well. Whatever the case may be, let's enter the game and see if it works. All right, we find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's see, there we are. The Tanzanite lamp has been added, and if I set it down, you can see we have a texture, and it is also emitting light, and if I right-click it, you can see the texture changes and the light turns off as well. So that is pretty much, and that's how easy it is to add a block with different block state properties to Minecraft. Let's grow some crops and add a custom crop to Minecraft. All right, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding a custom crop block to the game. A crop block is actually a great example of the use of another block state property, so I highly suggest watching the tutorial that came before this as a refresher on block state properties because we're going to need them in this tutorial. So in our custom package, we're going to right-click new Java class called the eggplant crop block. So we're going to make an eggplant crop here, and this will extend the crop block class in this case, not the block class. So we're going to hover over this, create constructor matching super, and in theory, we are done. Now, we're not quite done because if we actually middle mouse click on the crop block class, you can see that the age over here is an integer property. So it's just going to count integers, and it's going to go from 0 all the way to 7. So if we click on this, you can see it goes minimum 0 all the way to 7. Our crop actually only goes from 0 to 6 instead of 7. So we just have to, well, do a few other things here. So what we need to do is we need to make a public static final int property, this one right here, called age, equal to int property.of, passing in the name age, min 0, and max 6. There you go. Now, after we've done this, we want to overwrite 3 methods. The getMaxAge method, where we want to return 6. So this one needs to return exactly what we have in here. We also want to override the getAgeProperty method and then return the age of this class. That's also incredibly important. And then last but not least, which is also important, we want to override the appendProperties method, calling builder.add, passing in the age once again. That's almost all we need. We actually need a fourth method. We need the seed method. So there's a method that is for the seeds. So you can see get seeds item, and that is going to get an item convertible. Now what I'll do is I'll make a purposeful error over here because we've not yet added the seeds item. We're going to do that in a moment, but if I have this error here, then I'm going to be reminded that we have to add this. Let's first of all actually register the block. In our modblocks class, we're just going to copy over the lamp over here, and that's going to be the eggplant underscore crop. And then same for the name, eggplant underscore crop. And this is going to be a new eggplant crop block. Now this is very important. We actually want a completely different fabric block settings here. So we're going to say fabric block settings.copy, this one right here. And then we're going to say blocks.wheat. There you go. And then we actually don't want to register a block. We actually want to register a block without a block item. So what we want to do is we want to copy the register block method here. And we're just going to call this the register block without item. Then not call the register block item here. Get rid of the tab parameter. And then call the register without block item. Get rid of the item group here as well, and then we should be fine. Because in this case, the actual block itself doesn't have an item associated with it. The item is going to be the seeds themselves. So that is the general idea here. So for this, we now need to go to the item package in the mod items class, and let's copy over the 8-ball. This is going to be the eggplant underscore seeds. And then same here, eggplant underscore seeds. Now this is going to be a alias block item. And the first parameter here is actually going to be modblocks.eggplantCrop. So the first parameter for this block item has to be the actual block that it refers to. And then here, we're just going to make the max count normal. So that is going to be fine. We're going to copy over the 8-ball once again for the eggplant itself. So this is going to be the thing that we're going to harvest. So eggplant, and this is just going to be a normal item. However, the eggplant, of course, is going to be eatable, so we're going to call food over here with a new food component.builder, very important, and then we can specify a few things. For example, we can make a status effect when this is eaten. We can make this always edible, meat, things like that, but we only want to call hunger with a 4, let's say, and then the saturation modifier is going to be a 4 as well. And then very important, at the end here, we want to call a data build. So this builder has to be built, and then this should be fine. Now, all of the code, as always, is going to be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well, so no worries at all. So now we've added the 2 items. We can now return back to our eggplant crop block and say mod items.eggplant seeds and return those as the seed item. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do here. There's one more thing we want to do in the client over here. So we're finally using the client. We want to call the block render layer map.instance.putBlock modblocks.eggplantCrop. And then the second parameter is the render layer.getCutout, right? This one here. And this basically makes it so that our eggplant has that the texture is actually see-through. So that is very important because they're see-through in our texture, and if we don't set the render layer properly, then it's not going to work. Right, and then we get to the crazy things, and that is going to be the JSON files. So let's actually start with the translation first, because that's going to be a little bit easier here. So we have 2 things. That is going to be the eggplant itself. So this is just the eggplant. This is the actual item that we're going to be able to eat. And then we also have the eggplant underscore seeds. There you go. And this is going to be the eggplant seeds. Now we can still add the eggplant crop over here. This is going to be eggplant underscore crop. And then this is just going to be eggplant crop. Now this actually should not be visible at the moment in our project. However, if you, for example, add something that adds a hover over effect when you hover over different blocks, then this is going to be shown. So that is why you probably still want to add this. And now copying over some JSON files. Once again, those are all available to you in the description below, starting with the eggplant crop over here. So you can see we just have different variants depending on the age of the actual block. That is all that there is to it. And then we're just pointing to different block models. While at the first glance looks quite complicated, when you actually think about it, isn't anything that crazy. This does mean that we have 7 different block model JSON files. And yes, those are still all available to you. Now, once again, those are really, really simple in terms of their contents. If we actually take a look, you can see we actually have a different parent over here, block/crop, very important. And then the textures actually point to the crop here. Texture that it points to is just eggplant underscore stage 0 or the stage 0. And what will stage 1 be? Well, it will just be stage 1. So very much, it just counts up, nothing too crazy over here. But yes, this also means, by the way, that we have 7 different textures here. This is also the case, but no worries at all. Let's actually get those. And then when it comes to the item model files, we only have one for the eggplant itself and the eggplant seed, but those are normal item model files. You can see they just point to the item texture, which we're also going to copy over. And then we have pretty much all that we need, except for one other thing, which is very interesting indeed. So there we go, the textures here as well. And now the question is, well, okay, but now my crop grows, all of that is great, but how do I get, certain things to drop from it? Well, we need, of course, a loot table for this. Now, I will copy this loot table over. I highly suggest taking a look at this as well. This is, of course, also available, and this is a little more complicated, but you can always go to the external libraries all the way down to this one right here, Minecraft Project Merge, and so on and so forth, to the data folder Minecraft loot tables blocks, and search for the wheat loot table and take a look at this. It is almost exactly the same. You can see we're looking for a certain condition, and that is that the age is max age. In the terms of, for wheat, it has to be 7. For our crop here, it actually only has to be 6. So that is where you need to change this. You then need to change the block over here. That is the correct block. Here come the seeds. Here is the actual, thing you harvest. And then down here, we have some more seeds that drop, and that is pretty much all that there is to it. I highly suggest going through this slowly, methodically, taking a look at this. This really isn't that crazy. It looks pretty crazy, but when you really think about it, you only need to change a couple of things in these files, and then you should be totally fine. After having added all of this, let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, friends, so in Minecraft, as you can see, the seeds and the eggplant has been added, so let's just try to put them into the ground, and there we go. We can plant them, and we can even make them grow with bone meal. So there you go, they're fully grown now, and if I destroy them, there we go. Now, be sure to destroy them, not in creative mode, but in survival mode, otherwise it's actually not going to work. So we can actually take a look at this as well. You can see that it's not going to drop anything, so keep that in mind. And then let's also see if we just, take a little bit of damage over here, and let's also make sure we're on easy. Then we can actually eat the eggplant as well, and that should pretty much be all that we need. There we go, and then let's eat it. And there we go, restored some hunger, and everyone is happy about it. So everything working completely as you expect it to, and that is how easy it can be to add custom crops to Minecraft. Let's add some custom villagers to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom villagers to Minecraft. Now this has actually changed in 1.19 compared to 1.18.2, so let's just jump in and see what we can do. So in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right click new package called a villager, and then inside of there we're going to make one new class, and that's going to be the mod villagers class. Now first and foremost, we need 3 different methods here. The first one is going to be the public static void called register villagers method, and that is going to do the following. It's going to say tutorial mod.logger.debug, and then just saying registering villagers for, and then tutorial mod.modID. And then we'll immediately call this in the tutorial mod class over here, so mod villagers.register villagers. And this is once again needed, even though it only outputs this particular thing. This is needed so that the static fields that we're going to introduce in just a moment are properly initialized, otherwise they won't load properly. This is why we need this. Even though it doesn't do anything, or it looks like it only outputs something, it actually does a little bit more. This is just some Java weirdness in this case. Now the second method that we're going to need is the public static point of interest type. This is very important that we use this one right here from net Minecraft world poi. So just tap to autocomplete, and we're going to call this the register poi method. This takes in a string parameter called name and a block parameter called block. Now, let's actually go here, Alt and Enter to import this net Minecraft block. There we go. And here we want to return point of interest type helper, this one right here from Fabric API, dot register with a new identifier, passing in tutorial mod.modID, comma name. And then after the first closing parentheses, we're going to add 1, 1. Then we're going to make an immutable set.copy of, there we go, and then we're going to say block.getStateManager.getStates, and then 3 closing parentheses, and that is it. Now this might look absolutely insane. What does this do? Well, our villager needs a point of interest where it can get a job from, and this basically registers this particular point of interest with the block that we're passing in here, and it's going to make sure that every state that this block can take is actually registered properly. Because, of course, we've seen this previously, right? In the example of the Tanzanite lamp block, for example, if we were to make this our point of interest, then the Boolean property here could be lit true or lit false. But we want either one of those to be a point of interest for our villagers. That's the general idea here. And then the ticket count just means how many villagers can actually work at that point of interest, and then search distance just is the distance basically that the villager will search for this. Now we also need to add a villager profession. So this is going to be a public static villager profession. This one right here, register profession. It's also going to take in a string name parameter, and then it's also going to take in a registry key of type point of interest type. This one right here called type. And this one looks a little bit crazier, but we're going to be fine. So this is going to return registry.register. Once again, making sure that you choose the correct registry class here from Minecraft util registry, not the one from Java, very important. And here we're going to say registry. You can see this one would be the wrong one. We want this one, registry.villagerProfession. And then a new identifier, tutorial mod.modID, passing in the name. After the first closing parentheses, we're going to call villager profession builder, though. We want the profession builder. There you go. .create.id. Once again, making a new identifier, calling it tutorial mod.modID, comma name. And then after two closing parentheses, .workstation, passing in the type. And then we're also going to say work sound. And we're just going to use sound events integer villager armor, that's fine. And then after one closing parentheses, .build, and then ending it with a semicolon. You can see the builder over here is, of course, a builder pattern. So you have, plenty of things that you can basically put in here. You can specify the job site, secondary job site, harvestable items. So there's quite a few things that you can do. But this is, I believe, the minimum. I don't think you need a sound in this case, but, supplying a sound also is pretty cool. Right, so those are the three methods that we need. All of the code is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So let's then add a public static final. And this is going to be a point of interest type in this case, and that's going to be the jumpy poi. This is going to be equal to register poi. It's going to be called jumpy_poi. And this is going to be modblocks.jumpy block. There we go. So our jumpy block is basically going to be the point of interest for the villager profession that we're going to add in 1 second. So this is going to be the public static final villager profession. There we go. And that's just going to be called the jump master. I didn't have any other ideas. I'm going to be honest here. We're going to call the register profession over here, calling it the jump master. And then we're going to make a registry key.of. So this one right here, passing in registry.pointOfInterest type key. Exactly this one. Sometimes it already suggests this to us. And the new identifier, tutorial mod.modID, and then calling this jumpy, and then here jumpy_poi, and then ending it with a semicolon. And what's very important is that the name given here is the same as the name given here, and that should pretty much be all that we need to do. Now, this is it for the classes. However, we actually need to add a particular tag. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, this is very important once again. So we need to go into our data folder, Minecraft, tags, and then not in the blocks, but in the tags folder, we want to right-click new directory. And this is going to be called point_of_interest_type. Extremely important that this is written correctly. Make sure that it is. And then inside of here, we need to make a new file. And this is going to be called the acquirable_job_site.json. This, once again, make sure this is written exactly correctly. Otherwise, it will not work. If you need to have the spelling laid out for you, it is available in the GitHub repository and in the gist as well. So you can copy it from there or compare it from there. So make sure that this is correct. Now, the contents of this, just basically a completely normal tag in this case, and just pointing to the jumpy poi. So this always points to the point of interest type, not the actual profession. So that's very important. For the profession, we also need to add a texture. So that's going to be under assets tutorial mod textures in a new directory called entity. And then inside of there, another new directory called villager. And then inside of there, another new directory called profession. And then I'm just going to copy over the jump master PNG over here. So this basically is just a recolored version of the armor, I believe, just made in my, Kaupen blue color, basically. And that is pretty much all that there is to it there. One last thing, of course, villagers usually have some sort of trades, and those trades we can basically add by doing the following. So you can do it in your onInitialize method. You can also make a new method inside of here. I believe this should also work. So we can just say public static void register trades. And we're going to do the following. We're going to use the trade offer helper, this one right here. We're going to say .register villager trade offers. We're going to say jump master over here. So this is going to be the villager profession. The level, so then we need to supply an integer of the level that this needs to have, and then we can say factories, and you can see it's a consumer of a list of factories. So we're just going to autocomplete this with tab, and then we're just going to make curly brackets over here, and then here we can add stuff to it. So this is how it's going to look like. It's going to be factories.add. We then need entity random. You can see once again, this is the factory that it requires, basically. So we can autocomplete this again. And here we want to make a new trade offer. And in this trade offer, actually everything goes that we need. So we can close this with a semicolon, and then we need the following. We need 2 new item stacks. So that's going to be new item stack, let's say, for example, of items.emerald. And let's just say it's going to be like 3 emeralds. And then a new item stack. This is going to be what we're going to get. So let's say mod items.eggplant. Why not? So we're going to get maybe something like 5 eggplants. And then we also wanted to supply the max uses, the experience the villager is going to get, and then the price multiplier over here. And that should be pretty much what we need. There we go. So this is one example. Also, once again, you can get this very easily from the GitHub repository or the gist. If you want to change the level of that is required for this particular villager to offer this trade, you just change this one right here. And otherwise, I can suggest going into the trade offer. So middle mouse button, click on this, and you can see there's quite a few things over here that you can use. So there's, different constructors in this case. There's actually one where you have 2 items that you have to sell to the villager, and then you get 1 item from it. This is usually done when you have something that is enchanted, usually, right? Right, so this is probably the best way to look at it. And then what we can just do is we can just call this right here as well. So mod villagers.register trades, and there we go. Now this should be everything that we need to add a new custom villager. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, first us back in Minecraft, and let's just add a villager, and let's see if he's going to take this particular job over here. And there we go, the job has been taken. So now I can right click it, and you can see the trade that we've added here is in there. And so there's one little thing in the en_JSON file that we still have to add, but overall that should be all that we need. So that is pretty much how easy it can be to add a custom villager Minecraft. Right, so I've also added the translation over here. It needs to be entity Minecraft villager jump master. I'm not 100% sure why it needs to be under Minecraft. It is probably because of the way that we're registering it, but that is just basically what the translation is going to be. But that should then work, and then everything should be totally fine. Let's add some artwork by adding custom paintings to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom paintings to Minecraft. Now this is actually a fairly straightforward thing, however it changed once again between versions. This is why I'm basically redoing it. There is one little trick that you have to do, basically once again adding a tag, but no worries, we're just going to get through this. So in our tutorial mod package, right click new package called painting, and then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class called mod paintings. There we go. Now for this, we once again need 2 methods over here, public static void called register paintings. And this is going to once again just say tutorial mod logger.debug registering paintings for exactly our tutorial mod.modID. And then we're immediately just going to call this right here. Just going to say mod paintings.register paintings. Once again, yes, the actual method only prints this out, but it basically also initializes some static stuff over here. This is why we need it. Then we make another helper method. This is going to be private static, and this is going to return a painting variant over here. And this is going to be called register painting, taking in a string name parameter and a painting variant called painting variant. Now this is going to return a registry. What's very important, do not choose Java RMI registry. We need to choose NetMinecraft util. Very important. Make sure that your import is correct over here. Registry.register, and then registry.painting variant, and then a new identifier, tutorial mod.modID, comma name, and then after the first closing parentheses, comma, and then passing in the painting variant parameter. And then we're just going to register the painting. So we're going to have public static final painting variant. The first one is called sunset. This is equal to register paintings, sunset over here, and then a new painting variant where we just pass in the width and the height, ending with a semicolon, and that is it. let's just duplicate this and also add plant and also add the Wanderer painting. So we have 3 different paintings. This is going to be plant and this is going to be Wanderer. This one is going to be 16 by 16 and this is 16 by 32. And there we have it. So this is pretty much all that we need to do. And we of course still need to add the painting textures as well as the tag, which is very important. So the textures just go into your assets tutorial mod textures folder, right click new directory, and that's going to be called painting. Very important, painting, not paintings. And then I'm just going to copy those over. The textures, including all of the code, is of course available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And then the tag goes in the data folder, Minecraft tags. And then we need a new folder that is going to be called the painting_variant. And then instead of there, we need to make a new file called placeable.json. Also very important that everything here is written correctly. So double check this as well. And then we just have our 3 paintings here, our mod ID, and then the name of the paintings that were given right here. And now those should be added to the rotation. So the paintings, by the way, are done by Platinum G17. So be wary of that you actually, if you want to use them, then just make sure that you give proper credit over here, and that should be fine as well. Apart from that, that is pretty much all that we need to do. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, so I've already prepared a wall here and have the painting. This is the normal painting item, and let's just see. There we go. We have the first painting, and then let's just see if we can get the second one as well. Sometimes, of course, it takes a little while going through all of the paintings, but usually we should get it at some point, and then sometimes the actual block behind it breaks. It's you know, very strange how this sometimes works, but that's going to be okay. So let's just use the power of editing to see when it happens. There we go, we have it finally, and then the last one is going to be this size over here, so let's just see if we can get it. Let's actually, there we go, now we have the last one as well, so all 3 paintings newly added and everything working as you would expect it to. Pretty freaking awesome. Deep underground, we're gonna add custom ores to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Shelter once more, and in this tutorial we're gonna be adding custom ore generation to Minecraft. Now for this, first and foremost, what we're going to need is actually the 2 other ores that we have not added here. I've basically alluded to them and I have given you the textures. So this would be the Endstone Tanzanite ore and the Netherrack Tanzanite ore. Now we've seen plenty of times how to add blocks, so I think that I can just copy this over and you should either already have those or you can just take a look at the GitHub repository or the gist to copy that stuff over. It really shouldn't be anything crazy at this point. Because yes, we're also going to include the adding or the world generation for both the Nether as well as the End, because that is something that a lot of people have been asking for, and it actually isn't that hard. However, there are like 2 things that you need to keep in mind to actually get this to work, and I want to show this as well. And there we go, adding all of the JSON files and all of this craziness and the 2 registrations here, and then we can proceed to the actual world gen stuff. So how does this going to work? Well, in the tutorial mod package, we're going to right click a new package called a world. And then inside of there, we're going to need 2 new packages, and that's going to be the feature package, as well as in the world package again, the gen package. We're going to start with the feature package. In here, we need 2 classes. Now we're going to start with the mod configured features class, and we're going to fill this first and foremost. So the first thing we need here is, once again, a public static void called register configured features, and this is going to be just a static method here, and this is going to do, once again, tutorial mod.logger, and then we're just going to say debug registering the mod configured features for tutorial mod.modID. And now this is extremely important. We actually have to call this at the very top. So this has to be called at the top of your onInitialize method. I'm not 100% sure why that is the case, but this is just what I found. Otherwise, it will not properly work. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over each field individually and explain what it does. So we're going to start with the list of ore feature config targets, and this is called the overworld Tanzanite ores. Now, this is a list, right, as you can see, of ore feature targets. What does that mean? We're basically looking at what we can replace in the world with our ore blocks. This is going to be needed for each ore that you have. So you can't just add, 2 more ores there, add another stone replaceables for, I don't know, like tin ore or whatever. You actually would need another list for this. So that's very important, number 1. And number 2, you can see we have 2 entries in this list. One of them is for stone replaceables, and the other one is for deep slate replaceables, because of course stone we want to replace it with normal ore, and deep slate we want to replace with deep slate ore. Now the second one is for the nether tanzanite, so you can see we need a new list for the nether as well, or at least I highly suggest doing so, because here you can see we're basically replacing the base stone nether with the netherrack tanzanite ore. Shouldn't be anything too crazy at this point. And also, of course, all of the code that I'm copying over is available to you in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And then last but not least, the one that people struggle with is the end generation, because here you need to just make a new block matching rule set, basically saying, hey, we can replace end stone with this particular block over here. That is all that we need to do in this case, and that is actually all of the magic in that moment. But by then the question is, what do these lists actually get us? Well, it of course specifies what blocks can be replaced by our custom ores, but then we still need to make a, some sort of configured feature for this. So once again, I'm going to copy over field by field. So this is the one for the tanzanite ore itself. This includes the normal tanzanite ore as well as the deep slate tanzanite ore, because as you can see, what we're doing is we're calling configured features.register, passing in our name over here. This needs to be, of course, once again, unique. We're then passing in feature.ore and then making a new ore feature config and then passing in the list right here. So you can see we're passing in this list, and that is basically how they are connected. This size right here determines the vein size. So this would be, I believe it should be the average vein size. I'm not 100% sure if it's the average or the max, something like that. But this is basically the vein size. So change this as you want. I suggest not going below 3, because then your ores can be very, very sparse around the world. So just as a tip over there. And then we have the nether tanzanite ore and the end tanzanite ore. Now those look, as you can see, very, very similar. Basically, we're just using the different list over here, and then we're just using different sizes in this case. You can, of course, change those as you wish. Highly recommend playing around with them. That is always one of the greatest things to try and do some things. So then, that is actually all that we need in this class. Let's go into the feature package once more, right-click new Java class, and this is going to be called the mod placed features. Now in this class, once again, I will just copy over line by line, or let's say field by field. The first thing we're going to need is actually 3 helper methods. Now I will show where I'm getting those from. The general idea is that those should be in the ore features. So if we actually go into the ore placed features right here, you can actually see those 3 methods down here, and I basically just copied them over because they're private and they are very useful to us. So that is why I copied them over. Now this is, of course, once again also available to you in the description below. And then what we can do is we can get the first one over here. So this is going to be a registry entry of placed feature called tanzanite ore placed. Now you can see here we're using the configured feature that we've made right here. So you can actually, if you middle mouse button click on this, see this one right here, the configured feature is used right here. And then we're calling the modifiers with count. And if let's just format this a little bit differently, there we go. You can then see I'm calling this. So the count right here, this should be veins per chunk. And then we make a height range placement modifier of type trapezoid. So basically, we're going to make it so that it's going to spawn from -80 all the way to +80, but most of it is going to spawn right in the middle of those two, which would be 0. Now, what I highly recommend is playing around with the different ones. So you can make this trapezoid uniform, and you can also supply different height providers. And then you can also change the offset over here to different things. So for example, you can get fixed over here as well, and then below top. I'm not 100% sure what the difference is with all of them. Once again, this is one of the things that just play around with this, and then you hopefully will get the ores spawning as you wish them to spawn. But let's just keep this as a fix. That's going to be fine. And let's actually increase this a little bit to like 9, just so that we're going to be able to find our ores. I always highly recommend doing that, because that's just going to make this a little bit easier to actually find them in the world. I'm going to copy over the nether one and the tanzanite one as well. I'm going to copy over the nether and the end one as well. And you can see pretty much looks almost exactly the same. Let's just do fixed here as well. Why not? Once again, I highly recommend playing around with these. This is pretty much the best way to take a look at whether or not this works. You can also see that the IDs here are always different. That's also very important. The IDs need to be unique, and then you should be totally fine with this. And we can proceed to the gen package. Right-click new Java class. This is going to be the mod ore generation. There we go, and this is going to have one singular static method, and that's going to be the public static void called generate ores. And inside of here, we're going to call biome modifications.add feature. We're then going to say biome selectors.found in overworld, comma, generation step, and you can see it already suggests to us the underground ores. This is exactly what we want to do. And then say mod placed features. tanzanite ore placed, .get key, .get. There we go. And that is all that we need to do. Now our tanzanite ore and our tanzanite deep slate ore is going to spawn in every overworld biome. And we can then duplicate this, change this to found in the nether, right? And then change this to the nether tanzanite ore. And then here, change this from overworld to found in the end. And then just call the end tanzanite ore right here. And that is pretty much what we need to do here. Now what we can do is we can just call this particular method in our tutorial mod class. So we can say mod ore generation .generate ores. And that is pretty much all that we need to do in this case. And now our ores will already spawn in the world. You can either make a new world or you can go into an old world and just TP, far away so that it then also spawns there. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and I mean, there we go. We already found some. There are some tanzanite ore. There's even more. There was one very small one. Here's another one. So in the overworld, it spawns completely fine. So let's take a look at the nether as well. Alrighty, we find ourselves in the nether, and let's just see. Usually what I find best is, there we go. We've actually already found it. There we have some, and here we have some more. So as you can see, it definitely spawns, well, very frequently actually. So once again, changing around those numbers can always be a good thing, and that should be pretty much that. So let's go into the end as well and see if it works there as well. Alright, so we find ourselves in the end, and let's see, there we go. We already found some of our end ores, so they're going to of course spawn outside, but they're also going to spawn in the inside. So as you can see, also on top. So that is pretty awesome indeed, and that is pretty much how easy it is to add some custom ore generation to Minecraft. And before people are going to ask, yes, of course, you can also sort by biomes or say, hey, I only want those to be added to specific biomes. So instead of using found in overworld here, what you can do is you can use the include by key over here, and then just use biome keys dot, and then just add however many keys you want. So let's say, for example, I want this to only spawn in the Stony Peaks, and I also want this to spawn in, let's say, the Plains biome. And there we go. You can add as many keys as you want in this method, and it should then only spawn in those particular biomes. Hope that that clarifies this as well. All right, let's modify some vanilla loot tables. All right, we find ourselves back in Inventories once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be modifying some vanilla loot tables. All right, well, how does this work? Well, in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click a new package called util. I usually put this under the util package. Now, in theory, you could put this under other packages as well, but this is just how I like to organize it. We're going to make a new Java class called mod loot table modifiers. And then inside of there, we're going to have a few things. So once again, I'll try to copy over piece by piece. So first of all, we have 3 identifiers because we're going to modify those 3 different loot tables. We're going to change the grass loot table, we're going to change the igloo chest loot table, and we're going to change the creeper loot table. So those are the 3 loot tables that we're going to change. How can you get this identifier? How do you know where this is? Well, you can go to the external libraries all the way down to this one, Minecraft project, merged, and so on and so on and so on, under the data folder, Minecraft loot underscore tables. And then here, this is basically what you want to use. So you can see blocks/grass. So if I open the blocks folder, we can actually find the grass JSON file right here. So this is what we're targeting basically. So shouldn't be anything too crazy. So hopefully that should be enough for you to understand how you can then use different identifiers to target different vanilla loot tables to change. Now what we then want is just a public static void method called modify loot tables, for example. There we go. And then we're going to start with the first one. So once again, this is going to look a little bit crazy, but don't worry about it. So we're going to have a loot table events. So this one right here, dot modify, dot register. And then, so then we can start typing in resource, and you can see it should suggest to us resource manager, loot table, and so on and so on. So we can then just autocomplete this with tab. Then we're going to make open curly brackets. The closing curly brackets should generate automatically, and this should be fine. So there should be no errors present at this moment. And then here we can basically, well, add stuff to the loot tables. Because we're using the modify, we're basically going to add stuff to it, or, we're going to change it. And the way that we can do it is by the following way. So this is going to look a little bit crazy, but don't worry, you're going to get through this. So first of all, we're going to basically add the eggplant seeds to grass. So I'll copy over the if statement, and as I've said, it's going to look a little bit crazy over here, but don't worry about it. So this is actually going to be the table builder instead of the supplier. That's going to be okay. So there we go. So also, all of the code is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below. Get a repository and individual gist as well. And then let's go through this. So here, we're basically building a loot table inside of the code. So this is very similar to the loot table that we've seen, right here, right? So where we're building a pool, and then we're building some entries, and we have one role here, and we have different types. And this is pretty much what we're doing here as well. You can see we have a pool here, and then we have one role in this case, and then we have a random chance over here. So when we break a grass block, so this grass block, by the way, is the grass that grows on top of the block, right? The actual, not the block that can also be dirt, the grass that grows on top, basically. And from that, if we break it 35% of the time, we're going to get a eggplant seed. So this is pretty much how this works. And you can see we're getting either 1 or 2. So this is this count loot function. Now, going through the entire loot builder would probably be a 3-hour tutorial, which is just going to be absolutely too much and too crazy. What I suggest is you play around with this. How would you play around with this? Well, you can try the following. You can try the conditionally call over here, and then you have something that is called a loot condition. Now, if we middle mouse button click on this, you can see this is an interface. So what we can do is we can click on it, press Control H, and you can see these are all of the loot conditions that you can use. The way to use a loot condition, we're going to see that in just a moment. When we add the last modification there, we're going to actually see match tool loot condition over there. So that is one thing that you can do, and then the rest you can just play around with. Like I said, this is a little bit more advanced, probably for sort of intermediate Java knowledge should probably be required for this, because you're also messing with vanilla stuff, so who knows. The next one is going to be the igloo structure, and you can see already the pattern that emerges, right? You can see we're basically just asking, hey, is the ID that we're currently trying to modify the same as the ID that we've specified over here? And if it is, then we want to modify it. That is pretty much all that there's to it. So for the igloo, what we're going to do is we're just going to add the 8-ball to the igloo. So in every igloo, we're going to actually have an 8-ball spawn. And then last but not least, we're going to add the creeper here. So this is going to be, it's going to drop an eggplant, but only, you can see this is conditionally only if we actually kill it with a golden sword. Very important. So only drops if a golden sword is used, but then it should be dropped 100% of the time. So this hopefully will also work. That's going to be very interesting. And that is basically how you do it. So you can see match loot table condition.builder. You're going to need a item predicate in this case, an item predicate builder here, and then you should be fine. As I've said, it can be quite complicated to build these loot tables. It's not as straightforward as you might think, but once again, if you just play around with this a little bit, you should be fine. Right, so hopefully this is kind of understandable, and then what we need to do is we need to call the method over here inside of our onInitialize method. So we're just going to say mod loot table modifiers that modify loot tables. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Or if I was back in Minecraft, so let's just see when I break the grass, and there we go. We already have some eggplant seeds right there, and you can see we're not getting them all the time, but 35% of the time is basically when we expect this to drop. So there we go. Let's see if we can also get 2 of them to drop at the same time, because we've set it to either 1 or 2. So let's see. And there we go. We actually got 2 at the same time. That is the modified loot table of the grass. Or let's take a look at the igloo next over here. So let's just see. Oh, we actually have to go through water. That's also going to be okay. So there we are. And you can see the 8-ball has been successfully added to this loot table as well. Right, and for whatever reason, the creeper does not work. So, of course, I'm using the golden sword here, and I'm trying to kill it with the golden sword. And you can see a eggplant has not been dropped. So that is definitely something that is, something's going wrong there. So let's take another look at that as well. All right, so hard cut after here, and I have figured it out how to do it. So we can actually see this, right? Gold sword, and if I kill the creeper with it, an eggplant will drop. I'll show you how it works. It is actually vastly more complicated, sadly, but that is sometimes how it's going to be. Right, so this is now the condition. We actually need an entity property loot condition over here, looking at the killer. So we need to look at the property of the killer, and we want to look at the equipment property. So we need to make another builder over here that has an item predicate builder. So you can see it's absolute madness. But this is what I've said about this particular, loot pool builder and stuff. It can be sometimes very, very complicated, and you just have to play around with it for a while until you actually get what you immediately want. But that is basically how this would work. Let's press some buttons and add custom keybinds to Minecraft. Alright, we found ourselves back in Tooltips once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom keybinds to Minecraft. Now, this is actually part of a 4-tutorial part series. So this is the first part where we add literally just the keybind, and this is going to output something in the chat. That is all that's going to happen. Nothing more will be done in this tutorial. But the next tutorial, we're then going to be adding custom networking, and then we're going to be saving some data on the player. And then last but not least, we're also going to add a HUD element. So basically, the 4-part tutorial series that we're going to embark on is adding a thirst system to your player. Now, the first thing I wanted to mention here is you can definitely work through it and you can create it, and this is going to serve as a good example on how you would create something like a thirst system. However, please do not use this particular system exactly in your mod. Reasons for this are plentiful, but just a few of them. Number one, this is just an example for you to understand how you would go about actually adding it. Not only is it actually lacking a lot of features that a proper thirst system should have, there also are things that actually don't quite work 100%. And especially if you're just copying over the code, you should not use this particular system. It is just for you to understand how to do all of those things, add keybinds, custom networking, how to save data on the player, and then also last but not least, the custom HUD elements, but it should not be used in an actual mod. Please don't do this. I hope that that was enough of a disclaimer. I basically push away all responsibility. If you're using it in an actual mod and the mod breaks, then you have to fix it. Whatever the case may be, that's enough of a disclaimer here. Let's start. So what we want is we want a new package in our tutorial mod package, and that's going to be called the event package. And inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the key input handler. Now, this is going to be very interesting. So this will actually have a few things, a few fields, and 2 methods. First of all, we're going to have a public static final string. This is going to be the key category tutorial. So this is just going to be basically what our category is for our custom key bindings. What it basically is going to be called. So we're going to call this key category.tutorial. This is basically the translation key. The second key that we want is we want the key drink water. So basically we're going to have a drink water key. We're just going to call this key.drinkwater. Now, if we want to be like absolutely certain that everything is going to be fine, we're actually want to add our tutorial mod ID as well. Let's just do this key.category.tutorial just in case. And then we should be totally fine that those will not be taken. And then we're going to make a new custom keybind. So this is going to be a click static keybinding from, and this is very important, net Minecraft client option. Make sure you choose the correct one, not the one from Java X Swing. So from client option right here, and this is going to be called the drinking key. And then we need 2 new methods. The first method is going to be the register key input. So this is going to be public static void register key inputs. And this is going to actually use an event to register a particular key. So this is going to use the client tick events right here, .end client tick. So we're going to basically call this when a tick has ended. We're going to register this with a client, and you can see it already suggests to us this parameter here, and we're just going to add the curly brackets. The other curly bracket will generate automatically, and in theory here, what we would want to do is we want to check if the particular key binding is pressed. So we're going to say if drinking key dot was pressed, and then we want to do something. Now this happens when our custom key is pressed. All right, that's pretty good. Now what we're going to do is we're literally just going to output something in the chat. We're going to get the player via this, and we're just going to send a chat message over here, and we're just going to say, hello, I pressed a key. Now, once again, this will be changed in the next tutorial when we actually implement some networking, some custom networking. Then we're going to make a custom packet, and we're going to actually send some data over, and then we're going to do something a little bit different. For the time being, we're going to keep it like this. Now, we also need a public static void register method, and this is going to actually initialize the drinking key field over here. So we're going to say drinking key is going to be equal to the key binding helper, this one right here from client key binding version 1, and we're going to say register keybinds, and we're going to make a new key binding. There you go. And then what do we need? Well, first of all, the parameters here for the new keybind are, the first one is going to be the key drink water string. So this is going to be the name. So this is the translation key of the keybind's name. Then we want to know what this is, what type of input this is. So we're going to say input util that, and we want to use key system. This is basically the type of keybind. This is going to be for the keyboard, and then of course mouse is for the mouse. Should be fairly self-explanatory. Then we want the key code. The key code we're going to get through glfw.glfw_key_, and then whatever, well, basically key we want. In our case, we're just going to use the O key, but you can of course change this. You can see, you have plenty of other keys that you can choose over here. But like I said, we're going to choose the O key for the time being. And this is the type here, of course, also has to be key sys. There you go. And then the last parameter is going to be the key category tutorial. So this is going to be the translation key of the category that we're going to register this under. And we're going to make a new category in this case. Now we also want to call the register key inputs right here. So that's very important that we call this method as well. And then the register method should be called in the tutorial mod client class right here. We're just going to call the key input handler.register method right here. Now what's very important, if you don't have the client class done yet, then create this, make it implement the client mod initializer, and then very important, add it to your fabric mod JSON file right here under the client. That is extremely important, otherwise it will not work. So keep that in mind as well. All right, and last but not least, we also want to add the translation. So let's just copy that over here. Nothing too crazy, right? Just this translation key that we've made right here, and then the key translation key right here. So this is the drink water key, and these are the tutorial mod keys, basically, or we can also say key bindings. I mean, whatever we basically want to call the category, we can also just call it tutorial mod, the name of our mod, whatever basically you want to do here. That is pretty much all that we need to do, once again, to add a keybind. I want to stress this one more time. Next tutorial, we're going to be adding custom networking so that we can actually make something interesting happen instead of just sending a message over here. But for the time being, this is all that we're doing in this tutorial. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Or it finds us in Minecraft, and let's just go into the options control menu to the keybinds, and at the very bottom we should find, there we go, the tutorial mod category with the drink water key being O. So this is a great sign and already shows that everything should be working fine. So now if we press the O key while in game, we should get a message sent by our own player. So let's see, there we go, hello, I pressed a key. So exactly how we would want this to happen, let's just, if we keep it pressed down, then you can see it should in theory output this every tick. So when you keep it pressed down, but overall that is pretty awesome. And that is pretty much how easy it is to add a custom keybind to Minecraft. And like I said, for the actual functionality, we'll need custom networking, which we're going to cover in the next video. You have mail. Let's explore custom networking in Fabric. Alright, we found ourselves back in GeckoLib once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about custom networking, a absolute banger of a topic, and also can be quite important. Now this is part 2 of our adding of a thirst system to Minecraft, and once again, this is going to be very interesting indeed. So let's start with the networking aspect. We're first of all going to make an example packet that we're going to send that's just going to do one thing. And then we're going to, well, continue along a little bit with the drinking stuff and the thirst system, but not too crazy. So let's go into our tutorial mod package. We're going to right click new package called networking. And then inside of here, we're going to create a new Java class called the mod messages. So that's just how I basically call all of our packets. You could also call this mod packets. You could call this networking messages, whatever you want. I personally prefer to call it mod messages. Whatever your name you choose is fine. For each message we need an identifier. So we're going to make a public static final identifier from net Minecraft util over here. And we're basically going to call this the drinking ID, for example. And that's just equal to a new identifier, tutorial mod.mod ID, and then of course a name. And it's going to be drinking in this case. Let's just duplicate this. And we're also going to have a thirst sync ID, because we're going to need to synchronize the thirst later. Thirst sync, of course, changing the name here. And this is just going to be an example ID. This is just going to be the example ID, called example. Because as I've said, I want to make one example here. Now we're going to make 2 static classes, public static void, register C2S packets. And we'll make another one. We're just going to copy this over. And we're going to call the other one S2C packets. Now, what does that mean? Now, as you might know, Minecraft is split up into client and server. What we've seen last time with the keybind example over here, right? When we actually press a key, this one right here, this happens when our custom key is pressed. That's great, but this ever only happens on the client and not the server. The server doesn't even know that we've pressed a key. This is why we need to do something, that being sending a message via the networking to the server so that the server knows a certain key has been pressed. And similarly, the other way around, sometimes the server has to notify one client or all clients in a certain radius about something happening. This is why we're going to have two different register methods. C to S simply means client to server, while S to C means server to client. Now the S to C actually will be called in the tutorial mod class right here. So we're going to call mod messages.register C to S. So this should be the client to server, very important. And then in the tutorial mod client package, we want to say mod messages.register S to C. And now both of the methods are called, and that should be pretty much what we need. Now what I want to do first, as an example, I basically want to send a message when we click our custom keybind over here, and I just want to spawn a cow. That's all I want to do, because I might or might not have explained this. To spawn something in the world is a thing that only the server can do. If the client could do it, then in theory, you could make a hack client, just say, hey, spawn a cow, and it would just spawn a cow because the server would just be like, okay, that's fine. So this is why it only happens on the server. The client pretty much only does input as well as rendering. That is pretty much all that the client does, and everything important happens on the server. So what we, in the C2S packets method, we want to call server play networking, not the add-on, but the networking right here, this one. And we want to call the register global receiver. We want to pass in the example ID identifier. And then here, you can see we need a channel handler. Now we could make a new one inline, but I personally don't like this. I personally want to make a packet. So what we're going to do is we're going to just keep this arrow for the time being, and we're just going to go into our networking, and I'm going to make a new package called packets. We're going to go into the networking package, right-click new package, and we're going to call this packet. Inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the example C2S packet. Now you can see the naming convention. You can, of course, name them whatever you want, but the convention I personally go with expressing what it does, then from where to where it goes, and then ending it with packet, just so that I know that it is a packet. Here we want to make a new public static void receive method. The method signature here has to be exactly correct. We want to do Minecraft server called server. Then we want a server player entity called player. We then want a server play network handler called handler. We then want a packet byte buff called buff. And then last but not least, we want a packet sender called response. A packet sender called response sender. Let's import the packet sender over here, and that should be fine. And now what we can do in the mod messages is that we should be able to say example C2S packet : receive. And no errors should be present if, as I've said, the parameters here are correct. Let's just change the name over here, response sender, there you go. And now the crazy thing is the following. Everything here happens only on the server. So inside of this receive method, we are definitely on the server, because what has happened is that a packet has been sent from the client to the server, and this receive method is called when that particular packet, in this case our example C2S packet, has been received. Then this method is called, and now we can do basically whatever we want to do on the server. So in theory, what we can do is we can just spawn a cow. So we're going to say entity type.cow.spawn. The server world will get that through player.world. Then we're just going to say null player, player.get block pause, spawn reason.triggered, true and false. And I believe that that should be it. There we go. So we're going to get an error here on the world. What we can just do after the world, we can just do .cast. And then it should already suggest to us the server world. We're just going to double click, and there we go. Now we can just cast the world over here because we know we are only on the server. This always only happens on the server. Therefore, we can just cast it without even checking, basically. If I now were to send this packet from the client to the server would spawn a cow. So this, of course, would be horribly broken. So definitely don't add this to your mod. This, once again, is just an example. So how do we then send that packet? So first of all, we need to somehow know where to send this packet from. Well, in our case, I actually want to send the packet right here when I press my key. We're just going to delete this, and we're just going to say the following. We're going to say client play networking dot send. We need to supply an identifier and a packet byte buff. So the first thing is going to be mod messages dot. This is going to be the example ID, and then we're going to make a packet byte buffs. So this one right here cow.create. Because in this case, we actually don't want to send any additional data, because if we actually take a look at this, this doesn't use any additional data. We're going to see one example where we actually do send some additional data, but in this case, we actually don't need to, because we only basically want the server to be like, okay, this is this type of packet, let's do this, no additional data needed. And that is actually literally all that we need to do to properly do this. So now a custom packet will be sent when we press our custom key. We're going to send the example ID packet, which is of course linked to the example C2S packet right here. The receive method will be called, and a cow will be spawned at the player's position when we press our custom key. So as a first step, let's see if that works, and then we'll continue afterwards. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and now in theory, right, we have our custom key that we've added last time, and if I go down, you can see it's the, of course it's called the drink water key, but right now it should just spawn a cow at my position. So let's just press O, and there we go, a cow has been spawned. And yes, I can spam it and multiple cows will spawn, because that's basically how it works, right? The server just executes what we've basically made, and it also is only on the server, and we can actually see that those are real cows. If I kill it, you can see I do have an item, and I can also then throw the item around. This pretty much shows that yes, actually this is a normal cow, and it has been added via the server and not just like a client ghost. That can sometimes also happen, but in this case it actually spawns cows. So that's pretty cool. That's the first step, but let's now add some drinking stuff next. Right, so hopefully that's a really cool example for a packet here in this case. And now what we're going to do is we're actually going to comment this out, because now, we want to go into a little bit more of the drinking stuff. So for this, what we're going to need is just a packet that, well, somehow, drinks some water. Now we're not going to save anything at the moment, but we're still going to add it. So in our packet package, right click new Java class, and this is going to be the drinking. This is the C2S packet, and let's just see what we can come up with here. So of course this is going to have the same method as this one, because we're going to send it from the client to the server. So I'm just going to copy this over, and once again, let's actually keep this comment over here. Then we know that everything here happens only on the server side, and then we can just like generally think about what we want to do, right? So of course we want to make a thirst system. So in theory, what I want to do here is I want to be, if I'm in, let's say, 2 blocks of water, let's say for the sake of argument, right? If 2 blocks of water are somewhere around me, then when I press the drinking key, I want basically the player to drink. So first of all, let's just get the server world here as a variable, just to make this a little bit nicer, so we don't have to type out get world every time. And then let's think about this, right? So in theory, if there's water around, I want something particular to happen. And if there's no water around, then I want something else to happen. So basically, we want to know whether or not the player is around water. So let's just say is around water. And then let's think about how we could like actually assign this variable to something proper. So there's a really cool thing in Minecraft. We can basically get blockpass.stream. So we can get a stream of blockpass via a block box over here. And this is really cool, because we can actually make a box around the player. So we can say stream dot, and then we can say player dot get a bounding box. You can see this is a box over here, right? And what we can do is we can expand its size. So the bounding box of the player should be, I think, just 1, 1. But what we can do is we can, for example, say, hey, let's expand this to size 2, so that it basically encompasses 2 into every direction around the player. And then with the stream, what we can do is we can map this. We can get the block state of each of those positions. So if this is a little bit confusing to you, don't worry. I will try to explain it after I'm done with this one more time. Then we can filter and can say, hey, if the state is of blocks.water, then we're going to convert this into an array, and then we're going to just check if the length is bigger than 0. And then we know the player has water around them. Now, once again, what is this craziness? Well, this stream right here, the first one. So the first line over here, block pause stream, and then passing in the bounding box and expanding it by 2 basically gets you every block position in every direction for a length of 2 around the player. That is the general idea right here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to convert all of those block positions into block states, so that now after we're calling the map over here, right, this one in this case, if I put a dot over here, right, you can see now we actually have a stream of block states instead of block positions. Having the block states, we can now say, hey, we can filter and say, hey, let's go through all of the block states that we now have and only keep the ones that are water. Then we're going to turn all of that into an array. So now we have an array of block states, and they should only contain block states that are of type water. Any one of them is water, so that means that if there's at least one in there, right, if the length of this array is more than 0, then we know hey, we are around water. So that is, of course, a completely custom thing that I've done. Hopefully this is somewhat understandable to you. This definitely requires a little bit more Java knowledge than just, a beginner, but still pretty awesome indeed. Now, personally, I actually want to get this into a new method. So we're going to right-click refactor extract method, and we're going to call it is water around them. That's what we're going to do. And then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to add an integer, which I'm going to call the size, and we're going to put the size over in here, just in case we ever want to change this, right? Then it's a little bit easier to change for us. And then what we can do is we can immediately make this an if statement. So if water is around them, then we want something particular to happen, and else we want something else to happen. So if we do have water around the actual player, we of course want something to be like, notify the player. Maybe we want to play the drinking sound. And we might also want to do something like output how much thirst player has. We might also want to do something like actually add the water level to the player, right? So that we actually change something. So we can do pretty much the first two of those, and the last two we can only do after actually saving some data on the player. But we can notify the player, no worries. What we can do is we can just say player.sendMessage text.literal, and we're just going to say drank water. Now, to actually make this even better, what we're going to do is we're actually going to introduce some more strings over here. So we're just going to make a private static final string, and this is going to be the message underscore drinking underscore water. And we're going to make this a string, and this is just going to be message.tutorialmod.drank underscore water. And this, of course, once again, is just the translation key that we're going to use. So instead of making a literal one, we're just going to make text.translatable and then passing in the message drink water. Right, there we go. So now we're notifying the player that they were drinking some water. Now let's also play the drinking sound. I'm actually just going to copy this over because it's going to look pretty much the same anytime. So you can see we're just taking the world play sound. We're making the player null because otherwise the player would not hear this sound. We're going to play this at the position that the player is in. We're going to say that this is the generic drinking sound. This is the sound category players. Volume is half of it, and then we're also going to just, make a random pitch over here. Now, one more thing I actually do want to do for the send message over here, I actually do want to call fill style over here, and then we're going to say style.empty.withColor, and then we're just going to say formatting.dark aqua, just because it will look a little bit nicer when this actually is going to be sent. And then also let's do the false over here so that it's not going to be shown in the action bar. I don't actually think that we need the false over there. I think that if you don't put in the false, then it's going to be not shown in the action bar per default, but it's just going to be a little bit nicer like this. Right, so as I said, these are the two things that we can do at the moment. The other two down here, we actually can't. Now let's think about what happens if we are not around water. What do we want to do? Well, we still want to notify the player, right? We still basically want to do the same thing. We want to notify the player, but this time that there's no water around. Let's just copy over the send message from up above, and then we need to have another message. So we're just going to say message underscore no water nearby, and then we're just going to say call this no underscore water, and then this is going to be the message no water nearby. And maybe let's make this red to get a little bit more emphasis over here. Of course, in this case, we actually don't want to call the play sound. That makes a lot of sense. And that is pretty much all that we want to do in this case. We just want to notify the player, hey, there's no water around. All right, let's add those two messages to our translation here, en_us JSON file. Right, once again, message tutorial mod drank water. It's just basically what we're defining right here. This is the key, and then the actual output is going to be drank water, and here no water around. I think that that's going to be pretty good, and that should basically notify the player as to what is happening here. Let's make sure that this packet is properly registered as well. So in our mod messages, we're just going to once again call server play networking. .register global receivers. This time it's going to be the drinking ID, and then the second parameter is going to be the drinking C2S packet : receive, ending it with a semicolon, and there we go. That should be pretty much all that we need to do right here. Now to call this, when we actually press our drinking key, we need to go into our key input handler once again, and then once again call client play networking .send mod messages .drinking ID, and then packet byte buffs .create. Because once again, we're not sending any additional data over here. We're just basically sending a blank byte buffer in this case. And that is actually all that we need to do for our custom packet. Now, once again, this is not complete, right? We're not adding any data to the player just yet. We're just quote unquote drinking, even though it doesn't do anything. It just outputs a message and it plays a sound, but it's pretty exciting nonetheless, because of course the thirst that the player has, it actually needs to be saved on the player. And we're going to do that in the next tutorial of the series, where we actually save the data on the player. But for the time being, let's go into the game and see if we can actually drink water. All right, so we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's just, for the sake of argument, go, outside of water so that I'm not near water, and we're going to press the drink water key, and there we go. We got the no water around, well, output basically, and also no sound. Now, if I'm close enough to water so that I can drink it, right, I'm going to press the O key again, and there we go. We both heard the sound as well as the drink water right here in the dark aqua, well, basically output. And we can see, we can basically see at what sort of, location this is it. So right here, I would be close enough to this one that it's basically, 2-ish blocks away. And there we go. So that's really, really awesome. And that is pretty much how easy it is to add some custom networking to Minecraft. So of course, those were two examples where we actually send something from the client to the server. In this particular tutorial, we're not going to have an example sending anything from the server to the client. We're going to see that in the next tutorial, because we're actually going to need that for synchronizing the server and the client thirst data once we've actually implemented it. For the time being, it is not needed. Hopefully the networking stuff was still kind of understandable to you. It can be sometimes very, very complicated to sort of understand how everything works and how everything is going. But for the time being, hopefully at least this will serve as a very good first introduction to networking. I highly suggest just playing around with it a little bit as well. But for the time being, this would be it for this tutorial right here. Hope you found this useful and you learned something new. And as soon as it's available, you can continue with the next tutorial. Drink up and let's save some data on the player. Alright, we found ourselves back in Kaupenjoe once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding some data to the player so that we can save our custom drinking or a custom thirst on the player. This is of course the continued thirst system that we've started in the previous two tutorials. Once again, to sort of rehash the first tutorial, in the first tutorial we added a custom keybind via the events over here. So we have a keybind, a drinking key, and then in the last tutorial we worked through some networking over here, hopefully somewhat understandable. And now we're going to continue by adding custom data to the player. Now, once again, I want to reiterate that while this is going to be a roughly complete system for, a thirst system at the end of the 4 tutorials, so we're going to have this one right here for the data saving, and next tutorial we're going to do a custom HUD elements. After that, it's going to be working. However, once again, I want to say that you should not use this in a mod. You shouldn't just copy it over, put it into your mod, and just use it. I highly recommend against it, because not only are there still a few features missing from this, I think that there's one thing that actually doesn't 100% work. So this is really just an example of how you could do it, how you could approach it, and then it is for you to continue working on this and making this solid and robust. Whatever the case may be, for our custom data saving, what we're going to need is a mixin. So we're going to go into all sorts of crazy things. So let's go into our mixin package, right click, new Java class. This is going to be the mod entity data saver mixin. So this is basically going to be a thing. I've already done this previously. So this is basically a class that I've already made in the previous 2 versions of my tutorials, I think. And we're going to use this to basically add NBT data to the entity class. So for this, we'll actually need in the util package a new interface, and we're just going to call this the iEntity data saver. So this is basically how I choose to call it. And this is going to have just one simple class over here, NBT compound, and this is going to be called get persistent data. And that is all that we need for this interface, and we never need to look at it again. It's very important that you do not put this interface into the mixin package, then it's not going to work. It has to be outside of the mixin package. And our mixin class over here, first of all, is going to be an abstract class, and it will also implement the iEntity data saver interface. Now, to make a mixin, I will actually link in the top right corner the sort of mixin explanation video on how everything works. I'm not going to go into too much detail on how everything works here, because this really is only focused on, well, basically continuing along with this. But you can see we need this add mixin annotation here on top of the class, and we want to change the entity netminecraft entity class right here, .class. So this is basically how we want to do this, and we want to add to it a private NBT compound called persistent data. Now that we've added this, we'll also add an override. So we're just going to say override get persistent data. And what we want to do here is we just want to say if this.persistent data is null. So if there's no data saved on this entity just yet, then we just want to make a new instance of some compound NBT over here. And if there is already something in there, then we're just going to return the already existing persistent data. Now this, of course, needs to be somehow saved. And for that, I'm going to copy over the two injects. I'm going to roughly explain what the frick is going on here. So in the entity class, if I middle mouse button click on this, we're going to be able to find the write NBT method, this one right here. And we're also going to be able to find the read NBT method. And for this, at the very top of this method, we're basically injecting right this here. So we're asking, hey, does the NBT contain any Kaupenjoe data? And if it does not, and if it does here, then we're going to read it. And then here, if the NBT data is not null, so if there is any NBT data, then we're also writing our custom NBT data into the NBT file that is basically being saved for our entity. That is the general overview. As I've said, it's a very crude overview, but that is the general idea here, so that we basically have access to an NBT compound for every entity. And in our case, we're going to need it for the player to actually properly save the thirst data onto the player. Now, what we also need to do for our mixin is go into the tutorial mod mixin JSON file and actually specify the name here. So this is the mod entity data saver mixin. Very important that this is also written correctly, just like this class over here. And then we should be fine. And this should be pretty much functional at this point. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a helper class for this. So we're just going to do this in the util package. I'm going to call this the thirst data class, and this is just going to have some static methods that are going to help me basically, add thirst and remove thirst. So let's start by making the first method over here. We're just going to make this a public static int add thirst. Now this will take an iEntity data saver. This would be the player in this case, and we're also going to put an amount of thirst that we're basically wanting to add. Now let's just copy over sort of roughly line by line this particular method. First of all, we're just getting the NBT from the player. You can see, because this is of course an iEntity data saver, in this case, we can just get the persistent data from it, and this is going to be an NBT. Now we're getting an integer called thirst from this NBT, and we're just saving it in a particular integer right here. Then we basically want to check whether or not the thirst and the amount that we're adding towards it is bigger or equal to 10. And then we're just setting it to 10. So this is basically looks something like this. Might be a bit complicated at first, but when you really think about it, the only thing we're checking here is that if the amount that we're adding on to this thirst is bigger or equal to 10, we're just making it this is equal to 10. Otherwise, we're just going to add it. Now, you could also do this with a max method call from the math. I do usually prefer to do it like this because for me, it's a little bit more understandable looking at it like this. But once again, a max method would also totally work in this case. Then I want to resave the NBT data. This is, of course, working with nbt.put under the thirst name and then just adding in thirst. And this is, of course, the modified thirst variable right here. So either having added the amount here or setting it to 10 in this case. We also want to then sync the data. So we're not going to be able to do this just yet. And then at the end here, we just want to return the thirst, and that would be the add thirst method. Now, because the remove thirst method is incredibly similar, I'm just going to copy over the entire method. You can see here the sync here, of course, does not quite work just yet. We have to implement some other stuff for that in just a moment. But for the time being, we're just going to basically ignore this. But you can see it's pretty much the same method, right? We're getting the thirst here, and here we're just checking whether or not the amount would be lower than 0, and then we're just capping it at 0. Otherwise, we're removing the thirst and then saving it once again. So nothing too crazy. And these are pretty much the two methods that we need. All right, so this is pretty good already. Now let's go into the drinking packet, right? So this is the drinking packet, and now we have the actually add water level to player. Well, we can now do this, right, by doing thirst.thirstData.add thirst, and we can say, well, player dot, and then we need to cast it to an iEntity data saver. Now we can do this because anything can be cast to any interface. And because we know that the player entity is an entity, we know that the iEntity data saver can be basically used. So that's going to be very good. We then want to get the persistent data from this. And then we just want to say 1. So we're basically increasing the thirst data amount for this particular player by 1. And that's pretty much all that we need to do. To output how much thirst the player has, let's actually do this after the player drank the amount. I think that makes a little bit more sense. So let's just say after this player.send message once again, we're going to say text dot. Let's do a literal this time, just so that we have something displaying, and we're just going to say thirst, and then iEntity data saver again, right, the player. Then we want to get the persistent data. we want to get the int called thirst, and that is pretty much all that we want to do. Now, we can also, of course, still make this a little bit nicer to look at. So let's just make a fill style, do style.empty, and then let's give it a color. Let's take this color, let's do formatting, and let's choose aqua this time. And also, let's actually make this display in the action bar. That's going to be a little bit more interesting. So this is going to be outputting the current thirst level of player. So now our 4 things that we wanted to do here are done. We're first notifying the player that, we're drinking water, then we're playing the drinking sound, we're then adding the data to the player, right? So we're basically increasing the thirst by 1, and then here we're also outputting how much, thirst level the player basically has. Now, just for the sake of argument, let's also output how much thirst the player has when we are not drinking anything. It doesn't make any difference basically, and we can still do this. Now here at the very end, we probably also want to synchronize the thirst as well, just in case, but we can just do this after we're actually implementing the synchronization. Now, in this case, this would actually already work. If I'm not mistaken, this should already save the data properly. However, there is one thing that it, of course, doesn't do, like the thirst actually doesn't decrease. So for that, we're going to make a server tick event, and this is basically one of the reasons why we do need the synchronization, because this now happens on the server. So in our event package, we're going to right-click new Java class, and we're going to call this the player tick handler. This will actually implement the server tick events dot start tick, the interface right here. We're going to hover over this implement methods. It's going to implement one particular method over here. You can see the onStartTick method. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy over the entire contents of this, but they should be fairly self-explanatory. So we're basically looping through every single player that is currently on the server. And then we're just making a new random float over here, basically saying, hey, if this float is smaller or equal to 0.005, then what we're going to do is then we're going to basically remove 1 thirst from the player, and we're also going to make this display for that particular player. Now, to initialize this server tick event over here, we need to go to our tutorial mode class, and we're just going to say server tick events dot start tick event dot register, and then making a new player tick handler over here. Now, as I've mentioned, this is a very crude way of actually really removing this, right? This is just random. It takes nothing into account, right? It doesn't count anything or similar. This is why I said, the drinking system does work, but it is definitely not complete and not usable in an actual mod. This really is just for demonstration purposes only. But now we have an issue where this remove thirst over here is actually called on the server. Oh no. Now this is also called on the server, but the issue is that nowhere has it told the client that anything is happening. Now, in our case, at this point, we should not actually be able to notice this if we go into the game. So let's, for the sake of argument, go into the game, see if this works, and then see where the pitfalls might lie. All right, so for ourselves in Minecraft again, you can see we already had this removed first, very interesting. So if we got a 2 there actually, so there's no water around right now, but you can see in the middle here, thirst is 0. So let's see if I just drink a little bit, you can see it actually does increase. And if I, look for it again, you can see thirst is 8. Now, as soon as we decrease, right, let's just wait for a second. There we go. We should now have, you have 6 now, you can see. So to remove thirst, and then of course we have 6. So let's just wait for another remove for this point, and then it should be 5. There we go. So that definitely does work, and that's pretty cool. If we actually go outside of the world and we enter back into it, now it should also save this. So if we don't get unlucky and the thirst removes itself again immediately at the beginning of the server, we should have thirst 5 exactly how you would expect it to. That is, of course, because of the mixin, right? The NBT data is properly saved and everything is working totally fine. Now, as I've said, this now sort of works because the data is being saved. However, it is not properly synchronized to the client. Now, we're probably going to just keep it like this, and we're going to see that issue manifest when we add the HUD later down the line, because the HUD is going to be client only, and therefore, basically, we need the synchronization after that. But overall, that's already pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, that basically concludes this tutorial right here, right? Saving some data on the player, and it does work really, really well. Like I said, currently, the actual thirst data is not synchronized to the client. However, we're going to fix that in the next tutorial. Let's do it. Let's add custom HUD elements to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding custom HUD elements to Minecraft, thus concluding the custom thirst system series or sub-series in the Fabric tutorials. So once again, I want to highly recommend the 3 previous tutorials where we added, First of all, custom keybinds, then custom networking, and then saving data on the player. Those are all pretty much necessary for this to work, but if you're just looking for how exactly can I implement some custom HUD rendering, this is probably still going to work for you. However, the entire thing basically relies on everything else. So for this, what we're going to do is we're just going to make a new package called client. And inside there, we're going to right click new Java class, and this is going to be the Thirst HUD overlay class. Now this will implement the HUD render callback right here, and then we'll just hover over this implement methods, the on HUD render method right there, and there we go. Now I will copy over two identifiers that I've already prepared, and those is going to be the filled thirst and the empty thirst. Now those are just two textures inside of our textures folder inside of a custom directory called thirst. And I will be copying over both of those, and those will of course also be available to you. There we go, so we have them here. Of course, we want to render some images there. That should make sense. Now, when it comes to the contents of the on HUD render method, I'm going to, start slow and we'll basically work our way up. So first of all, we basically want an X and Y position, and this is basically only gotten through the Minecraft client. So what we want to do is we want to do the following. We want to check whether or not the client is not null, right? And if it isn't, then we can get the width and the height of the actual window. So this is going to be the scaled width and the scaled height. And then what we want to do is we want to halve the width and just take the exact height here, and then we can basically proceed with that. How are we then able to render, let's say, the empty thirst textures first? Well, this is going to look something like this. So once again, it actually is not as complicated as it might look. Let's look at the first three lines here. So we're just setting the shader, then we're setting the color to just normal color in this case, and then the shader texture, we're just going to say, hey, just take this empty thirst texture, and then we're going to draw that particular texture. Now we're going to draw it 10 times because of course when we've implemented the thirst system, it basically goes from 0 to 10. So we basically have 11 different states, 0 thirst all the way to 10 thirst full, and then every one of them is going to be filled. Now in this case, this will only draw the empty thirst, and the filled thirst actually has to be drawn in a little bit of a different way. Now all of the draw texture ones here, right? So the X, then -94, and then plus all of this craziness. This has all been calculated beforehand so that I have it neatly set up at the correct place where I want it to. This just comes down to trying out a bunch of different values and just making sure that everything works fine. Now, it's very important that your X and your Y are definitely dependent on your width and your height of the actual window, because if they aren't, then the position would change if you change the size of the window, which of course is not something that you would want. To now also add the filled thirst texture, we're first of all going to set the texture right here, and then we're going to make another for loop, and this is going to look something like this. So the general idea is that we're basically going through the same idea, right? We're going through the same for loop in this case, but what we're doing is we're basically getting the instance of this particular player. Now we can do this, right? Getting the instance of the player, because we know this ever only happens on the client, so we know that only one player is ever available. We're getting the persistent data and getting the thirst value there, and if it is more than I, right? So then we're basically drawing a particular texture, and if it isn't, then we're just going to break out of the for loop, meaning basically we're basically going to draw as many filled thirst vials as we have a thirst variable in this case. So that is pretty much all that we're doing here. Now let's actually register this thirst HUD overlay. How do we do this? Well, in the tutorial mod client class, we just have to add this to the HUD render callback event. So HUD render callback.event.register, and then making a new thirst HUD overlay, and that is pretty much all that we need to do here. Now, this will already add the overlay to our game. Now, once again, what's very important is that I've mentioned this last time, this will not actually display the filled ones right now because the data is not properly synchronized to the client. We're just still going to take a look at it just so that we see that this works, and then we're going to synchronize it properly, and then the entire system will finally work. Let's go into the game and first of all see our custom HUD. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft, and as you can clearly see, we already have a custom HUD, and if we go into the survival mode, you can see it also, roughly speaking, sort of fits in there. Now it is being overlaid on top of this, but once again, this is why I'm saying that the entire system is not quite ready or quite to be used, and you can also see it does not properly synchronize, right? Here we have thirst 8, but are 8 vials being filled? No, they are not, because once again, the synchronization is not quite done just yet. This is one more step that we need to do. We need to add one more custom packet so that this also synchronizes, and then after that is done, we have the entire system fully done, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. But this already pretty freaking good progress. Right, so as I've said, we need to synchronize this. Now this happens in the thirst data right here. You can see the synchronization right here and right here. So for that, we somehow need to synchronize it. For this, we need another packet. So we're just going to create a new Java class here. This is going to be the thirst sync data S2C packet, because this time we're actually sending it from the server to the client. And for this, we're actually going to need a little bit of a different receive method. Now it looks a little bit different. Now let's just add it, and you will see it's not actually that complicated. If we take a look at this, we had the server player, server play network handler, packet buffer, and a packet sender, while the server to client has a Minecraft client, the client play network handler, the packet byte buffer, and the packet sender. So it's not too different, but overall that is it. Now here, we're literally just putting the thirst right in here, and we're actually reading something from the buffer. So this time, we actually do need additional data added to the actual message, in this case to the packet, but once again, this is going to be no worries at all. So we're first of all going to register this packet in the mod messages, and this time in the S2C packets method, of course, because this is server to client. This works by calling client play networking.register global receivers, this time putting in the thirst sync ID, and then saying thirst sync data S2C packet : receive, ending with a semicolon, and no errors should be present. Once again, if this is done correctly, then everything should work totally fine in this case. The message is now being properly registered, but now, of course, we still need to somehow send that message. And we have seen how to send messages before, right? In our key input handler right here, right? We're sending the drinking ID message, and that all works fine. But where should we send this sync data packet, right? From where should we send this? Well, we're going to send it in the thirst data right here. We basically always want to synchronize when the thirst is added or the thirst is removed. We don't want to synchronize every tick, because that would be just way too many packets being sent. We only want to send the packet, in this case, when we actually synchronize or change the thirst data, because otherwise, of course, they don't need to be changed. So for this, I will just copy over the method. Now it is very, very straightforward. So you can see this is just the thirst sync ID over here. So you can see we're just creating a new buffer over here. We're writing in the thirst that we're passing into this sync thirst method, and then we're sending it via the server play network to this specific player over here, this message, and then just this buffer. Nothing too crazy over here, and nothing actually crazy going on. So we can then do this sync thirst over here, and then we're just going to call the same thing right here after it is being basically modified over here. We're just synchronizing the actual data to this particular player. Now, what's very important is that this, of course, always happens on the server, right? The add thirst and the remove thirst, where are they called? Middle mouse button click. You can see this happens on the server tick events, right? So this is always on the server, and then same with the add thirst. This is always called in the receive method of the drinking client to server packet, meaning that this also only or ever happens on the server. That is why we can be sure that we can cast this to a server player entity. Once again, very important in that moment. And then here I actually also want to synchronize this. Now the reason for this is just that, so when we actually do press the O key somewhere else, that this synchronizes, because there is one tiny thing that is kind of a weird thing. Let's just add this first, and then I will explain why this is kind of necessary to have. So there you go, shouldn't be anything too crazy, right? We're just, once again, making the player an identity data saver, getting the persistent data thirst here, and then just putting it in there. Why I want to have this is when we first join the world, we're actually not going to have the data synchronize. This means that our display is actually not going to be, well, displaying what the actual contents of the thirst is. We first have to, well, either get a thirst removed, or we first have to synchronize it ourselves. I've not been able to get it to work. If anyone else gets it to work, then please do notify me. I would be more than happy to sort of add an addendum or something like that to it, or add a gist in the comments below, right, to basically send people to how to do it, but I was not able to do it. Using the entity join world event or something like that, where it's called, then the issue there is that the client is always null, right? So this client right here is always null at that point in time, and it doesn't just work. And if I say, hey, don't do it when you're null, then it doesn't fire it. So I don't know how to do it. If anyone knows, please do feel free to tell me. But whatever the case may be, this is all that we need to do. Now the player should also synchronize the thirst from the server to the client. And of course, because our HUD, right, our HUD is client only, now this should also be properly done. So if we get the persistent data thirst right here, then we should actually get a proper number, and then it should also be displaying the filled thirst vials, and thus we have our system complete. Let's go into the game once more and see if it works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft. I've paused just in case so we can see that currently there are no, well, basically it's still all empty. Now, as soon as I go out of the menu, I'm going to press O to basically show, hey, there's no water around, and this is also going to synchronize the data, and then we should see, I think, 8 vials basically fill up. So let's see, there we go. So we have 7 thirst, and now the vials are also filled up. Now the reason this is the reason why I've paused via the escape menu, because of course the remove thirst would immediately synchronize this and then we'll basically change it. But you've already seen that it basically removes one. Let's just wait for another remove. There we go. So now we only have 5 thirst, and we can see 5 thirst, now 4. And if I, drink up, you can see they're filling up. And at 10, I'm basically capped at 10. And then at some point when the first removes itself again, then we're going to see we only have 9 vials filled. So this is pretty freaking awesome, right? A very, very rough system of the thirst. Once again, this is definitely not bulletproof for actual use in a mod. This is genuinely just for you to see, okay, this is one example of how it might work and how it might look like and how you can properly do it. So you definitely would have to do some more work yourself on, adding something like this proper to the game, but it might be a very, very good place to start. Right, and that concludes the 4-part series on adding a rough thirst system to Minecraft. Let's update to 1.19.1. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this very short tutorial, we're going to be updating to 1.19.1. So the reason we're of course doing this is because, well, 1.19.1 is out, and we want to update to it. Now, luckily, from what I've seen so far, the differences are actually so minor that we can probably just change the numbers in our Gradle properties file and it's just going to work. This is how crazy this is. So that's actually a really good sign in this moment that we don't have to do anything crazy here. Of course, the numbers can all be gotten from here, fabricmc.net develop over here. So those are basically the numbers. So let's just change them. So of course, the Minecraft version is 1.19. This is Yarn Mappings 1.19.1 build 1. The loader version is 0.14.8, and then the fabric version is 58.5, 1.19.1. And then let's also change our mod version here in this case, and I believe the rest should be fine. The Loom version for the Gradle still is 0.12 snapshot, so that should all be fine. And that is pretty much all that we need to change. Of course, you're watching this in the future, so possibly those numbers have changed. Do take a look at the develop site again. I will link that in the description as well. And then we'll just hit the little elephant, let Gradle reload what it needs to reload. And once again, this can take anywhere from a few seconds to a minute or so, depending on how fast your PC internet connection is, all of that craziness. Let's just let this run through. And once it's done, we'll see if everything still works. Right there we are, 46 seconds. That should be it. And once again, there should be no errors present at the moment. So let's just try and run the client. And I think everything should still work. That would be, of course, a best case scenario. Now, going forward, we are, of course, going to use the 1.19.1 version here with both the Fabric and the Forge versions, basically. So there might be some incompatibilities with the just 1.19 version, but at the same time, there's really no reason to stay on 1.19 when we really think about it. So Minecraft is already starting here, so that's a very good sign. And there we are. It looks like it all works, so that's perfect. Well, then that's pretty much all that we need to do right here. Now we're ready to go into even crazier topics. I'm telling you, the planned topics are absolutely awesome, and I hope that you are going to like them. Splish splash, and let's add a custom fluid to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom fluid to Minecraft. Now this will involve quite a bit of copying and pasting over, as sometimes happens in modding over here. However, I will try to explain each method that I copy over best of my ability, and there are also some limitations with the fluid, but hopefully those are going to be okay. So first of all, in our tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click new package called Fluid. And inside of there, we need 2 new classes. One of them is the mod Fluids class, and the other one is going to be our custom fluid, and that is going to be the soap water fluid. First of all, we want to make this an abstract class, and then we want to extend the flowable fluid over here. And you can see we don't have to implement anything from the flowable fluid because this is actually an abstract class, so we should be totally fine. Now, what we do want is 2 static classes in here, but let's actually start at the very beginning. We want to override a few different methods. The first one is the isInfinite method. That one simply is going to return false. It should be fairly self-explanatory what this does, right? If it's infinite, then you could do a 2x2 with this particular fluid, and it's going to become infinite. Then we might want to override the before breaking block method. Now this one is very interesting because this one is basically called when this fluid flows into a block that could be broken. So for example, a torch, right? and this governs the behavior that then happens. Now what we can do is we can just do this one right here. So this would basically just drop the block more or less. So this would be the behavior that water has. We can, by the way, also take a look at the flowable fluid, press Ctrl H, and then take a look at the water fluid, for example. And you can see it's doing exactly the same thing over here. And you can also, which is very important, see all of the different things that the water fluid basically has inside of it. So I highly recommend taking a look at both the water fluid as well as the lava fluid classes, so you get a better idea of what exactly the values might be. Whatever the case may be, this is the second method, and then let's continue along. Let's get the flow speed. This is an integer. Now this should be, if I recall correctly, this is 4 for the water, so we can just take another look at this flow speed right here. You can see there's a 4 right here, and we can even take a look at a lava, and I believe lava, and you can see for lava actually the flow speed is dependent on whether or not it's in the nether, basically, right? So this would be an ultra warm dimension, then it is 4, and if it's in the overworld, then it's 2. So that's the general idea here, so hopefully that makes sense as well. Let's get some of the other ones in, and then we'll see. Get level decrease per block. We also have the get level. We also have get tick rate, and then lastly, the get blast resistance, which are all of the, well, maybe the integer ones or the number ones, basically. Get level decrease per block. I'm not 1000% sure what this is. If I understand this correctly, depending on your level right here, right? So maybe you have a level 15, then this would have 15 different levels that it can take. And then per block, how many of those levels are you decreasing? So if I were to do 15 over here and I have get level 15, the block would actually only flow 1 level. I believe that that's how it works. I would stand corrected if someone has a better explanation for this. Let's just put in an 8 here and a 1 over here. The tick rate, I'm just going to put at 5. Once again, we can take a look at the tick rate over here as well. So the tick rate right here is 10 in the nether and 30 in the overworld, while in water it is 5. Yes, there you go, 5. I am unsure exactly what the tick rate does. However, once again, highly recommend playing around with those numbers. That is always one thing that could be a good idea. Last resistance is just going to be 100F. I think that that's going to be okay. Then we can also override the can be replaced with method, which we're just going to return false over here, so it can't be replaced with anything. There's something crazy in the lava over here. Can be replaced with. There you go. So it's like, so it's about if the water is at a certain height, then it can be replaced with that. I'm unsure what this really is about, but whatever the case may be, we're just going to say false, and that's going to be okay. Then let's continue with the get still method over here. Now we're going to actually not return null. We're actually going to make a deliberate error over here. This is where we actually have to register something and then return it once again. So we're just going to do that instead. We're also going to have the same thing with the get flowing over here. Same thing applies, just making a deliberate error. We also are going to do the same thing with the get bucket item. Once again, a deliberate error over here. And then last but not least, we also need to do this with the toBlockState method, and that will also return an error, and then we should be fine with those methods. Lastly, we also want to override the isStill method, and we just want to return false. I believe that should be fine. And then we need 2 different static classes. So we're going to have a public static class called flowing. This is going to extend the soap water fluid. So the class we're actually in is going to be extending this. And then we're just going to copy this, and the other one is going to be called still. There you go. Let's then do the following. We're going to append properties. So this is going to call the super. That's fine. And then we're going to say builder.add and then level over here. That's important. We also want to override the get level method, and this will return the state.get level. There you go. And then lastly is still here is going to be false. Well, in the still class, we're just going to override the get level over here, but we're going to return 8. So this is actually going to be the actual level of this particular fluid, and is still in this case is true because, well, this is the still fluid. So this might be a little bit complicated, right? It's like all sorts of craziness. We have like two static classes. Well, this is pretty much modeled after the vanilla way of doing it. You can see we have the flowing class over here. We have the still class over here. So that's pretty much all that we're doing. I highly recommend checking out both of those classes. And now we can actually go into our mod fluids class and start to, well, register some stuff. We're going to need 4 fields: public static flowable fluid. This is going to be the still soap water. And then let's duplicate this, and this is going to be the flowing soap water. We then need a public static block. This is going to be the soap underscore water underscore block. Let's import this, making sure that we import the correct block class from from Minecraft block, of course. And then we also need a item class. And then we also need an item that is going to be soap water bucket. Now we're going to register all of them in the mod fluids class, because if I register them in the blocks and the item class, then there are some issues with the ordering. That's why I basically want to register them all in here. We're going to have the register method, and I will actually just copy over the registration. All of this is, of course, available to you in the description below. GitHub paths for an individual gist as well, but this shouldn't be anything too crazy. You can see the still soap water is just registry.register. Make sure when importing the registry class that you register that you get the correct registry class from Minecraft Net Util registry. Make sure of that. This is going to be in the fluid registry, of course, just called soap water, and then we're making a new still soap water. For the flowing one, interestingly enough, it's called flowing soap water, and here we're just creating a new flowing soap water fluid. For the soap water block, you can see we're passing in to the new fluid block here a still soap water, so we're just adding the still soap water. It's called soap water block, and we're just copying all of the settings from the water block. Lastly, we have the soap water bucket, where we also just pass in the still soap water here, and making sure that we have the recipe remainder bucket, and that we stack it to only one item. And that is pretty much it. Now we can go into the soap water fluid over here and return everything. So we can say mod fluids dot still soap water. For the flowing, we can say mod fluids. We can say mod fluids dot flowing soap water. For the bucket, we can also say mod fluids dot soap water bucket. And then last but not least, here we actually want to do something a little bit different, and that's going to be the mod fluids dot soap water block dot get default state with the properties dot level 15. This would be the in property, and then we'll just say get block state level over here, and then passing in the state, and that should be pretty much all that we need to do in this case. Lastly, of course, let's call mod fluids dot register over here, and that is almost everything done. There's one last thing that we want to do, and that is register the actual textures for the fluids, and then also, of course, we need to add the translation as well as the model and the texture for the bucket. But let's first of all go into our tutorial mod client over here. And what we're going to have, once again, I will actually copy this over as well. It won't be too complicated. You can see we have a fluid render handler registry over here, calling the instance and then registering both the still fluid as well as the flowing fluid with a simple render handler. And we're just using the water textures over here, as you can see. Now, I've already created here a tint. The tint works the following way. The first two numbers are actually the alpha value, so how transparent this is. And then the rest is just RGB. So that's the idea. So this is ARGB. So you can just use a color picker to change your color over here. And then it's very important that we also add the translucent render layer for both the still as well as the flowing fluid, so that it actually becomes transparent. Right? It shouldn't be anything crazy. Changing this to your own custom texture, if you have one, it should be fairly self-explanatory that you just have to change this to your own textures identifier here. Shouldn't be anything crazy. Right, let's add the translation. This is going to be the soap water bucket over here, of course, and then also the soap water bucket JSON file over here. Nothing too crazy, just points to a normal item texture, and the normal item texture is also right here. So once again, nothing too crazy over here, something that we've seen plenty of times before. Right, and that should be all of the things that we need to do. So let's go into the game and see if it flows. Alright, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and there we go. The soapy water bucket, or the soap water bucket, has been added. So let's also see if I can right click, and indeed I can. Now this is, well, if that's not a crazy behavior, I don't know what is, but that's actually hilarious. I don't know what the frick is going on right here, but that is really, really cool. Okay, so let's go back and let's see why this would be the case. Right, I believe the issue being that the level over here is actually 8. This has to be 0, while the level in the actual flowing fluid here, right, this is where it gets its level. So this should have level 0, I believe, something like that. And this is where the actual level should be set. So this one has to be 0. I believe this should fix it. Let's hope, because that one was absolutely crazy. And then you also saw that it didn't have any physics associated with it. So if you want physics, then you can add it to a fluid tag in your data Minecraft tags folder. Now this is semi-optional in that if you plan your fluid to be used in some sort of machine and stuff like that, and maybe some other mods add machines as well that use water, then it might be the case that they're using the water tag, which in turn means that your fluid will be handled the same as water, which might not be something that you want. So there pretty much is a trade-off between having in-world physics versus it not being treated as water in some sort of a machine, basically. But if you do want it, then you can go to the tags folder, right-click directory called fluids, and then inside of there, I'm just going to copy it over. It's just called water.json, and you can see I've just added both of the fluids over here. Once again, this is semi-optional, only if you really want it to behave exactly like water. If that's not important to you, then you can leave this out, and if it's more important to you that it basically is not treated as water by other mods, just keep that in mind as well. All right, it actually is the case that the get level might not be the issue. The issue is that I forgot one method to override, and that is the matches type method over here. Well, it can happen even to me. So you can see, there you go. But if we do this, now I am incredibly confident that it's finally going to work. So let's see. All right, find ourselves in Minecraft, and now let's see, and there we go. Looks much better than before. I mean, what with that craziness before, that was actually insane. But we can see, you know, that it's basically flowing over, and it even flows into there. That's really cool, and that's just like, as you can see, so it pretty much behaves like water. I believe if I go in there you go. Let's just get a bucket. If I'm in survival mode, I can pick it up. You can see it turns into a soap bucket, and it also places down. So pretty much exactly what you expect it to. And I believe that if we actually try to get this to, well, be infinite, it probably won't work because we've set it to infinite false, and you can see it is not infinite, exactly what we want it to. So that's pretty awesome, and that's how easy it can be to add a custom fluid to Minecraft. And as always, of course, all of the code is in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Let's add some custom item models to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom item models to Minecraft. Or specifically, one item model that we have made in the 3-part series on Blockbench tutorials. I will link that in the top right corner where we made it. So basically, the modeling is done. This is how our insanely amazing Kaupenjoe sword looks like, and we've already exported everything. This is all done in the Blockbench tutorial. Highly recommend you check it out. Like I said, it's linked in the top right corner. I will also link it in the description below. And we have a JSON file from this. This is the Kaupenjoe sword JSON file. And we'll just add this to our models item folder right here. We're just going to copy it in, and you're going to see that we have to do some changes over here. But other than that, we can just take this JSON file and we can use it right here. So of course, we want to change this to tutorial mod. So our mod ID :item. And then what's very important, our textures actually do have to have underscores over here and not spaces. That's actually very important. So let's take a look and make sure that everything here, all of the spaces are underscores. There we go. And then we can just get this, and instead of Blockbench, we have tutorial mod :item. This, of course, once again, just points to these textures in our tutorial mod namespace and then in the item folder. Right, then let's add the items. That's going to be the top sword, hilt, guard, and bottom sword textures over here. Let's just copy those over to the item folder right here. So textures item, there we go. And that would be it. Now let's also, of course, let's add the translation as well. Now we're pretty much going backwards, right? We're adding the translation first and all of the JSON files, and now we're adding the actual item. Now the actual item itself can be pretty much anything that you want. So let's just get the 8-ball over here just for the sake of argument. This is going to be the Kaupenjoe sword, and of course named as well Kaupenjoe sword. Now we can just make this a normal item in this case, and that would work totally fine. We can also make this a sword item if we wanted to. Now I'm not going to make any, custom tool materials or stuff like that, but let's just make this a new sword item. And what we have to do is, first of all, have to supply some tool materials over here, tool materials.diamond, let's say. Then we're going to add the damage. So this is going to be attack damage. Let's say something like 10, and then the attack speed is 5. So let's just make this a really, really awesome sword. And that is pretty much all that we need to do, for this particular item. Now, once again, it doesn't have to be a sword item in this case. This is just an example of this. Now, because we already have the item JSON file, the texture is already in, the translation is done, this is now in game, and it's going to display the custom item model. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and the Kaupenjoe sword actually does not have a texture over here. That is very interesting. Now, what you can do sometimes when the textures don't work, this applies to everything basically, whether or not it's a custom item model or whatever. You can just go in to your run client over here, right, to this one right here, press Control F, and then just search Kaupenjoe sword, and you can see unable to load model. Oh, there you can see. So we can even zoom out, Control, and then just scrolling down. And what we can see is that it is unable to parse the top underscore sword, and there we go. So an underscore was missed over here Let's just add this underscore. This is why I said the underscores actually have to be added. And now if we just, go out and go into the game again, we should see the sword working. Of course, with this, I mean restarting the entire client. That's a very important thing, by the way. And let's see. All right, we're back, and there we go. The Kaupenjoe sword now looking totally fine, exactly how we would expect it to. There we go. We can even switch. There. Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. And yeah, that's pretty much how easy it can be to add a custom item model to Minecraft. Block by block, and let's add a custom block model to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Geodes once more. In this tutorial, we're going to be adding a custom block model to Minecraft. This is a continuation tutorial once again of our Blockbench tutorial that we did. I will link this once again in the top right corner and in the description below. And this is the block model that we've made. It's nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy, but it is definitely a custom block model. Now, we have already exported this in the Blockbench tutorial, and what we've gotten is a JSON file, and this is going to be used as a block model JSON file. I will copy this over once again, and just like last time, we have to change the textures over here, tutorial mod : block / and then whatever the name is, and then we also have to change the spaces to underscores over here. That's also very important that we have this. And there we go. Let's also add the textures. That's going to be the tray texture, the main texture, and the leg texture. All those go into the block folder over here. So let's just copy those over. There you go. Then let's also add the item model. This is going to be very, very easy. This is literally just going to be any old item model, like from another block. So this is going to be the gem_infusing_station.json, and it just points back to the gem_infusing_station. So nothing too crazy for the model files. And like I said, this JSON file was exported from Blockbench. Let's also quickly add the translation. So once again, we're going sort of backwards here. This is going to be the gem_infusing_station. And then of course, same thing here. This is going to be the gem_infusing station. Right, the next thing is the BlockStates JSON file. And here we're actually starting to get very interesting. So if we look back at Blockbench, what you can see is that in theory, this block is pretty much symmetrical in all sides, right? However, I rotated it actually should be more or less symmetrical, except for this right side that has a little bit of a different texture. So what you know from the furnace is that the front of the furnace always faces the player when the furnace is set down. And this is exactly what we want to have happen here as well. So in our case, this face would always be facing the player when we set this down. Or in other words, basically, this with the different texture here is always going to be on the right side of the block when we set the block down. Now to do this, we're going to need a specific BlockStates JSON file that I've already prepared. This will be, of course, available to you in the description below. Now this shouldn't be anything too insane. This is pretty much just a JSON file that has different block states properties, and it looks for certain values of them, right? So if the facing is north, then we're just going to have it normally. And if the facing is anything but north, then we're basically rotating this particular block model around by a certain number of degrees. And that is pretty much what we're doing over here. Now for this, we of course need a custom block class. So we're just going to make a new class here. And this is going to be the gem_infusing_station block. This will extend the horizontal direction block and will immediately hover over this, create constructor matching super. If the name here annoys you, click on it, press Shift F6, and then we can change it to properties. Now we also need to add a property over here, namely a block state property, and that's going to be the direction property called facing, and that's going to be equal to the block state properties dot horizontal facing, this one right here. And then what's of course very important here is that we overwrite the create block state definition method. We can also change this. Let's just send this to builder over here, and then we'll take the builder dot add and then add the facing property to it. That is very important that we have this, otherwise it will not work. We'll also copy over 3 methods. That is the getStateForPlacement method, the rotate method, and the mirror method. Now those are exactly the same methods as seen in the furnace block, which basically govern exactly what I've discussed before, right? So that the front of the furnace, let's say, always faces the player when you set down the furnace. This is exactly what happens in this case as well, right? We're just getting the opposite direction of where the player is facing, and then basically rotating the actual block around that. That's all that you really need to do, what those 3 methods do, and that should be fine. Now this is actually all that we need for the block, except for one thing which we're going to add in just a moment. For the time being, I want to show you the way that this works, and then let's go into the modblocks class and let's actually register this. So let's just copy the jumpy block over here, and we're just going to say this is the gem_infusing_station. And then, of course, the name here as well, gem infusing station. And this is, of course, very important, a new gem infusing station block. This is incredibly important. We're going to have an error here. This is because the constructor here is not public. Let's just change this to public, and there we go. Now everything should work fine. Let's also make this maybe metal. That's going to be okay, and the rest here should be okay. One thing we do want to call here is we want to call the no occlusion. That's very important, otherwise we will be able to look through the world when we set this block down, and that is of course not something that we want. Now those are all of the steps that we need to go through, except for the voxel shape, which we're going to take a look at after we've gone into the game to basically explain this. This would be the bounding box around the block, but let's first of all see if it works, and then we'll continue. Alright, finds us back in Minecraft, and there we go, the gem infusing station has been added, and I've set it down. You can see, first of all, the bounding box is not quite right, but like I said, we'll look at that in a moment. Excuse me, please, can we look at this? Thank you. So you can see that on the right side, you know, the little bit of a weirder texture is on the right side, and even if I set it down into this direction, you can see it's always on the right side. So basically the block itself rotates around, and the one certain face will always show towards the player when setting this particular block down. Another question as well, the bounding box doesn't quite work. Now, why is that the case? This is the voxel shape, and there's a very important lesson here in this case that I want to basically tell you, and that is to not have an exact voxel shape, because that's actually going to be a bad idea. Let's take a look at BlockBench to see why that is. So like I said, we're now in BlockBench, and what you can do is you can actually export a particular block model here as a voxel shape. And the way to do this is you just need a plugin, and that's going to be the ModUtils plugin right here. Now this is okay, I guess, let's say. If you want to use this, what you have to do is you have to make sure that you use no groups over here. You could need to completely delete all of your groups and add only one group that has to be called exactly voxel shapes, and it has to be exactly written like this. And then you take all of your cubes and you put them under this particular group, and then what you can do is you can go to File and then Export voxel shape, like I said, with that plugin. And we are using the Moj mappings. This is correct. Confirm. And then let's save this voxel shape now over Hofs. It's going to be a Java file. Let's just open this, and you can see this is now the voxel shape that it basically has exported for us. Now, this means that it traces over exactly the block shape itself. Now, you might say, well, that's perfect. This is exactly what I want. But what I'm trying to tell you is that actually it's not what you want. Because if you have an incredibly complicated block, like for example, maybe this one right here. Now, it's not crazy complicated, but it is an example nonetheless. So this is from my own mod, and you can see, right, we have like some crazy slanted things over here and like some tiny things. Now, I could, in theory, make this all voxel shapes, right? I can export all of this craziness and have this as one voxel shape. But why bother? Because the voxel shape, right, it's like, it is about the bounding box, number one, with the collision for the player and or, other entities. And it also is for hovering over with the mouse. Now, the issue is that this is incredibly intensive for the processor and like stuff like that. So it's basically, that makes the game slower. And if you have insanely complicated voxel shapes in your mod, and the more of those blocks are placed down, the more it slows down the game. So what I can it's an appeal basically to you, just make an approximation. This is going to be enough if you just have a shape that is literally just this, right? Just this, and that's fine. If you really want to cut out the legs over here, that's also okay, but none of this like crazy nonsense with, the slanted sides and all of that. Don't do it. It is not worth it in the long run. I'm just telling you this. So even though we could use this, I can actually show you a way that you can use this by just doing one block.box in this case. Let's go once again into our block class, and what we're going to do is we're just going to make a private static final voxel shape. This is going to be called shape, and this is going to be equal to block.box. And you can see this requires us to supply 6 different doubles. Now what we're just going to do is we're just going to put in 0, 0, 0, and then 16, 16, 16. Now, what this will do is this will create a normal block that we've just seen, right? So this is going to be a bounding box of size 16 by 16 by 16. So this is basically the beginning X, beginning Y, and beginning Z, and this is the ending X, ending Y, ending Z values. How would we approximate this? Well, if we actually look at this from the side, we can see that, well, pretty much we just need to get the height roughly right, and that's going to be okay. So if we go into wireframe mode, we can actually count. So we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's say 10, maybe 11 if we want to add the tray here as well, but let's just say 10. So really, we only need 10 in the Y direction, and that would be pretty much all that we need to do in this case. So let's just do this, right? So instead of 16 in the Y direction, we're just going to say 10 in the Y direction. And now we have the shape approximated exactly how we need to. Now this needs to be returned in a method that is called getShape. What's very important is that you choose this one right here, that one with the block states and all of that, not this one, very important, and then we just return the shape. Now one other thing that could be, if your block is not as symmetrical as this one, sometimes it might require you to rotate the shape as well. For this, I highly recommend you check out my 118 block model tutorial, where I show this in a little bit more detail. I will also link this in the top right corner and in the description below. Whatever the case may be, this is all that we need to make a custom voxel shape. Now let's go into the game for the final time, and let's see if it works. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's see the block over here. So if I hover over this, you can see, there we go, exactly how I'd expect it to. If I, step onto it, right, we can see the actual bounding box is exactly right and exactly what you expect. Now, like I said, right, down here, I'm still hovering like over it if I'm, in between the legs, but let's be honest, is this really an issue? And if it really is, you can always, change up a little bit of the stuff and then it will also work. So overall, I highly recommend using approximated voxel shapes and never exact voxel shapes. Let's create a custom block entity. Alright, we found ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom block entity, or for those of you who don't quite know what that is basically a custom furnace, so to speak. So this is actually quite a bit more of an advanced topic in this case. So what I basically want to say is that, number one, as of course with all of the things that we've been doing so far, a lot of Java knowledge here is definitely required. Now, everything will be available to you in the description below, of course, in a GitHub repository, as well as the gist as well. Now, there are quite a few things that I will copy over. I will try to do it, piecemeal. So I'm basically going to try to do it method by method rather than just the entire class. Now, we're going to copy over one entire class because that's just sort of a boilerplate class that we have to use one way or the other, and then the rest we're going to basically see. So the plan here is that we're going to make our gem infusing station block right here. Instead of just being a normal block, we're going to, of course, make this now a block entity. Now, how do we do this? Well, we can start at a few places. First of all, we're just going to make a new package in the block package, and we're going to call this the entity package. And then inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be an interface, which is going to be called the implemented inventory. This is just going to help us a little bit in terms of basically implementing some stuff. So I will copy the entirety of this over. Now, once again, this is available to you in the description below and the GitHub repository or the gist as well. Let's just see, there should be no errors when we copy this over. So you can see it's just a cited inventory, basically, already implemented. This has been done by Jews, but it is under the public domain license, so just keep that in mind. You can basically use it. You don't even have to give the author credit, but I think that this is the right thing to do. And we will need this later, or actually right now, when we actually make the entity. So in the entity package, in the block package, we're going to right-click new Java class, and this is the gem infusing block entity. Now, a block entity in this case is actually made up of 3 different parts. The block entity class, or you can even say 4 different parts. The block entity class, the block class, we're going to have a screen handler class, as well as a screen itself. So those are 4 classes that, make up an entire block entity, and this is why I'm saying, it can be quite complicated to basically look at this entire thing, but we'll get through this, I am very sure of it. So this is going to extend the block entity class right here, and it's also going to implement both the named screen handler factory as well as the implemented inventory that we've just created. Let's hover over this and implement methods. This is going to implement the getDisplayName, the createMenu method, as well as the getItems method. And then we hover over this again, create constructor matching super, and now we should be pretty much fine, all things considered. The first thing we want to do is remove the first parameter here from the constructor and just leave this, empty over here. Just leave this as an error, that's going to be fine. And we are then going to return something proper here for the getItems, and that is going to be a new private final, and that is a defaulted list of item stack. In this case, called inventory, there you go, and this is equal to a defaulted list dot of, and we're just going to make this size 3, and item stack dot empty is the default value of this in this case. Why is that? Why would that be the case? Oh, because it's not copy of, it's actually of size. There you go. And that should work. No worries at all. And now we basically created an inventory in this block entity. So this would be the same idea when you have a furnace open, right? It also has 3 different slots. So this is the number of slots that you have inside of this inventory, inside of this block entity. And we can actually return this right here. So it should just be this.inventory, and that should be fine. The display name, we're just going to make this a literal in this case. The display name right here is just going to be text.literal. And we're just going to say this is the gem infusing station. If you want to make this proper, of course, you should make this a translatable text component in this case, or a translatable text, and that would be better. Now I'm also going to make a deliberate error right here because we've not yet created the screen handler, because there's quite a few more steps that we actually have to go through before we do this. And I basically want a deliberate error right here so that I can remember to actually add this here. Because if it's just null, then it's no error, and that can sometimes lead to me, for someone forgetting this. And because it is so complex, and because there are so many steps that we have to go through, it's best to make errors in places where you still have to add stuff later. I highly recommend doing that. So that is currently the place where we want to leave the block entity and want to make a new class in the entity package again, and that is the mod block entities class. And here, of course, we are going to register our entity. So this is going to be a public static block entity type of type gem infusing block entity. This is, of course, the underscore gem infusing underscore station. And then we're just going to leave it. And then we're going to have a public static void register block entities method. And inside of there, we're going to actually assign this field. So we're going to say equal to registry, making sure that we choose net Minecraft util registry. Very important that we choose the correct registry class. Please make sure of that. I'm going to say registry dot block entity type, comma, a new identifier. No, absolutely not. A new identifier, though. Yeah, there you go. For tutorial mod.modID, I'm going to call this the gem underscore infusing underscore station. And then after the first parentheses, comma, and then a fabric block entity type builder, there you go, dot create, passing in gem infusing station, gem infusing block entity ::new, and then right immediately afterwards, comma, sorry, there you go, comma, mod blocks dot gem infusing station, after the first parentheses, dot build, passing in a null into the build, and there we go. That should be all that we need to do here. So you can see this can be quite complicated. Like I've said already, everything is available to you in the description below for download, and we can basically see we're making a new block entity over here, and in this case we're actually we're sort of combining the block entity and saying, hey, this is the block that belongs to the block entity. Now let's immediately call this just so that we don't forget this. So this should be mod block entities dot register block entities. And that is pretty much this class done. We don't need to take a look at that at all anymore. And we can also fix the first mistake over here, or the first error, let's say, and that is the mod block entities dot gem infusing station, passing that in here. This is why we didn't need the first parameter. If you still have the first parameter here, then it will actually throw an error right here. That is one of the things. So it should be an error right here. It's like something about the factory does not match the signing, or some crazy thing like that. So keep that in mind, that that your block entities only need the position as well as the state as its parameters here. Right, now let's move on to the actual block itself. So if you already have this block made from last time, that's great. If you don't, then you can just make a new block. Now it's going to extend something else, and that is going to be the block with entity class, and it's also going to implement the block entity provider. This one right here from the net Minecraft block package. Let's implement methods. That is the create block entity method, and I believe that should be it. Yeah, that's actually all that we need. We're going to override another method in just a moment, but for now, this is extremely important, so please pay attention over here. Let me just do the following. Let me just add a little bit of a comment over here, just so that we have this. So everything here is basically block entity stuff, right? So this was all stuff for, just the custom block shape, and now we're going to do all of the block entity stuff. And now the first thing here is extremely important. That is the get render type method. You have to override this, and you have to return the following. You have to return block render type dot model. This is extremely important. If you don't do this, then your block is going to be invisible. So if your block is invisible, you have not overwritten this correctly. Keep that in mind. We're also immediately going to just copy over some methods. That is the onState replaced method. Let's see. No errors present. That's great. So what does this do? Well, basically, it's just going to spawn all of the items that are inside of this inventory, right? So inside of the block entity itself, it's just going to spawn them into the world. So this is basically, if we destroy this block, all of the inventory is going to spill out. This is very important if you want that to happen. The next method is the onUse method. That is the right-click method. And once again, there should be no errors present. We're basically making a new screen handler, and we're just saying, hey, just open the screen. What this simply does is when you actually right-click the block itself, it's going to say, hey, this is a block entity. Let's create the screen handler that this block entity, sort of belongs to. That is the general idea, and that is what happens here. Now here, we just want to make a new gem infusing station or gem infusing block entity, passing in the position and the state. So that's also going to be fine. And then last but not least, we also want to override the getTicker method. This is basically needed so that we have a tick method inside of the block entity class, which, well, basically gets called every tick, and we can then do all sorts of crazy things in there. You're going to see in just a moment, we're basically going to have progress, and it's going to increase, and, we're going to have an animation of an arrow that's going down, and all of that craziness is going to be very, very interesting. So in here, what we basically want is a check type call, and we're going to pass in the type. This is just from the, right here from the parameter. Mod block entities.gem infusing station, and then the gem infusing station block entity : tick. Now this method currently doesn't exist, so we're going to have an error here. But what we can do is we can just hover over it, create a tick method, and we're going to create it in the gem infusing block entity. And it should create it with all of the different parameters that we need. Now this E we can actually change. Let's get rid of this for the moment. And we can replace the E with the gem infusing station, not block actually, gem infusing block entity. Very important. And we're going to call this the entity as well. That's going to be fine. Now, if we go back to the block, this should be okay. So you can see, as long as the tick method has the correct parameters, then it should be fine. And that is pretty much the block done. As you can see, all of the stuff, under the block entity is the stuff that we need specifically when you extend the block with entity, as well as implementing the block entity provider interface over here. So we can close this as well and continue with the block entity class. So now we're getting into some very, very interesting things, because now we're actually getting, I would say, a little more advanced here. So first of all, what we actually want is a few more fields over here, and that's going to be these ones. I'm just going to copy them over once again. So this is a property delegate. So this property delegate is very interesting. We also have 4 integers. And why do we need a property delegate, and what is this even? As a highest level overview, a property delegate is pretty much sort of a way of synchronizing data through the client and the server, and it's sort of like done automatically for us. So this is going to be done so that the progress, the max progress, the fuel time, and the max fuel time over here are going to be synchronized for the screen, because the screen itself, right, is just going to be the image that is displayed, and that is client only. And of course, we have to sort of synchronize that when you open the client, right? You can have a progress bar and all of that. So this all needs to be synchronized. And that is basically done via a property delegate. We're going to see this in a moment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually assign this inside of the gem infusing block entity constructor here. And I'm going to once again just copy this over. You can see we're basically making a new property delegate. You have to override the get and the set method. And here we're just basically saying, okay, the get, is just the progress, the max progress, the fuel time, and the max fuel time. In this case, actually, we don't even need fuel. That's actually a very good point in this case. We only need the progress because the fuel, it's going to be, we're going to basically take a look at that in a little bit. But the fuel overall is going to be some sort of either energy or fluids, but that is something that's going to be in a later tutorial. Right now, we're just going to implement the general, gist of this, the general idea, and that should pretty much be fine. So these are the things that we need up here, and we can then continue along and add 2 more methods. And that is the writeNBT method, this one right here. Just start writing that, and then also the readNBT method. Now, those are also going to be interesting because, of course, what happens is that if we, leave the world, if we close the world, we want our inventory and our progress and all of that to be saved, right? So this, of course, has to be saved. Therefore, we actually need to add this. So what we do in the right one is we do inventories dot write NBT. We're passing in the NBT and we're passing in the inventory. So this should save the inventory. Now, of course, we also need to read the inventory, right? So we want to say inventories dot read NBT, passing in the NBT again, and passing in the inventory again. Now, I have this set up like this. I am unsure if you have to call the read over here before the super or not, but I have found that this works. It probably doesn't matter, but just in case, we're going to do it. And then we also want to put in the integer over here. So this is going to be the NBT put int, and that is the gem underscore infusing underscore station dot progress. And what do we want to save under this? Well, we want to save the progress variable. There you go. And we, of course, also want to read this out. So we're just going to say progress equal nbt.getInt, and then just taking the same key over here. It's going to be a little bit easier. Just pasting it in. There you go. And that should be the write NBT and the read NBT methods. Very interesting indeed. And then we can actually continue with the tick method. Now I'm going to sort of try to, explain this as I go along. So first of all, we're going to do if world.isClient. I just want you to basically return. So I am not 100% sure. I have found this to be the thing that you want to do while doing, doing stuff with my own mod. This may or may not be the thing that you actually want to do. I am unsure about it, but for the time being, this is what I found to work. So keep that in mind as well. This might not be the ultimate actual thing that you want to do. However, I found this to work. Okay, then what do we want to do? Well, I'm just going to, start writing stuff in and, with methods that don't exist yet, but that's okay. So we're going to say, hey, has a recipe. So that's the entity that we have a recipe inside of it, right? So if that is the case, then we want to say entity.progress ++, right? We want to increase the progress. We also, this is extremely important, we want to mark dirty. We have to pass in the block position and the state. So this basically reloads this particular, I'm not sure if it reloads the chunk, but it definitely reloads this block position itself. We have to do this when you change it so that it synchronizes once again server and client. And then we want to say, hey, if the progress of the block entity is bigger or equal than to the entity.max progress, right? So if we have achieved the max progress that we want to achieve, then we want to craft the item, right? Once again, passing in the entity. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, if there is no recipe, right, what we want to do, of course, is we want to reset the progress. So that's just what I'm going to do. So we'll just say reset progress. So we're going to call the reset progress method on the entity. And we're also going to mark dirty here. This is still very important. Otherwise, the progress is not properly saved, basically, or not properly synchronized. I believe that in the craft item method, we're actually resetting the progress as well. Now, you could do it inside of the method, or you could do it like inline here, but that's going to be fine. So hopefully, the general idea here makes sense, right? We're basically just going through. So every tick, every 20th of a second, we're saying, hey, do we have a recipe in this entity? If we do, then we're just going to increase the progress. We're going to mark dirty. And then if the progress is bigger or equal to the max progress, then we're going to craft the item. And now let's implement each of these methods. So let's hover over the actual recipe here. We're going to, no, this is not the right one, by the way. We're going to want to do more actions, and we want to make a method. Create method has recipe right here. So this is a Boolean method, of course, and we're first of all going to implement it without a custom recipe type, and then in the next tutorial we're going to be adding a recipe type as well. But luckily it's going to be fairly, straightforward on how this is going to be implemented. And so that's actually going to be a very easy thing to do. So let's start with, first of all, the first few lines, and that is going to be a simple inventory. Now this we're going to need regardless of whether or not we have a custom, recipe or not. And then we want to say, okay, we just want to basically see do we have a raw gem in first slot, right? That's what we basically want to check. And we're just going to do this by doing entity.getStack. So we can get stack from any type of slot that we have inside of this block entity. Now this is actually slot 1. I will show the GUI in a moment, and then this makes way more sense because we're going to have a slot 0 that's going to be for, any type of basically fluid stuff. And then we're going to have a slot 1 that's going to be at the top where you actually put in the ingredient. And then we're going to have a slot 2, and that's going to be the output slot. That's going to be the actual get item here, get item. And if that is mod items.raw tanzanite, then I'm going to be fine. And then we'll return a few things. The first one is the has raw gem in first slot, right? So basically making sure, hey, do we even have a particular recipe, in this case, quote unquote recipe, inside of the slot? Yes. And then we want to make sure two things. The first thing we want to make sure is that can insert amount into output slot. So what does that mean, right? So basically what I want to do is I want to make a method that checks whether or not we can even insert, X amount of a new item into the output slot of this particular inventory. And we also want to make sure can insert item into output slot. This is inventory, and then the item itself is going to be mod items.tanzanite. So those are two methods that we have to create as well, but that's no worries at all. Let's hover over this, create method, and let's hover over this, create method. Now I actually think that what I want to do is I want to also add a count here. Let's just do 1 in this case, and let's just do an int count. So that should be fine. And then here we want to return and say inventory.getStack. This is 2 because 2 is our output slot. We're going to say get max count. So we want to say, hey, what is the max count of this particular item? And if this is bigger than the inventory.getStack2.getCount, nope, get count actually. So now I want the actual count plus count. Then we're going to be fine. So what does this make sense? At the first glance, you might say, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's think about this. Can I insert this amount, right, this new amount into this? Basically, this has to be true while I can insert it, and that's why it might be a wrong way around, more or less, right? So it could be more, let's say, intuitive to do it the other way around and then negate it all. But this is going to be fine. Rest assured, I've tried this, and this should be the way that this should work. And then also can insert item into output slot. What does that mean? Well, we basically want to make sure that the item itself is either empty or it is the same item, because otherwise we're just going to overwrite it. So we're going to get the actual item from the actual inventory itself, and we're going to say, hey, is this the same as the? Tanzanite is okay, but how about like we call this output? That's probably a little bit better. And then we're just going to say, hey, is this output.getItem, right? Or as item, that's fine. And actually, no, we should just be able to do output, or is the inventory.getStack2 is empty. Nope, not is damageable, but is empty. There you go. That's exactly right. So either it's the same item or it is empty. And if that is the case, then we have a recipe and we can increase the progress. And at some point, then we can craft the item. So let's hover over this, create the method here as well, the craft item method. And how does this one look? Well, we actually are going to need the same thing over here. So we're going to need the same, inventory. That's going to be the same thing. And then we're just going to say, once again, if has recipe. This is definitely not needed. It's just sort of like a sanity check. Once again, just in case it actually is we have something. And now we want to, remove stuff. So we want to say entity.remove stack of, inside here. And we want to remove one of them, right? So count 1. So basically, we're going to remove 1 raw gem, if that is inside of the slot 1, fair. And then we also, of course want to add to slot 2, which is our output slot. So we want to say set stack in slot 2, and we're going to make a new item stack in this case, mod items.tanzanite. And here we just want to say entity.getStack into get count, and then +1. So the reason I'm doing it like this is because if the stack is empty, right, you could also say, well, why aren't we just setting the stack to itself, right, entity stack.get2? Well, if it's empty, then, we don't have anything in there. That's why I'm creating a new stack with the same count, just added by 1, and we're going to make it out of the Tanzanite item in this case. And now we just need the reset progress method. Now I can actually just add this. Let's just add this here. Now this is a non-static method in this case, but you could, in theory, also make this static. It doesn't really make any difference. And that is actually the block entity and all of the sort of brain of the operation done, right? The tick method really is the brain of the block entity method in this case, and that should pretty much be fine, and it should pretty much work. Now, we can go on to adding the screen as well as the screen handler. That's going to happen in a custom package. So we're going to make a new package in the tutorial mod class, right-click new package called screen. And that will then also resolve the last error that we have here. So here we need 3 classes. The gem infusing screen. We're going to need the gem infusing screen handler. And then last but not least, we also need the mod screen handlers class as well. This is, of course, where we register the screen handler. Let's start with the screen handler. Yeah, that's going to be okay. extends the screen handler class right here. Let's hover over this, implement methods, the transfer slot method, as well as the can use method. And then we're going to hover over this again, create constructor matching super. Now, this is actually completely wrong. We first of all going to get rid of the first parameter here. And then here we want to actually get the following. We want to make a player inventory. That's called inventory. We also want to make a inventory. That's going to be called inventory. And then we also want the property delegate. That's going to be called delegate. And that's going to be fine. Now, this is going to be okay. We're just going to keep it like this. However, we will make this public. And then we'll make another public gem infusing screen handler. And that's going to be the int sync ID. So that's going to be the same parameter as well as the player inventory, And we're going to call the other constructor through this. We're just going to say this, passing in the sync ID and the inventory. And then we're going to make a new simple inventory. Nope, absolutely not. A simple inventory, though. There you go, of size 3. Now, very important. This size right here has to be the same size as we are supplying right here in the gem or in the block entity, right? So this is the size of our inventory. This has to be the same size. Keep that in mind. And then we're also going to make a new array property delegate of size 2. This size right here has to be the same size as in the property delegate right here. Of course, the size here being how many different, basically how many different integers are we tracking in this case, right? Of course, 2, right? We have 1, 2. Should be fairly self-explanatory. Nothing too crazy going on here. And that should be all that we need in this case. Let's end this with a semicolon, absolutely. And then the type, we're going to fix that in a moment. Oh, that's actually not right. This is the player inventory. There you go. And then this error should also go away. And then let's take a look. The transfer slot method. Okay, the transfer slot method is very interesting. What I basically always do there is I'm just going to copy this over, and I basically then never want to take a look at it again, because the transfer slot method basically is used for shift clicking into this inventory, and I hate it. Yes, we could go through this. I can explain everything. It's absolutely not necessary. It's just a convoluted mess, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Now, we will need 2 fields here. As you can see, the inventory field does not exist yet. So we're going to need a inventory field as well as a property delegate field. Now, those are, of course, all assigned right here. First of all, we want to say check size, and we want to say inventory 3. So that the inventory of the block entity is actually, expected size 3. We also want to say then this.inventory is equal to the inventory parameter. And we can say the same thing. We can say inventory.onOpen, and then passing in the player inventory.player. There you go. That's exactly what I want to do. And then we can also say this.property delegate, or property delegate equals to delegate. There you go. Just make this format correctly, and there we go. Now, we're not quite done yet. We will need to add a few more things in here, but first of all, let's figure out the other method here. So the can use method, actually fairly straightforward. It's just going to be this.inventory.canPlayerUse, and then passing in the player. Now, we're going to need 2 helper methods. I'm just going to copy over. That is the add player inventory as well as the add player hotbar. And those methods are interesting because, well, basically, those are always going to be the same, right? The inventory usually of the player is always going to be 3 rows, and then it's going to have 9 slots and all of that craziness. So this is basically just 2 helper methods so that we don't have to put this into the constructor. And that's exactly what we want to add right here. So we want to say add the inventory first, passing in the player inventory. There you go. And then as the second one, we want to call the player hotbar, passing in the player inventory as well. Now, something in between here is actually going to go, and that is going to be the slots. So we basically wanted to add our custom slots in here because the screen handler itself is responsible for handling the screen, right? So this is handling the inventory and all of that jazz. So we basically want to add the slots. So we're going to say this.add slots, or add slot with a new slot over here. Passing in the inventory, then the index. So the index just starts at 0 and then counts up. And then we need an X and a Y position. I'm going to show the X and a Y position in just a moment and where I got those from. It actually is fairly straightforward. And then, well, like I said, the index just counts up. This is going to be 86 and 15, and this is 86 and 60. Perfect. That's going to be fine. And then last but not least, we also want to call the add properties over here and passing in the delegate. So that is pretty much everything done except for this type. We're going to fix that in just a moment. And yeah, that pretty much sums up this class. So like I said, the screen handler, the add properties here just makes sure that the property delegates that we've added right here, right? So the progress and the max progress is actually synchronized through client and server. Now we can actually add the last two methods as well. I think those should work. Yeah, the isCrafting method and the getScaleProgress method. Now those two in this case are, more or less done manually, or, more or less just done by myself. And we're basically just checking, hey, are we getting any progress? Then we are crafting. And then we're also saying, hey, get the scaled progress, because we want the progress, regardless of what the progress is, we want a basically a scale progress so that the arrow itself, displays depending on how far along the progress we are. Right, now let's go to the mod screen handlers to fix the last mistake here. This is going to be the public static screen handler. This is actually screen handler type, very important, of type gem infusing screen handler. And this is the gem underscore infusing underscore screen underscore handler. There you go. And this is once again a public static void register all screen handlers. And this will do the following. It will just do gem infusing station screen handler equals to a new screen handler type, and then just passing in the gem infusing screen handler, : new. That's all that we need to do, and that should pretty much be it. Now we of course want to call this right here as well, mod screen handlers dot register all screen handlers. There you go. And that should pretty much be that. Now we can change the type over here to mod screen handlers dot gem infusing screen handler, and no more errors should be present right here. And then we can go into the block entity itself and fix this error as well. We can just say a new gem infusing screen handler, pass in the sync ID, pass in the inventory from the player, pass in this, and then pass in this .property delegate. And there we go. No more errors present here as well. And the last thing we have to do is just add the screen. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So let's take a look at the screen class. The screen class extends the handled screens. Nope, that's not right at all. It's actually the handled screen. That's very important. That would be a very bad mistake. Of type gem infusing screen handler. We're going to hover over this, implement methods. That is the draw background method, absolutely. And then we'll hover over this again, create constructor matching super. Now what we want is an identifier for the texture. Just going to copy this over. It's under textures, GUI, or GUI as I like to call it, gem infusing station GUI. This is under textures, and then a new folder or a new directory called GUI. And I'm going to copy over the GUI, and then I will also explain what the frig is going on with that. So let's just copy this over, and I'm going to show you. So this is the GUI at the moment. So you can see, roughly speaking, what is going on. This is slot 0, this is slot 1, this is slot 2. Now we also have a tank, and we also have an energy display, which are going to be, implemented in a later tutorial. But I also already wanted basically the full inventory here available. And we're going to see this in a moment as well. Now the coordinates, if we think back to our screen handler, right, 12, 15, are basically the top left coordinates of our GUI, basically, right? So the GUI itself is literally just the image, right? The screen itself is just this image, basically. It's nothing else. And and the rest is done in the screen handler. So the slots, right, where you can actually put items into, that's all done right here. That's all done with his slots. That should pretty much be that. Now let me just quickly, import or, copy over the rest here. So we have init. So I don't think we even need this, but this basically centers the title, if I'm not mistaken. Then the get draw background method, we're just going to add the boilerplate code that's going to be added always, right? So this is going to be added always. And we also want to override the render method. This is also extremely important. Otherwise, you won't have the sort of darkening effect around the texture, and it's actually going to look very, very strange. Now, let's then copy over my last method over here, and that's going to be very interesting. And we're going to immediately call this right here. This is the render progress arrow method, passing in the matrices, passing in X and Y. So what is going on right here? So basically, if we're crafting, right? So this is basically where we have this one right here with the proper delegate of, not size 0, but of index 0 is bigger than 0. So if we have any type of progress, right? Basically meaning if we have any type of recipe inside of our block entity, then we are now crafting. If that is the case, then we're going to start drawing a texture. And now you're going to be like, where do all those crazy numbers come from? This is insanely confusing. First of all, I'm going to agree with you on this. However, this is actually not as crazy. Number one, try out a bunch of stuff and figure this out. Number two, I'm going to explain. So the best thing is to have the GUI open as well and think about this. Okay, so we have an X and a Y here. Now, what is 105? Well, 105 is actually, should be, and I'm hoping that it is, because I've not been thinking about this for a little bit, but I think it should be right here. So that's 105x. Okay, interesting. So what is 33y then? Well, that's just down 33. And then we're here. Oh, so this is where we draw this texture. But then the question is, but what texture do we draw? Well, this is determined by the u and the v. We're just moving into the x direction 76 pixels. And then we're right here. It's like, oh, okay, but how do we know like what to draw, right? It's like, oh, well, it is of width 8. Okay, so then it's width 8. So then we know the width 8, right? But how do we know the height? Well, this is the height. It's a scale progress. So based on how much progress it is, we're drawing more or less of this arrow. So that is the general idea. If this was a little confusing to you, I highly recommend just playing around with this a little bit. It is very confusing in the beginning, but once you get the hang of it and understand what the numbers mean, then it is totally, like, you will understand it. X and Y, by the way, is the top left corner of the GUI. That's the general idea. So that should be pretty much the top left corner of the GUI, while then you just do an offset. And with that, we should have everything done. I am cautiously optimistic, but I'm pretty sure that this should be all that we need to do, and it should work. We actually do need to still reference the handler. So the screen, you can see it's currently gray, so we're not doing anything with the screen, and that is going to be done in the tutorial mod client. So let's just go in here, and we're just going to say this is the handled screens. This time it is screens. Dot register passing in mod screen handlers dot gem infusing screen handler, and then just the gem infusing screen colon new. No errors should be present, and then it should actually work. Now, wouldn't this be freaking awesome if it worked first try? It very much would. You know, if there's any mistake, we can take a look at that as well, but I'm pretty sure that it should work. So let's just go into the game and see if it works. All right, we found it in Minecraft, and let's just right-click the block, and there we go. The GUI works, and we can see if we hover over stuff, it also seems to work pretty well. So let's get a raw tanzanite over here. Let's just get raw tanzanite, and if I put it into slot 1, right, so this is slot 0, slot 1, slot 2. First of all, let's get rid of the weather over here, clear for forever. Let's just go there, you go. And then let's see. So if we put a raw tanzanite in here, the arrow should appear, and once the arrow is done, we should have a, well, something else here. Oh, this is looking pretty good, and there we go, a tanzanite. And I can just, well, I mean, let's do this. There you go. I can just put this in here, and it should just keep creating tanzanite. So that's actually very interesting. So you can see we actually are not, so there's a few things that are very interesting here. So first of all, we're not adding the 64th one. That's actually very interesting. And also, once we are, once we have one done, we're not resetting the progress. But that's, of course, something that's very, very easy to fix. That should be done in the craft item method, right? So this is why you want to, roughly speaking, have this, kind of nicely separated. So right here, once we actually do this, we want to say entity.reset progress, and that should reset the progress. And then I guess what happens is that the count over here, we do want to do this instead of plus the count. I'm not sure about this though. I'm not quite sure about this. This might work, this might not work, but that should pretty much be the fixes, and that is actually all that we need to do. Like I said, the block entities are a very, very, complex thing. They are not as easy as you might think. And there's a lot of, well, interchanging or like, interlocking parts basically, right? With a block entity, and then you have a screen, and then you have a screen handler, and all of that craziness. So what I can just say is take a look at the GitHub repository, take a look at the gist, copy over the classes, make sure that this particular, thing works, and then you can go from there. Now, what I actually highly recommend is also that you check out the next tutorial that comes after this, because there we're actually going to add a custom recipe type, which is going to make it much more expandable. Because let's say, now I'm going to say, okay, now we can add a tanzanite, but let's add like 5 more different things, and, just make sure that this works. That's ridiculous. So we basically want to add a custom recipe type so that we can literally just make a custom JSON file, just like the shape one here, and we can just make the JSON files, and it's just going to work this out basically. That's also going to be very, very interesting indeed, so I highly recommend you check this out. Let's add a custom recipe type to our custom block entity. Alright, we find ourselves back in the tutorial once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom recipe type to our custom block entity. So last time, of course, we've implemented the block entity with, well, more or less a recipe that is already, well, hard-coded more or less in this case. However, now we're going to make this a custom recipe type so that we can just make JSON files, and then all of those recipes are just going to work. It's going to be absolutely glorious. In our tutorial mod package, we're going to right-click New Package, and this is going to be called the Recipe Package. Now inside there, we need two classes. First one is the Mod Recipes class, and the second one is going to be the Gem Infusing Gem Infusing Recipe. Yeah, there you go. That's actually a great name. Now let's start here. This is going to be quite of a long class, so sort of bear with me. So we're going to implement the recipe. So this is going to be the net Minecraft recipe, absolutely, the interface, and this is of simple inventory. You can hover over this, implement methods. You can see we have to implement quite a few methods over here. And what we also will do is copy over a bunch of stuff. Now, once again, everything here is available to you in the description below, GitHub repository, and individual gist as well. Now, what we'll do is I will just copy over the three fields that we're definitely going to need. That is an identifier, a output, as well as some recipe items. So this would be the input, basically. And then we're going to have a new constructor with all of those things, an ID, right, a output, as well as the recipe items as a default list of ingredient. So then we can basically go through this, and let's actually start roughly at the bottom and move our way up, because the matches method is actually pretty much the most important method, while the rest is sort of boilerplate code, more or less. So let's start with the type class. So we're going to have a class in here, a static class of type, called type, which implements the recipe type of this particular recipe. Now, this is, once again, just a sort of a boilerplate thing. Just make sure to change the ID right here. That is actually very, very important. And then we're going to have another static class, and that is the serializer. Now, if we actually add this, you can see this is of type recipe serializer, or it implements recipe serializer of this type. Once again, making sure that the ID here is correct. That is very important. This is the name given inside of the JSON file. Make sure that this is done. And then we need to implement three methods, the read, and the write method. Let's implement those, and let's see what those entail. So those entail some interesting things. The read method here is reading the JSON file, while the read and the write method here are for those are for the networking stuff to basically work. Now, I'm just going to start copying over stuff. Let's just copy over the contents of the entire method here, the read method, and then I'm going to explain what this does. So this is going to read the following. First of all, it's going to read a JSON element, right? A JSON object over here that's called output, and it's just going to make sure that this is, well, it's going to convert that output into a item stack. So it's going to say, oh, this is now an item stack, right? And then we have the output basically read in. We're also going to have an array, so it's a JSON array of ingredients, and we're going to basically read those in. Now, we have a defaulted list here of size 1. This means that we're going to only read in one ingredient. This needs to correspond to the number of crafting inputs you have. This is not the number of slots you have. Very important. This is like how many things you want to ever be able to read in. And then also, if you ever want to change this, I'm going to say that like this, you just have to play around with this a little bit. This is pretty much just JSON serialization. So if this is like really interesting to you, there are some things. Number one, you can just look at Java serialization, how that works, right? Java JSON serialization. And then secondly, you can take a look at the, shaped recipe, for example. So you can middle mouse button click on this. This is a crafting recipe, and you actually have this available here somewhere, if I recall correctly. Output from JSON, get item from a JSON object. You have the serializer. So there you go. So we have the read method, and the write method. I cannot recommend this enough. Take a look at the vanilla recipes as well to, basically figure out how this all works, or figure out the JSON serialization itself through Java. And then here we're just setting the inputs and then making a new gem infusing recipe. So this is, of course, one of our examples here in this case, and then the read method and the write method are very interesting, because we're basically, for the read method, we're just reading in the thing that we are putting on in the write method. So what does that mean? Well, basically, we're taking the buffer over here, we're just getting an integer. This is going to be the size of our list, and then we're going to loop through this, and we're just going to say, okay, get me the, the next ingredient, basically. And then at the end here, we're just getting the output. Now, how do I know that this is sort of the way to do it? Well, because we're also having to do the write method. And you can see we're first writing an integer, and then we're first reading an integer. And then we're writing X amount of, ingredients to this buffer. And then we're reading X amount of ingredients from this buffer. And then lastly, we're writing an item stack, which is the output. And here we're reading the item stack. The order and the, things that we're doing here has to match, right? So this is basically networking stuff. If the packet buffer is off by, anything basically, right? If we add another integer and we're not reading it, or we're writing something else, or we're reading something that doesn't exist, you will have an error. Now, you might actually not get this error inside of the environment here, instead of the development environment. This might actually only happen if you have a dedicated server and start it with a dedicated server. So please keep that in mind. Make sure that the write and the read method are basically, mirrors of each other. Okay, and then we can actually go back to the normal class and just do some stuff here. So this is just going to be type.instance. The serializer is, crazily enough, serializer.instance. The ID is just the ID. The output is just output.copy, actually, very important here. Fits, we're just going to say true. The craft method is just going to be the output. And then the matches method is where the magic happens. The first thing we have to do is we have to say world is client. And then we just want to return false. I'm not 100% sure why we have to do this. I just know that we have to do this. Otherwise, it will crash on the server. I don't know why. It's changed like in, I think 1.18.2 or something like that. It changed for whatever reason. I just found that doing this basically, works. So there you go. What else does the matches method do? Well, it basically checks, or what you want to check in here is basically whether or not the recipe items are the same as the items inside of the inventory. This means that we have a list of ingredients right here. It's ever only going to be one ingredient. So basically, we're going to say recipe items.get 0, because this gets us the first ingredient. Remember, arrays and lists and all of that start at 0. And we want to test this against the inventory.get stack of from slot 1. Because we remember, once again, if we look at this is going to be our input slot, right? 0, 1. So this is our slot that we're inputting our item into. That's why this is 1. This is 0 because this is a different list, right? This has nothing to do with the inventory. We're basically getting the first item inside of the list of our ingredients. And this we want to match with whatever is inside of the inventory. And if it does, then we're going to return true, and then the matches method is true, and then we have found a match for a particular recipe in this case. That is the general idea. The matches method can get wildly more complicated, especially if you have multiple input slots and all of that and multiple input items. What I recommend here, once again, is just Java knowledge. If you have sufficient Java knowledge, then this should not scare you in the slightest, right? If you're like, I don't even know what's going on right now, it might be worth going back to the drawing board a little bit, because especially when we continue along with this, there's going to be quite a few things that are a lot more complicated than this, right? So just keep that in mind. And this, of course, should serve only as an example to you, so that you have one particular implementation, and then you can hopefully expand on this, play around with this, and hopefully be fine with that. So let's continue with the mod recipes method. It's actually not that complicated over here. What we want to do is we just want a public static void register recipes method over here, and this will just call the two things. I'm actually going to copy this over because it's actually fairly straightforward. You can see we have a registry register call of recipe serializers. We're making a new identifier of tutorial mod, and then gem infusing recipe serializer ID. And then just passing in the instance here. And then here, we're doing the same thing, just with the recipe type. Literally all that we need to do. Once again, this is, of course, all available to you in the description below. Get a repository in individual gist as well. And then we just call the mod recipes.register recipes down here, and that should register the recipe as well. Now, that is all fine, and now the recipe is registered. There you go, that way around. However, it's not currently used in our block entity. The block entity still uses our very crude method of literally just having a boolean over here. Now, how can we fix that? It's actually very straightforward. This is why I've, created this, because it's actually not that, bad. We're just going to want to delete the boolean here, and instead we want to say optional of type gem infusing recipe. This is going to be the match. That is equal to the world. Now we don't have the world. We can just say entity.getWorld dot get recipe manager, this one right here, and we want to say get first match of a particular recipe, that is the gem infusing recipe.type.instance, passing in the inventory as well as the world. So this is once again entity.getWorld. And there we go. Now this basically checks, hey, do we have any type of match? And how do we check for a match? We just say match.isPresent. No math, nope, match.isPresent. There you go. And that pretty much does the same thing. Now, if this is true, then the inventory that we have, right, so this one right here, has found a match with any type of recipe of this particular gem infusing type. That's all that there is to it. So isPresent, match.isPresent is basically true if our matches method is true. So that is why the matches method is so important. Hello, this is future Kaupenjoe here with a little bit of an announcement. It's very important here that we actually do change something else in the craft item method, and that is actually we're going to have to take the optional recipe here in here as well. Let's just call this something like the recipe. And what we actually want to do is, of course, here we still have this particular item stack, in this case hard-coded, so we actually do want to change this. So we can either say, you know, new item stack, and then we can say recipe.get output, you know, item, for example, and then do something like this. Or you can also, because of course the output here is actually already an item stack, so you could in theory also say something like this, right? So either one of those works. I recommended doing something like this. And then what you can also do is you can take the output itself, instead of getting the stack that is inside of here, just taking whatever the output is and adding 1 to it. So you can say get output dot get count in this case, and then adding 1 to this as well. So either way, you know, pretty much this should work as long as you have the correct item here. And then if you're not reading in any count, then that should be fine. If you are reading in a count, then of course be sure to use the item stack that you're using right here. Otherwise, of course, the count is not going to work. So this is actually quite an important, you know, bit that you also have to do. Otherwise, you will get, regardless of the actual you know, regardless of the actual recipe, you're always going to get the tanzanite, which is of course not something you want. That is why this is quite important. I'm going to give it back to past Kaupenjoe, where the code will probably change. However, this is the correct code. Keep that in mind, and everything then should be fine. Even more future Kaupenjoe here. Before we get back to past Kaupenjoe, there's one more thing that we actually need to change. And that is in the can insert into items output slot over here, because we still have the tanzanite right in here. What we actually want to do is we want to say match.get.getOutput.getItem over here. Otherwise, we actually, once again, it won't work. So keep that in mind as well. So sorry for the weird fixes over here, but sometimes, you know, it happens. Block entity is quite complicated, so hopefully you can forgive me for that. Otherwise, back to old Kaupenjoe and to the rest of the video. And that pretty much is everything that we need to do in this case. Everything else doesn't need to change. We only needed to change this because we're using the hasRecipe method. We're using it here as well, so we don't need to change this. And that should pretty much do everything, you know, on its own. We now just need a JSON file. Let's go into our data folder. Tutorial model recipes. We're going to right click new file here, and that's going to be the tanzanite from infusing, or let's call it gem infusing, sure, .json. And I will copy over the contents, but they should be fairly self-explanatory. You can see tutorial model gem infusing should be nothing crazy, right? The gem infusing right here is the name right here. Let's see, this one right here and this one right here. No, this one and this one, right? So those have to match. That's very important. And then we have an ingredient list. So as you can see, this is a JSON array or a JSON list. And then we have an item that is the raw tanzanite, and the output here is the item of tutorial mod tanzanite. So we're basically going to get 1 tanzanite over here from 1 raw tanzanite. That is the general idea. Let's then go into the game and actually see if it works. Alright, friends, so in Minecraft again, so let's just see. So in theory, I should be able to put the raw tanzanite in here, and we should get the progress again, and we should get a tanzanite out of it. So that's actually perfect, and there we go, we got a tanzanite out of it, exactly how you would expect it to. So you might say, well, that's literally the same behavior that we have before. Yes, but now you can just create the JSON files, and you can basically put any type of item in there, and, well, it's just going to interpret this for you. It's going to do all stuff for you, and that is absolutely freaking awesome. Let's make a proper cited inventory for our block entity. Alright, Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be looking at the inventory, both insertion as well as extraction of our block entity. Because right now, if you were to take a hopper, for example, and, well, try to put something into this particular block entity, what's going to happen is just going to put this into the first slot or slot with index 0. Just for completion's sake, let's actually take a look at the current way this is working. Then we'll implement something which is going to look absolutely insane to you. I'm already telling you it's going to look quite crazy. Hopefully I will be able to explain this to you, and then we'll see the end result at the end. So let's go into the game and see how it works right now. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see. So this is, of course, slot 0, this is slot 1, this is slot 2. Now, if I were to use a hopper, I would, of course, want my raw tanzanite to go into this slot. However, if I were to put this in here, you can see it's just putting this into the first slot. Now, you might say, well, obviously that would be the case because we're putting it on the left side, on the left side of the block. No, that's not how it works. That is way more complicated. It basically just looks for the first slot and inserts it there. And even worse, right, if we were to, let's say the tanzanite, I'm like, you know what I want to do is I want the finished tanzanite, right, to be output like this. Well, let's just put it in here, and what you'll find is that, well, no, that also doesn't work. It's just going to, well, output basically from the first slot, and this is going to be output at the very end. So as you can clearly see, the way that this currently works is absolutely terrible and not at all what we need, especially, this is just with hoppers. Imagine with cables or some sort of item transport system from any other mod, that would break the system completely. So we're gonna have to do something very, very crazy. Hopefully you will be able to understand it, but let's just go back to the code and see how we can basically fix that. So the way that I want this to work is that we will be able to insert into this slot from the left, this slot from the top and the right, and of the block basically, and to output for on the bottom as well as output on the south side or the bottom side, like not the down side, right, that's pointing down, but like the the side that points to the, you hopefully know what I mean basically. Anyway, that's the general idea. And to do this, we actually don't have to do crazy things in terms of methods. However, the methods themselves are going to look, quite crazy, actually. Like, they are going to look freaking insane. Let's just put them like right here. We want to get the can insert method, override that one, as well as the can extract method. Now, what we'll get in both of those methods is the slot that it's trying to insert or extract from or to, the stack that it's trying to insert or extract, as well as a side. Now, the side here is really the, well, main issue, let's say, because the side here is not as you might expect, right? So the direction itself, if I middle mouse one click, you can see down, up, north, south, west, east. You might be like, oh, that's really easy. Then, we can just say north, and if the slot is this one, then we just import it into there and stuff like that. Yeah, sadly, that's not how it works, because these directions are world directions, meaning that when we set down the block, whatever face is actually facing north, that doesn't matter. What only matters is that the direction is north. So we're rotating the block around, but that doesn't matter to this direction. And that really is the issue that we have to deal with. Now, I have a solution for this. Once again, this is something where you will have to try this out if you have any type of different way of your own, custom entity over here. You have multiple slots, you have different slots. They are in like different places. You're like, maybe you have 2 on the left side and you want to import stuff like there. You will have to try this out. And once again, there is some Java knowledge needed for this. Otherwise, you're not going to like understand what to even do. Even with Java knowledge, you might be like, I don't quite understand this. That's fine. Let's try and explain this. So first of all, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the first 2 lines here from the can insert method. Now, all of the code is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below, GitHub repository, and individual gist as well. And you can see we're first of all getting the local direction. What does that mean? Well, basically, I want to get the facing of this particular block, right? Because remember back to the block model tutorial, right, where we actually rotated the block around. This is now where this comes in, right? Because as we rotate the block around, the side changes, right, in which we basically want to import it into. So we want to keep this in mind. And, well, think about this. So this is the local direction, and then we also just want to return a false on up and down, because I don't want anything to be inserted from the down direction as well as the up direction. That's just why I'm doing this. And now what I want to do is I'm just going to have a little bit of a comment here, right? So if we're inserting from the top, right, so this would be the north side, quote unquote, then we want to insert into 1, so this one right here. If we are on the right side, then we want to insert into 1, also this guy. And then if we're on the left, we want to insert into 0, which is this one. That should be fairly self-explanatory in that sense. And now I'm going to show you the code that is responsible for making this work. And you're going to say, what the frick is this? So it's going to be a return statement, a switch statement, basically. And this is it. Now, the first thing they're going to say is, what is this absolute insanity? Okay, so let me try and break this down for you. Basically, we're going through all of the directions that the local direction can take. This is basically always going to be north because we're already filtering through up and down in theory. Actually, this should not be the case. This is also going to return up and down, but it shouldn't matter because the only issue that you might get is that when we're taking the side over here and it's not something that can be, opposited or clockwise rotated, because obviously up can't really be like rotated clockwise. That doesn't make any sense. So keep that in mind. But this should work in theory. This should be fine, and it shouldn't have no errors in that moment. But we can take a look at that anyway. So what happens here? If the local direction is north, then basically what we want to take is the side that the world is facing, get the opposite of that, and if that is north, then we can insert into slot 1. Now, how did I calculate this? I gotta be honest, this is more trial and error than anything else. Basically, it's pretty much trial and error, saying that the side that we're trying to get from is basically always a side in the world coordinates. So this is the world coordinate side. We're going to get the opposite of that. And if that is north, then we should be at the top of the, this should be the top, basically. If the local direction is also north, that's very important. This is why we have the switch statement. And if then the slot is 1, then we can insert into it. You can also, in theory, because we're also getting the stack here, filter through what you actually want this to be inserted into. So we can say, for example, stack.getItem, and then this has to be mod items.raw tanzanite, for example. So you can also filter what can be inserted into this by doing something like this. Do remember that you will have to do this for each of those lines. Now, once again, in theory, we could probably extract a method over here, make this a little bit simpler to read and all of that. That's fine. I wanted to basically give you this as the full like frontal assault in this case, because it is quite crazy. And then let's think about east. So now we're wanting to insert something on the, well, actually, let's continue with this one first. Sorry. So the default one, right? So once again, this is the north side, and then we're inserting into the 1, exactly like this. Now on the right side, we want to insert into 1 as well. This is once again the side opposite. That stays the same. If this is east now we're on the right side of the block, right? We still want this to be able to insert into slot 1. And then once again, side opposite on the north. If the local direction is north, then we're looking for the west side, which would be the left side of the block. And here we can then insert into slot 0. The same thing goes for all the other ones. The only thing that rotates here when the local direction rotates is the side also rotates around, right? So the side that we're looking at from the world perspective. We're basically rotating the world around with this and then keeping the direction here. The direction in this case, like that we're trying to do, is always the, top, right, left, things like that. That is the general idea here. Hopefully this is somewhat understandable. Once again, I cannot suggest enough playing around with this. This will open up way more if you try to change this and then see, oh, this is how the behavior changes. This is how the behavior changes. Highly recommend doing it in debug mode as well, and then maybe doing some hot swapping in that instance. Now, interestingly enough, a very similar thing happens in the can extract method. I'm going to just copy over the entire method in this case. And once again, this is all available to you. If the side is up, of course, we're not going to insert anything. If it's down, we don't even have to care about any of the local directions, because down is always going to be the same side, no matter how many times we rotate it around the y-axis, of course, right? That should be fairly sensible. Here, we're just saying, hey, if the slot is then 2, we can extract it. And then if it's not down, then we're once again entering the switch statement and doing the same thing, right? You can see the north one, we're getting the opposite, and then we're looking at south, which is the bottom one, right? Not the one that's the down, but the bottom one, and then east as well. So we could, in theory, also export or extract the item from the right. So this would also work. We could, in theory, extract it from the right. Now that actually doesn't work. It neither works from the right nor the bottom. It only works from the down direction because, of course, hoppers only like extract from on top of them, basically. But if you were to have, another mod basically installed that adds some sort of conduits or item things that if you can basically, export items out of something, then extract them, then that would also, it should in theory work. Yeah, so those are the crazy things. As I've said, this looks quite crazy. When you really think about it, it's not that complicated. It's just that you have to get it like once, right? And once you understand roughly what is happening here, then you're going to be like, okay, now I know what's going on. So I highly recommend, if you need to watch this again, I probably encourage you to do so. I also encourage you to just go to the description, get a repository, take the can insert and the can extract method, put it into your own block entity, and just play around with it. What I will not do is, let's say you're coming over here and you're like, hey, I got 6 different slots. Listen, you're gonna have to figure this out on your own. This is one particular example. Hopefully you can work off of this, and hopefully this is understandable. Now let's go into the game and just for sanity's sake, see that it actually works in game as well. All right, we found ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's just try and set the gem infusing station down. Now the first thing right on the left side, in theory, we should be able to insert into here. So let's go. This is, of course, the behavior that we had absolutely before. So this is nothing crazy. But now from the north side, right, because we set it down, and this is, not really the north side. This is actually pointing to the south, but in theory, it should now insert into here. Let's see if that is the case. And indeed, it is the case, exactly how you would expect it to, and that is absolutely awesome. Same thing goes if we are actually trying to get something out. You can see this is no longer pumping out. It is actually outputting the items from the output slot, basically. And the same thing should happen here. So I believe what we should actually be able to do is insert into the output slot on that side. Let me get rid of this guy. This is the output slot one, right? No, actually it is not. That's also good. And then of course, we can export from the output slot there. That is fair. And then that is pretty much everything. Now, from the top, we actually can't insert anything. Now, it's also not going to crash the game, that's pretty good, of course. But yeah, that is pretty much the general idea. So you have one example of a particular gem infusing station, one particular block entity, and once again, this is the general idea, right? We set this down into this direction. Now, if we were to rotate 180 degrees, now this, of course, now, right, this face here becomes the top side now, of course, right? This is no longer the top side. Now, in this instance, with this example, I will admit that the example of the block entity, it is definitely not as sided as it could be, but you can always tell that this is the right side by looking at this, the little bit of a blacker area right here, because it doesn't have this on the left. So then you already know, or you always know which one is the right side, hopefully, and then that will basically clue you in. And once again, from the top, we can insert right here. That is the general idea. Hopefully this was somewhat understandable to you. So in theory, this should all be compatible with any type of other mod that you might add and that has some sort of item transfer pipes or something like that. As long as they use the sided inventory interface, then this should in theory all work fine. So that is how you can make sided inventories. And let's add custom energy to our block entity. Alright, we found ourselves back in Inventory once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom energy via the Team Reborn Energy API. Really, really awesome stuff, and well, let's take a look. So the first thing we'll do is just update to 1.19.2, just making sure that we have this. These are the current, basically the current values here. You can always take a look at fabricmc.net/develop to see the actual properties, the dependency as well, and that should be fine. And then, it's going to build. Once again, can take anywhere from a few seconds up to a minute or so, and then everything should be fine over here as well. And then just to be sure to have everything, you can always add or always run the Gradle W gen sources over here just to generate the sources, so you have those as well, and then you should be pretty much good to go. And now we can take a look at adding some energy. All right, now that that is done, let's go and see what we can see. So first of all, we of course have to add the Team Reborn Energy API. For information, I suggest going to the Tech Reborn Energy repo over here. You can basically see that we have different values over here, and then there's the API. So we basically have to add this over here. Here they are the latest values, or the latest versions, basically. And we're just going to, add this to our dependencies. So what we want to add is the following. I'm just going to copy this over, and then we'll see. So this is, as you can see, we're going to include the mod API, Team Reborn Energy 2.2.0, and we're just making sure that we're excluding this group in particular, because, then it doesn't work if we actually add this. So that should be fine. And we will actually need one other thing, and that is going to be, we're actually going to add Tech Reborn as well, so the actual mod itself. And this is going to be done like this. So we're going to say mod implementation first.maven, then the name of the mod, and this is the number on CurseForge. So we're basically getting something from CurseForge, and then this is the number basically of the download that you have. And now we're going to add this just so that we have an example of some sort of generating energy, basically, that we can then use our block entity with, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to actually generate any energy. So we're going to add this. For that, we also need to add this under the repositories. That's actually very important that we add this curse maven over here. And that should be pretty much all that we need to do in this case. So this is going to add the Team Reborn Energy API, and this is going to add the Tech Reborn mod itself to our project here in this case. Now let's just rerun the Gradle over here, and once again, this can take anywhere from a few seconds to a minute to maybe a few minutes even, and then after this we should get a build successful. There we go, actually 9 seconds. Of course, you know, I've already done all of this before, so it should be fine, and we should now have access to, well, all of the craziness that are going to be used for the Energy API. Let's start by going into our gem infusing block entity, and let's go to the very top over here, and we will first of all add the actual energy storage. This is going to be a public, a final, and this is a simple energy storage. You can see Team Reborn Energy API base, so it definitely has been added properly, and this is going to be called energy storage. This is equal to a new simple energy storage, and here we actually put in the capacity. So capacity here, let's just say 30,000. The max insert, let's say 32, and then the max extract is also going to be 32 for the time being. I highly suggest when you play around with the numbers one way or the other, and also you just have to be open to experimentation on this basically. We want to make this an anonymous class, and we want to override the onFinalCommit method over here, and we want to call markDirty. And that should be pretty much fine. We will add something else to here as well. We're going to need some custom networking in a moment, but we'll deal with that once we're basically done with this. We want to add the rest of this craziness first, and the rest of this craziness is going to be added in the following way. So now we have an energy storage here, in which we can basically add or subtract certain energy to. Now, the first thing we want to do is we actually want to make sure that the energy is written in the write and read NBT methods, of course. So let's just do this. So nbt.putInt. Actually, it's put long because the energy is actually saved as a long. This is going to be gem underscore infusing underscore station dot energy. And we're just going to say energy storage dot amount. And there you go. And then the same way over here, we're just going to say energy storage amount is equal to nbt.getLong. And that's going to be the gem underscore infusing underscore station dot energy, making sure that we write the same key here and here. Then that should be fine. And now, in theory, the only thing that we're going to need to, well, get, the energy working is stuff inside of the tick method. So that's going to be the tick method over here. So the way that the energy stuff works is actually very interesting. So what I want to do is I want to do two things. When we look back at the texture for the GUI, right, we have this particular, let's go, there you go. So I have this particular slot over here that it should be used to insert some sort of fluid over here, but because we're dealing with energy first, what I want to do is I just want to, for testing purposes, have something in here that if I, for example, put in a gem over here, then the energy also starts going up. Just, once again, this is for testing purposes only. I highly recommend playing around with these things as well, just so that you have a little bit of an idea. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a new if statement here, and we're going to say has energy item, right? And this is going to be, once again, passing in the entity, of course, and this is going to be a new method. So let's actually make this method first. So let's create this. This really isn't anything crazy over here. We're pretty much just asking, hey, we're just returning, does the entity.getStack in slot 0, right? Is that an item? And is that item, let's say Tanzanite, for example, right? And if this is Tanzanite, then we're going to just add a little bit of, where is it? There it is. We're just going to add a little bit of energy here. And how do we add energy? So this is one of the things that I am unsure if this is the exact way to do it. So if there are any experts for the API over here, please do correct anything in the comments below. I'll pin the comment or whatever. Now, I have done this in the following way. I have made a try statement and then a transaction from NetMicroFabric transfer transaction over here. called transaction. This is equal to a transaction.openOuter, right? So this is an outer transaction. And what we're then going to do is we're going to say entity.energyStorage.insert, and we're going to insert 16 energy. We're going to pass in the transaction as well, and at the very end here, we're going to say transaction.commit. So we're basically putting in 16 energy after opening this transaction, and then we're going to say, okay, and then we want to commit this. So I believe that this is how it should work. The general idea is that if we don't commit it, then it's not actually going to be inserted, and this commit over here, the transaction.commit, should also then be used, or is used to then call this onFinalCommit method as well, which is going to mark the actual block entity dirty, which is exactly what we want. And then this later will also synchronize it to the menu and the client as well. So that's the general idea here. And that is one of the things that we want to do here. Now, when we have a recipe, that's great, but maybe we also want to check if there is enough energy. So has enough energy. There's going to be the entity over here. Once again, a method that does not exist. That's fine. Let's create it. And then here, we're just going to check, hey, let's see something about, maybe we're going to check the entity again. So entity.energyStorage.amount, and maybe that has to be more than something like 32. So maybe we want to subtract 32 every tick or something like that, but we just want to basically make sure, hey, does this actually have enough energy to run anything? Okay, that's fine. And then instead of only increasing the progress, we now also want to extract energy every tick that we're doing stuff. So let's extract energy from this entity. Once again, this is a method that has not been created. I think that doing it like this actually makes more sense to sort of go through. And then how do we extract the energy in this case? Well, it's the same idea with this, right? The same try with a transaction called transaction equal to a transaction open outer. And then inside of here, we're once again going to say entity.energyStorage. This time we're going to say extract, and we're going to extract 32, passing in the transaction, and then we're going to say transaction.commit. Once again, if any experts are here and this is, not right or whatever, feel free to just comment down below anything like that. I'm totally open to hearing other ideas in this. Now, crazily enough, this is in theory all that we need to do to add the energy in this case, right? So this might be like, wait, what is that? Can't be everything. It actually is everything to add the energy itself. Now, of course, what we're not having yet is any display of the energy right here. That is a little bit more complicated. However, for completion's sake, I actually want to show you how this already works when we put a tanzanite into the first slot over here, right? This slot right here. And then we're not going to have any feedback over here. Without the thing in the slot, it's not actually going to work. And it's basically going to, well, not actually craft this because the actual entity itself doesn't have enough energy. Let's go into the game for the first time. Let's take a look at it, and then we're going to continue afterwards. All right, we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and first of all, you can see that Tech Reborn has been added here, so we have access to, all sorts of generators and all sorts of different things. So we can actually already take a look. Let's say, for example, I try to use the tin cable over here. You can see it actually does not connect right now. That's totally fine. We're going to take a look at that in just a moment. But for the, for the most part in this idea, what we can do is, well, let's just take the raw tanzanite and put it in here, and it doesn't work, right? Why does it not work? Well, because there's no energy in here. Now, of course, we're not getting any display, but if I put a tanzanite in here, we're just going to wait a little bit of time, because every tick, it should add about, I think 16 was what we put in there, so it should add 16 every tick over here. Now, like I said, we're not getting any visual display, but when I now take it out and put a raw tanzanite in here, then it should actually start. As you can see, it might not finish because it might not be enough. Well, it actually was enough. That's fair enough. So you can see it basically uses the energy that it has stored, and then it actually does not have enough energy to finish the operation, but that's totally fine. The theory still goes that the energy itself actually does work, so that's really, really awesome. And, well, I mean, let's go and continue along and, well, I mean, see that we can, first of all, have this displayed properly inside of the menu over here, and then also that it works with the cables and all of that craziness, so that that all works as well. Let's take a look. Let's start with basically the capability of, well, having this, sided energy stuff. That's going to happen in the mod block entities over here. And what we're just going to do is we're just going to call energy storage.sided.register for a block entity. And then we're going to have we're going to basically start to type block entity over here, and then it's going to make a by function over here. We're just going to say block entity.energy storage. And then the second parameter is the gem infusing station, and then all errors should go away. We just need to delete the last one over here. What is this? That is a comma that is not correct. Let me think about this. There's just one too many opening parentheses, and there you go. So that basically is going to register this particular block entity so that you can now also connect the cables to it. And then this should pretty much just work, and it should now work with this energy storage, and any other mod that uses the energy API over here should then pretty much work with this. So that's actually really awesome indeed. Right, so this was sort of the easy part to get this to work here, and now to actually display it inside of the inventory, that is a thing that is a little more complicated, but as I've said previously, now we're basically going to the big boy leagues, right? This is not the easy stuff anymore. Can be quite complicated. So if I recall correctly, what we basically need to do is we need to get the energy storage over here, right? This one. We need to get this synchronized with the client. Now we can do this via a new packet. That's totally fine, right? We can make basically a packet and send it to all the clients, and then the energy storage over here should also synchronize with the client, basically. However, for this, we first need to make a big change in the screen handler itself, and namely in the mod screen handlers, because currently this is a normal screen handler type. Now we want to actually make this an extended screen handler type. Now if we just change this, that's not the worst thing, but you can see first of all this new over here does not work. That's fine, because the only thing we basically need to change here is actually add a packet byte buffer over here. So packet byte buff, no buff, there you go, this guy. And we just want to import this class, and we're just going to call it buff over here. That's fine. And in the other constructor, we want to add instead of an inventory, we actually want to say block entity, called entity. There you go. And now we change this from a simple inventory to a following crazy thing, and that is inventory.player.getWorld.getBlockEntity, and then passing in the buff.read block position. So we're basically we're writing in a block position over here, saying, hey, what we want to do is I want to write a block position of where this particular entity is, so that I have access to this particular block entity in the screen handler. This is actually quite important, otherwise a few things are not going to work. So what we can then do is we can then say over here entity.cast, and we're just going to cast this to an inventory, because we know that this is actually an inventory, so that is no worries at all, basically. We're going to do the same here. We're just going to cast this to an inventory. Let's actually copy this over. We're going to say inventory, and this is the entity. And then we also want another field over here, a public final, actually, gem infusing block entity, or block entity. And we're going to assign this after the property delegate, let's say. So we're going to say this dot block entity equals entity right here. Now this also doesn't work. You have to cast this, but that's fine. We're just casting the entity that we're passing in here as a gem infusing block entity. And I believe that should be pretty much what we need to do in this case, just so that we have access to this particular block entity. That's actually very important later in the screen. Otherwise, we actually can't display the energy there. So that's all fine, but then this actually prompts us to also change something inside of the block itself, if I recall correctly. Let's just make sure that that is the case inside of the gem infusing station block. There you go, in the onUse method. I believe what we need to do here is we don't want to do this. We now want to say world.getBlockEntityAtPosition, passing in the position, and then casting this to a gem infusing block entity. And that should be what we need to do here. So like I said, it's a little bit different in this case, but this should now work fine. As I said, this can be quite complicated, so I might miss something, but well, as I've said, quite complicated in a lot of ways. There's a lot of things that we need to change basically everywhere, but that's going to be okay. Right, now in the block entity itself, we actually need to do the following thing. We want to change this from a named screen handler factory to an extended screen handler factory. Also extremely important. This will prompt us to actually implement another method that is a write screen opening data method. Let's actually move this up a little bit. Let's move this below the method where we create the menu. There you go, this one. And now here, what we actually want to do is we want to write this position, because that's the thing that we're going to need inside of the screen handler later. So we want to say buff.writeBlockPause. Block pause, there you go. And then just say this.pause. There you go. And that should be pretty much fine. And I believe all of the things that we need to change in the screen handler itself. So now what should happen is that the screen handler now has available to it the entire block entity, which then can also be used in the screen in theory. But the issue right now is that the energy at the moment is not synchronized from the server to the client, because that doesn't happen automatically. We now want to do this via a packet. Now for this, custom networking is required, but no worries. We've seen this previously, and we're going to do this again. So this is the energy sync. This is the server to client, so S2C packet over here. And what I will do is I will just copy over the contents of this. I think this should immediately work. I think that there are two methods that are not implemented yet. That's totally fine, of course. So the set energy level method, we basically have to also add to the gem infusing block entity. No worries at all. We're just going to do that. Let's just do it. I mean, it doesn't really matter where we put this, basically. Let's just put it here. There you go. So this is going to be the public void, and this is the set energy level, set energy, actually. There you go. Set energy, not storage, but set energy level. This is taking in a long called energy level. And we're just going to say this.energystorage.amount equals energy level. Now, this is only used to basically set the energy on the client itself, right? So we're basically sending the current level of energy that the server has stored, and we're sending it to all clients that are, basically to all clients. And when they access this particular block entity's menu, then they also have access to the energy level on the client itself. That's the general idea of what we're doing here, and that is why this craziness basically goes on. Overall, this shouldn't be anything too crazy. We're basically reading a block position over here. We're reading the energy level, then just making sure that, hey, is this particular block entity actually a gem infusing station? If it is, then we're totally fine. Then we're setting the energy level. And then we're also saying, hey, if the current screen that the player has open is the gem infusing screen handler, then we're also setting the energy level. So basically that it is synchronized every time that something changes on the block itself, and also while we have it open. That also then changes and synchronizes the energy level. I'm not 100% sure if this is necessarily needed, but I do like to have it. So there you go, basically. Right, so let's register this in the mod messages as well. So this goes in the register S2C over here. So client, play networking, register global receiver. We, of course, need a new identifier over here. This is the energy underscore sync. And, of course, here as well, energy underscore sync. And then we're just going to call energy sync. And that this is then the energy sync S2C packet, : receive. And then end it with a semicolon, and that should pretty much be this registered, and it should also be working fine. Now, what we have is we would have access to the correct number of the energy, right, this amount, on the client after we're adding something into the final commit method over here. Now, what do we need to add here? Well, before, what we've seen is like sending something to one player, but how do we actually send something to all the players? Well, the first thing we want to make sure is that the world that we're on right now is not the client. Because if you actually do this for both the client and the server, well, first of all, it's going to crash because, the client can't send server packets to the client. That's not how it works, right? That's number one. And number two, if it would work, then what would happen is it would just like repeat itself forever, because every time it's received, the energy changes. So then, it changes as again and again and again. So that is not what we want. So basically, inside of here, we want to make a new buffer. That's just the data. So let's say packet byte buffs.create. So we're creating a new buffer, and we're writing in, of course, first of all, the long. That's what we want to write in here. And that is the amount. And then we also want to write the block position, and that is just the get pause over here. Remember that the buffer over here is read via this one right here. So we first want to write in the long, because that's the first thing we're going to read, and then write in the block position, because that's the second thing we're going to read. And what we then want to do is we want to basically for each loop for every server player entity called player, and we want to go through the player lookup.tracking, and then a server world. Also, we need to cast the world basically into a server world, and then passing in the position here. And inside of this particular for loop, what we want to do is we want to say server play networking.send to every player, mod messages.energy sync, and then passing in the data. So this will now send the actual amount and the block position of this particular block entity to every player that is on this particular, well, world basically on this server. And that should be pretty much all that we need to properly synchronize the data. Now we just need a way to display it inside of the screen. So now we find ourselves, when you think about this, purely on the client, right? Now, luckily, we have access to, as we have seen here, the handler. And luckily, the handler itself, when we go into the gem infusing screen handler, has access to the block entity. So therefore, we have access to the energy storage as well. That is really awesome indeed. Now, what do we need for this craziness? Well, I have sort of, what would I say? I've sort of done some crazy stuff over here because I had the visual energy stuff done for Forge, and what I used was a pretty good class from Blue Sunrise, and we're just going to take a similar class here. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to make a renderer package here in the screen package, and then we're going to make a new class, and that is the energy info area class. Well, just making sure that we write this correctly. There you go, and that should be fine. Now, what we want to do is we also want an info area class. So this is going to be a new Java class called the info area class. There you go. And that should be okay. Now I'm going to basically, copy this over. The general idea here is that this has been done in a Forge version, and I'm now using it in this. So this is under the Blue's license of common sense. Pretty much just means don't go too crazy with it. This does apply to the Forge version. I don't think I've modified this one in particular, but I have modified the, I think I've heavily modified the energy info area, but just making sure, right, this is actually from Blue Sunrise over here, so just keep that in mind. The energy info area, I'm also going to copy over the entire class. It's a little bit longer, but as always, everything is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And here is the same, right? Of course, Blue's license of common sense. I have changed a lot of this stuff around basically to be, to work with Fabric, but overall, it's going to be totally fine. With this, let's actually not call this FE. Let's just call this E for energy. Basically, I think that this is the denomination or the actual type of the SE type, if you want to, that the energy is stored in. So that's going to be called E. And that should be pretty much what we need. Now, we need this in order to, properly display this. So in this screen itself, what we're going to have is we're going to have an area, and it's going to look something like this. So beneath the texture, we're just going to have a private energy info area. We're just going to call this the energy info area. In the init, we're just going to make a new method called assign energy info area. I just like to have sort of a method for this. It's a little bit cleaner in that case. Just create this. And what is this going to entail? Well, it's going to assign the actual energy info area and make a new energy info area. What does this need? Well, we're going to basically, I'm going to put this in, and then you're going to say, well, this is pretty crazy. And it's like, yeah, but we'll see. So we're going to say width minus background width, and then divide all of that craziness by 2, and then after the closing parentheses plus 156, comma, and then the second one is going to be, this is height, actually 2 opening parentheses again, height minus background height in this case, divided by 2 plus 13, and then directly after it, we're going to say handler.blockentity.energy_storage. Now, what is this insanity? This pretty much just makes sure that the energy area is in the correct position, right? So this 156 over here and the 13, I believe, if I recall correctly, should be right here, that it knows that this is the energy area where it has to display. Because the energy info area doesn't only render the, basically a color inside of this particular part of the screen, it will also have a method that makes it so that when you hover over this area, you can actually see how much is in there, right? If you look at this energy area over here, the class, you can see get tooltips, and we're getting the amount of the energy and the capacity. So we actually can immediately see how much energy is in there by hovering over it. So that's why I really, really like this class, and I'm just a big fan of it, basically. So now the cool thing is that the energy area already has a draw method over here that we just need to add the matrix stack to. So in the draw background, we can just say energy info area.draw, and then passing in the matrices over here. And that will deal with all of the rest. Now there's one thing that we do need, and that is the tooltip. Now for the tooltip, I will be copying over the tooltip in this case because the tooltip method, because it's a little bit more complicated. And once again, everything is available to you. So this will require the isMouseAboveArea method. And this is just a few helper methods. This will require a helper class as well as a few helper methods. As I've said, we're getting more and more complicated and more complex. So this is why sometimes there's some helper methods and stuff that we need. So first of all, we're going to get the mouseUtils over here. Once again, this is just a mouseUtil class basically saying, hey, is the, right, this is the position of the mouse X, mouse position Y, and then we're asking, okay, is this inside of this area, right? We're saying this is X and Y, and this is the size of it, and then is the mouse inside of this area? And then we're just having a few helper methods here that we're then using instead of two helper methods that we also need, or actually one helper method that we're just going to add right here. And you can see it pretty much does the same thing. We're just having a little bit of an offset, a little bit of a height and width. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I would basically ask you to, number one, play around with it a little bit, right? So because you can play around with the numbers, of course, right? You have everything here available to you. You can use it and then just try it out and see what you can basically find. This particular render energy tooltip is going to be called in another method, and that is the draw foreground method. Now, what we want to do here is we want to have X and Y available. That's going to be just copied over. So you can see X and Y is just width, background width. So this is pretty much exactly like this. We could also do the same thing in the assign energy info area. We're going to be fine though. And here we would then want to call the render energy area tooltips, passing in the matrices, mouse X, mouse Y, X and Y. And this should then also render the tooltip when we hover over exactly this area right here. And that would be pretty freaking awesome indeed. Now, looking at this, I believe that we should be done and everything should work. Now, because this is quite complicated, there might be something I've missed. Who knows? And of course, a little bit of a, well, issue actually snuck in, and that is right here in the screen handler. What we want to do is we actually do want to assign it right here, basically inside of the field, and then inside of here, we actually want to register it. So we want to say registry, making sure we choose a NetMicroFutural registry. Very important, make sure to choose the right class, registry.screenHandler, and then make a new identifier over here. Of course, tutorial mod ID, and then we're going to call this the gem_infusing. That's fine. And then after the first closing parentheses, comma, gem infusing screen handler. And that should register the screen handler correctly. And now I believe, hopefully, everything should work. All right, fans of in Minecraft, so let's see. Okay, everything works. Now, if I hover over the right part here, it should show me a tooltip, and there we go. That also already works, which is pretty freaking awesome indeed. Now, what we should actually find, if we put the Tanznet over here, right, we did this so that it adds some energy to it. So we should see not only a little bit of energy go up, but we should also see the 0 change. So let's see if that is the case. So the 0 changes, and we can even see something rendered there based on how much energy is inside of the block entity. This is freaking awesome indeed. Let's just let this run a little bit longer, just so that we have a little bit of energy inside of here. And then once there's enough, then what we can do, let's just get rid of this. We can see it stopped. And if we put a raw Tanznet in here, we should even see this drop now. Because of course it's using energy as it is crafting something, and now it has stopped. Absolutely amazing. We can also see that the tin cable now actually, well, basically properly connects to the block entity itself. Now this is a 32E per tick, so this is exactly how much this can accept. So what we should be able to do is just take a generator over here. Let's just take the normal generator. This is an output rate of 32. That's great. And then let's just take coal over here. And in theory, what should happen is if I put the coal in here, we should see this go up. And indeed, it does go up. Absolutely freaking amazing. Exactly how you would expect it to work. And if we put this one in here, now it actually will go down quite significantly faster, as you can see, than it goes up. I am unsure why this is the case, because this should be the same, right? It should take 32 per tick to, well, basically craft, and it should also be, well, basically be fed 32 per tick. So I'm unsure why this is the case. However, there might be some issues that need to be ironed out in the future, but overall, it does definitely work, and this is freaking awesome and the first step to making a insanely cool block entity for your mod. Right, and that concludes this tutorial right here. As always, all of the code is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Splishity splashity! And let's add custom fluid handling to our block entity. Oh! Alright, we find ourselves in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom fluid handling to our block entities. So we're going to continue along with our block entity saga over here. Finally now adding, after we've added the energy, now also adding the fluid handling as well. So let's start by, well, adding the fluid handling, right? We're going to have a public final single variant storage over here of type fluid variant. And that is this one right here. This is going to be called fluid storage. And this is equal to exactly this, a new single variant storage of a fluid variant. And you can see this is going to be an anonymous class. That's absolutely okay. So make sure that to add the semicolon over here, and you can see we're going to get a blank variant as well as the capacity over here. That's very interesting indeed. First of all, the blank variant, well, that's just fluid variant dot blank. That's absolutely no worries. Now, when it comes to the capacity, this is very interesting because I believe this is in the fluid variant. If you middle mouse button click on this, I believe that it should say, it actually doesn't say it right here. Maybe it says in the single variant storage over here. But the thing about the amount that is stored in there, right? The actual capacity, in Fabric, the amounts are a little bit different. Let's take a look at the fluid constants class. Constants, there you go. And you can see that one bucket is actually 81 droplets, which is equal to one block. So you can see those are the fluid units over here. Now, those are fine, right? I guess they work okay, right? They're okay. However, it's still like a little bit weird to me that these are the units. So what we're going to do is we're going to have this be converted to millibuckets, basically. So for that, we're going to have a util class, and that util class is going to be the fluid stack. So this is, I mean, not like completely taken from Forge, but the general idea is definitely taken from Forge. So we're going to basically have a fluid variant over here and an amount, and then I'm just going to add the rest of the methods over here. So you can see we're going to have two static methods where you can convert millibuckets to droplets and convert droplets to millibuckets. This is just going to make this a little bit easier on my part in this case, and that's going to be okay. And then you can see a new fluid stack basically takes in a fluid variant and the amount. So instead of saving the amount on the fluid variant itself, even though this would work, I believe, if I recall correctly, actually it wouldn't even work, so there you go. So this is definitely needed, and we're going to need this custom fluid stack class, definitely. Regardless of that, the capacity, what we're going to do is we're going to say fluid stack, so fluid stack dot convert droplets to millibuckets. Then we're going to say fluid stack, actually fluid constants dot bucket. So this would now represent one bucket times 20. So this should now be 20k millibuckets. All right, this is hopefully going to work, but we'll visit this in a little bit as well. We also want to override here the onFinalCommit method. Once again, we've already seen this, just calling the markDirty method, and then once we have, implemented everything else, we're also going to send some fluid synchronization messages over here via the networking, custom networking. But for the time being, let's continue along with the fluid storage. Well, first of all, we need to make sure that this fluid storage is properly registered. So once again, in our mod block entities, just where we had the energy storage cited, we're going to have the fluid storage dot cited as well. Register for block entity. Once again, doing the same thing over here, just doing a block entity, comma, direction. And then this is going to be the block entity dot fluid storage. And this is the gem infusing station. There you go. That should now enable fluid storage on, well, all sides of this particular block entity as well. That's pretty good. And that is pretty much what we need in this case. So then the question is, how are we going to use it? Well, first of all, right, let's not get too crazy over here. Let's first of all make a helper method for us similar to the set energy level, and that is the public void, and that is the set fluid level. Now, we're going to, of course, need this. This is going to be fluid variant. This is going to be the fluid variant. There you go. And then we're going to have a long, that is the fluid level. And this is just going to be this.fluidstorage.variant is equal to the fluid variant. There you go. And this.fluidstorage.amount is equal to the fluid level. So this is, of course, once again going to be needed for the synchronization server and client. So nothing crazy going on right there. When it comes to writing the NBT, of course, we want to write in read NBT as well. And we can do this by doing the following: nbt.put, and we're going to put in gem_infusing_station.variant. And luckily, the variant can be not synchronized, but actually serialized. So fluid storage.variant.toNBT, and then this is saved in there. Absolutely no worries. Let's actually just copy this over because it's going to be fairly easy. This is fluid level. Let's just say fluid. That's going to be fine. And that is a long as well. And instead of energy storage, this is fluid storage.amount. There you go. And then the same thing goes for this, of course. So fluid storage.variant is equal to fluid variant dot from NBT. And then we're going to do nbt.get gem underscore infusing underscore station dot variant. Variant, there you go. And this is going to throw an error. And if we hover over this, we can then cast this to an NBT compound, and that should work totally fine. And then here we're going to do the amount, of course, not the variant, the amount. And that is then just nbt.getLong. And that is the gem underscore infusing underscore station dot fluid. There you go. And then this is also being saved and loaded in as well. So no worries at all. Well, and now the same idea goes as we've seen before, right? We've had the energy idea and stuff like that here. And now we're basically going to continue along with this. So what we're going to basically do is just say, hey, do we have enough water in the tank, right? So we're going to say something like has enough water, or has enough fluid. That also works, right? Has enough fluid in the entity. So let's just create this method in this case. And here we're just going to basically take a look at, hey, does the entity, so we're going to say entity.fluidstorage.amount, is that, for example, bigger or equal to 500, just for the sake of argument here, and that's going to be okay. Now, remember that this amount that we're looking at right here is going to be the millibuckets amount, right? This is not going to be the droplets amount. So this is going to be MB amount, right? So keep that in mind. Sometimes it's a little bit complicated because we're going to have to change it up everywhere, and it's all sorts of weird, but don't worry, we're going to be okay in that case. Right, we'll also add another method in the tick method, actually two, one if statement. That's going to be the has fluid source in slot. So that's going to be 1, and this is of course also going to take in an entity. And then if that is the case, then we're going to transfer the fluid to the fluid tank. I think that's fine, or the fluid storage, that's also okay. And we're going to do this. So let's create both of these, right? So we're going to check whether or not there is a fluid source in there. And then we're also going to transfer that into the actual entity as well. So in the case of the has fluid source in slot over here, we're just going to basically check whether or not the stack in the 0th slot, right? So to think back about this, in this slot right here, let's zoom out a little bit, in this slot right here, if there is, for example, the item that is equal to mod fluids dot soap water bucket, for example, right? So we're just going to check whether or not it has a soap water bucket here. At the moment, I am unsure how to generalize this in Fabric, right? The fluid Fabric API is still very new to me, but at least this is going to get you started with some things. Once again, if there's any, if you have any indication, any GitHub repository or anything that you can point to show some generality for basically checking, hey, does the item here have the capability of housing, any type of fluid? If that exists, then do please feel free to leave a comment down below and tell me about that. But for the time being, we're just going to hard code it so that it looks for a soap water bucket. And if that is the case, then what we're going to do is we're, of course, going to, once again, start a new transaction over here. There's going to be a transaction equal to transaction.openOuter. And that's going to be the following. We're going to say entity.fluidstorage.insert. And we're going to insert a fluid variant of mod fluids dot still soap water after the first closing parentheses, comma, fluid stack dot convert droplets to MB, and we're going to do fluid constants dot bucket, and then of course transaction, and then we're going to say transaction dot commit, and then at the end here we want to also do entity dot set stack in slot 0 to a new item stack of items dot bucket, because of course we want to change the still soap water bucket that we are looking for here into a normal bucket, so that basically, gets emptied, so to speak. So now when we put a bucket right here, it should fill up the, it should fill up the fluid right here. That is pretty awesome already. Then let's do it so that when we craft an item, what we're going to do is we're also going to extract the, not energy, but actually extract fluid from the entity as well. Let's create a new method for that as well. And that's going to be no worries at all. I mean, it's going to be a very similar thing to this. So let's just copy this over for the moment. And then let's just see. So instead of inserting over here, we want to extract this time. We still want to extract the still water soap here, but this time we want to extract 500 from it. So 500 millibuckets with this transaction, and then transaction.commit. So that would be extracting the fluid as well. So that's really good already. This is, you know, I mean, pretty awesome indeed. However, now, of course, you know, this should in theory already work. That's pretty cool. But of course, you know, the big thing, like we've seen with the energy, is the visuals, right? The visuals are not there. Like, it's not going to display anything. And for that, well, first of all, we'll have to synchronize stuff. So let's first of all add the networking and all of that craziness, and then we'll see. So this will be the fluid sync S2C packet. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over the entire class. And hopefully it will work. There's just one thing in the screen handler that we have to add, but that's totally fine. And overall, this is very similar to the energy one. As you can clearly see, this is like almost the same thing. And of course, as always, all of the code is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So we just need to create a new method here in the screen handler. So let's just add this. And we're also going to need to add the fluid stack as a new field over here. So this is going to be a public fluid stack called fluid stack. There you go. And then first of all, right here, I'm just going to say fluid stack equals to stack. That's fine. And then inside of the constructor, we want to say this dot fluid stack equals to a new fluid stack, block entity dot fluid storage dot variant, and block entity dot fluid storage dot amount. This will create the new fluid stack when the handler is created as well. And then we also have the fluid right here. And it's going to be public so that we basically have access outside of it. We could also do it via a getter. That would also totally work. Either one would be fine, basically. But then the error here is gone and we can properly register this. So let's just do a fluid sync over here and we'll call this the fluid sync as well. Perfect. And then this is, of course, the fluid sync here instead. Fluid sync, and then this is the fluid sync S2C packet receive. So this would now be the actual packet registered as well properly. So now we just need to call this once again for the sake of argument. Let's go to the actual fluid storage, and that is right here on the onFinalCommit method. And it's going to, well, pretty much look like the following. It's not going to be anything too crazy. So let's just copy this over once again. Everything available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. You can see we're just making a packet byte buffer over here, writing the variant first, then writing the amount, then writing the position, and then sending all of that via the fluid sync, basically to this particular, to the client, to all the clients, and that will then be handled right here. So nothing too crazy. Pretty much the same thing that we're doing in the energy storage as well, just with another extra data point here. Right, so now the fluid gets synchronized, and now we have to continue in exactly the screen itself, where we basically have a similar thing to the energy info area, just with the fluid. Now for this, we'll actually need 3 new classes, and bear with me, this is going to be a little bit more than you might have bargained for, but believe me when I tell you that it is definitely going to be worth it to, basically use this in its entirety. So there's a few things that we basically need to do, but we're going to be fine. All right, so it actually requires 2 different classes. That is the iIngredient renderer and the fluid stack renderer. Both of those are from JEI, and they are, well, highly edited by me, basically, for the Fabric version, because they're both Forge, right? So both of them are Forge, but I basically, changed everything in here so that it will work with, not only, my way of doing the crazy, fluid stuff, right, with the fluid stacks and the fluid variants and all of that craziness, but also it's basically going to work. You can see I took a method from Tech Reborn here as well. This is also under the MIT license, so keep that in mind. There's a few, different things that I've basically taken from, number 1, Tech Reborn, and number 2, from Just Enough Items here from JEI, the Forge version. So yeah, it's basically cobbled together insanity, but it does work. So I'm kind of proud of that, to be honest with you. But whatever the case may be, let's proceed inside of the screen. Both of those classes are, of course, available to you as well in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. We're not going to go through them in detail at this point because, in theory, the highest level overview is the fluid stack renderer simply renders a fluid inside of a GUI. That's pretty much all you need to know for in this instance here. If you want to go through this on your own time, you are of course free to do so and to, well, change stuff around. There might be better ways of doing it, but for the time being, I found this to work. So this is going to be the fluid stack renderer, and we're just going to call this the fluid stack renderer. That's going to be great. And once again, what we want to do is we want to assign not the info area, but we actually want to assign the fluid stack renderer. So let's do a new class over here, renderer. There you go. Let's create a new method in this case. There you go. And this is going to look the following way. Fluid stack renderer equals to a new fluid stack renderer, then fluid stack actually. There you go. Dot convert droplets to NMB. This is once again fluid constants dot bucket times 20. So we're going to have 20 buckets worth of capacity. We're going to show the capacity. Width is 15, and then there's one more, and that is the height, and that is 61. So let's just close this. Let's format this a little bit differently. So 15 and 61 is actually the height of this, right? That's 61 pixels, and the width is basically 15 pixels. That is the general idea there. And let's go back to the screen over here, and now we have assigned the fluid stack handler. We still need to now draw this. So this is going to happen in the draw background over here, and we're going to call the fluid stack renderer dot draw fluid, passing in the matrices, passing in handler dot fluid stack, passing in x plus 55 and y plus 15. I'm going to tell you where those things come from in a moment. 16 by 61, and then we have the fluid stack dot convert droplets to MB. I don't know why I want to say MBT all of a sudden. Fluid constants.bucket times 20. So 55 and 15 should be fairly self-explanatory, right? 55, 15, so that's the top left corner of the actual tank. And then 16 by 61 should be the width and the height. I'm not sure why this has to be 15, but I'm pretty sure that I've tested this, and if we put 16 in here, it's too wide. Unsure about it, but we can also try this out. It's just changing one number. It's not going to be that crazy. And then let's actually also get the other is mouse above area over here, where we basically get the renderer inside of it, and then we get the width and the height of the renderer. And what we're going to do is we're then going to, of course, have another method called in the draw foreground, and that is going to be the render fluid tooltips, right? Tooltip, there you go. And that's going to take the matrices. Mouse X, it's going to take mouse Y, it's going to take X and Y, it's going to take handler dot fluid stack, it's going to take 55 and 15 and the renderer. Nope, the fluid stack renderer. There you go. Let's make a new method of this. Absolute madness. And I'm just going to copy over the contents of this because it's pretty crazy, but overall it shouldn't be too insane. This is actually offset X, and the other one is offset Y, and then the rest should probably work. This is going to be the renderer, and this is actually PXP. Well, I mean, you can do either one of them basically. The names of these, of course, don't really matter because those are just parameters. This one, and then this is the matrices. There you go. So you can see we're rendering the tooltip right here from the renderer. So get tooltip is a list of text, once again, similar to how we've seen it with the energy info area over here, right? This is also a list of text. So pretty much the same idea goes for this one. And this is going to then render the tooltip for the following. It's basically going to render the translatable tooltip here. This is actually very important. We still need to add this to the lang file. This is extremely important. So in the _us JSON file, I'm just going to once again copy this over, nothing too crazy. You have tutorial mod tooltip liquid amount with capacity. So this is just going to take, show the amount of that particular fluid inside of the, well, when you hover over it, basically. When you hover over this area, it's going to show how much is in there. That's the general idea. And that should pretty much be what we need in this case. Now, crazily enough, I almost believe this to be everything that we need to do in order for this to work. We have it synchronized. We have the tooltips are rendered. The fluid stack renderer is being assigned over here. Everything is synchronized. It's added in the block entity. Oh man, there is a tiny mistake over here. Look at this. This is a plus instead of a times. That is not good at all. So that's yeah, we definitely need to fix that. That has to be a times, and then now let's see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see, right? So we can already hover over this. You can see block Minecraft empty at the moment. That's all right. I mean, I guess it's empty, right? And if we put a soap bucket right here, then it should fill up, and there we go. Now we got tutorial, block tutorial mod soap water. Now we got 1,500 in there because I already put some in there before. Let's actually, let this go, and you can see it already works over here, and it will subtract exactly 500 from it. So exactly how we'd expect it to. And it's going to, well, now craft twice, and then once this is empty again, it's not going to craft. There we go, exactly how we would expect it to. Once again, I put the soap in here, and there we go. So everything working pretty much exactly how we would expect it to. Absolutely amazing. And now we also have the capability here, in this case, of having some, well, I mean, fluids in this tank. To fix the serialization, of course, we simply need to add the soap water over here, block tutorial mod soap water, and then it's going to be properly, well, basically translated as well. And that would pretty much be all that we need to do here. There's one more thing I want to do, and that is actually send these packets over here when we open the menu as well. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to basically refactor this into a method, and that is just going to be the, oh, that's actually interesting. Can I also extract this out there? I don't think I can. Well, fair enough. Then I guess what I will do is just do the following. Let's just extract this and then just move it out there, and then we'll just introduce what we need. This is going to be not extracted, but actually send fluid packet. There you go. So we'll just get this out of here, and then we just need to get the variant via the fluid storage over here, and then same with the amount, just like that. That's going to be okay. And then we'll do the same thing for the energy storage. Like I said, I want to actually hold that once, so we're going to extract this, and this is going to be called the send energy packet. Same thing. Just get this out of here, and then here we just need to do energy storage dot amount, and there we go. So now we want to actually send this in the create menu method. So we want to do send energy packet and send the fluid packet here as well, because then these two are going to be basically called when we actually open the menu, because as you've seen before, basically there could be a mismatch, right? Because if you load back into the world, then the on commit over here is not actually called, so there's no synchronization there for the first time that you open the actual menu. So just for the sake of argument, let's go into the game one more time and see that that works as well. Alrighty, so I have 4,000 millibuckets and, well, I mean 30,000 energy here in this particular block entity. If I go outside of the world and I go back in, what should happen in theory, as soon as I open the menu screen, right, the menu, the screen itself, what should happen, it should synchronize and we should be able to see this. There you go, both working totally fine. This is exactly how you would expect it to, and I mean everything working exactly amazingly. Overall, we can see that there are a lot of warnings here because, well, most of these things are still experimental, as you can see, right? Most of the fluid stuff is still experimental, but it does work most of the time. So overall, this is pretty good, and this is at least a good introduction on adding basically fluid handling to your block entity. Let's add a block entity renderer to our block entity. Alright, we find ourselves back in the tutorial once more, and in this tutorial, we're going to be adding a block entity renderer to our block entity. So this is going to be very interesting indeed. If you remember the way that the block entity looks like, there's a little bit of a tray in the middle of the block entity. And what I basically want to do is when there is an item inside of this slot, I want to display that. And when there's an item in this slot, I want to display that one. So just like rendering it in the world, so when you look at the block, you can see what item is in there at the moment. That is really awesome, and it actually isn't too crazy to implement. So in our entity package, we're going to right-click new package called client. And then instead of there, we're going to make a new Java class, and this is going to be the gem infusing station block entity renderer. Absolutely not a crazy name for a class at all. It's just going to be an interesting one. And this will implement the block entity renderer of type gem infusing station block entity. We'll hover over this, implement the render method over here. Very important that we have this. And then we'll also need a public gem infusing station block entity renderer constructor with, and this is also very important, block entity renderer factory that context, called context over here, as its parameter. This is extremely important. Make sure that this is done correctly. Well, and then what we'll do is the render method. This is basically where all the magic happens. Let's first of all get the first few lines over here, and then I will explain. the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to see that we don't have a getRenderStack method inside of our, well, block entity. So that is what we're going to create right now in the gem infusing block entity. And we're just going to take this and actually move it up all the way. I want this like, you know, fairly high up. Let's just actually put this below the inventory. You know, it doesn't really matter where it is. Let's be honest, as long as you find your way through your block entities, you're going to be totally fine. So the getRenderStack method, what is this going to do? Well, I'm just going to copy over the contents because they are pretty much self-explanatory. The general idea is that if the second slot here, so this slot right here, is empty, we're going to just return the contents of the first slot. And if it's not empty, then we're going to return the second slot. That's literally all it does. It just basically, you know, gets the contents of these slots. Now, the issue with this is, however, the following, and this is really the big thing. These are not going to be available on the client unless we open it up or we, once again, do some custom networking to actually synchronize this. So once again, we will need a custom packet over here. Once again, it will be copied over, and once again, it is, as always, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. You can see we just need a setInventory method. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to create that method and move it all the way up. You know, we don't need to move it all the way up, but let's just be, you know, we're just going to be fine here. There you go. So the setInventory method literally just goes through the inventory that we're having here, right? So this particular, that's actually going to be called inventory. There you go. So we're going to basically get the size of the inventory over here and then just loop through and setting each of the different contents here for, well, basically the client, right? So this is literally just needed so that we set this for the client. This is always only called on the client as it is always only called right here. Let's register the packet as well. So this is going to be the item sync, and this is going to be called the item sync. Oh, item sync like this though. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. And this is then got the item sync, and this is the item stack sync S to C packet. There you go. So that is now registered, and that is fine. That is okay. And that we can now basically call this. Now the question is, where do we call this? Because the inventory doesn't really have a method over here. It's just a list. You could, of course, make a wrapper and do something like, you know, where you change this. But what we can just do is we can just override the markDirty method and use that instead. So we're going to just use the markDirty method, and we're just going to say, hey, you know, if that is like, if we're not on the client, right? So this is actually very important. Then what we're just going to do is we're just going to get the size of the inventory. We're going to write all of the item stacks in there. We're going to get the position, and then we're just going to send the item sync packet over here. And then just in case, we're also going to make sure that we call super markDirty, just in case, you know, there's any other stuff that needs to be done. I think that that does make a lot of sense. So now, of course, you know, on final commits and stuff like that with the energy, then this will also be called, but I think that that's totally going to be okay, and I think that that's going to be fine. So now after this is synchronized, we have access to the stack that we're going to render. Now overall, this is pretty much just, you know, more or less trial and error, where I just tried out a bunch of scales, a bunch of translations, like the position basically, and then just rotating around in a certain degree. Then we have a switch. This is going to look like this. So basically, depending on the facing over here, we're just making sure that the actual item itself rotates with the block. That's literally all that this does, nothing too crazy. And then we just want to render the item and then pop the matrix stack. And we also need to get the light level over here. That is just a custom method that it just makes sure that the light, the actual item, when it is rendered, isn't like black or dark. Right, and last but not least, we just need to register this in the tutorial mod client class. That's going to be the block entity renderer registry, actually. It's this one right here, .register, passing in mod block entities .gem infusing station, and then the gem infusing station block entity renderer ::new. And that is going to be everything that we need for this to work. That's literally all that there is to it. All of the code is always in the description below. GitHub repository individual just as well. So let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, friends, let's back in Minecraft again. So let's just see, let's just put a raw tanzanite in here, and there we go. We can actually see it render right here. That's perfect, and now it turns into a, well, normal tanzanite. That's exactly what you would expect, basically. So this slot takes precedent, right? So basically, there you go, and then it turns into the other one. So if you take this out, you can see it always uses this slot if there's nothing in this slot. This is already really awesome, and I can tell you block entity renderers can do all sorts of crazy things, right? The render method is basically where all the magic happens, and I mean, this is really cool, and it just adds this little bit more detail, like a tiny touch to your block entities that are just going to look absolutely stunning. Snip, snap, and let's add a custom GeckoLib entity to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be creating our custom entity finally. This is going to be, of course, the chopper over here. If you've not seen this before, I have a 4-part series where I basically design this, make this, add some animations to it, and now in this tutorial we're going to be adding this to Minecraft without the attack animation, and the next tutorial we're going to also add the attack animation as well. Very interesting stuff indeed. So hostile entity including an attack animation. So if you have a mob basically ready in Blockbench, then what you can do is you can just go to File and then export the GeckoLib model. This will export a geo.json file. This is exactly what you need. This is basically the geometric data for this particular file. So we're just gonna save this, that's fine. And then to save the animations, go to the Animate tab, Animations, Animation, Export Animations, Confirm, and then the same thing goes. This is just now called model.animation.json. You can see this is chomper.animation.json. Best to call this basically the name of your entity and then animation.json. We're going to replace that as well. That's fine. And then if you need the texture, you can always save it with this button here as well. But I already have this chomper_texture, so they're just going to save this as well. There you go. And now all 3 files that we need from Blockbench are exported, and then we can proceed in IntelliJ. Did I say IntelliJ? I of course meant in GitHub over here for the GeckoLib repository, because here we actually need to, first of all, of course, add GeckoLib to our IntelliJ project. And we can see this is basically for, this would be for Forge, this would be for Forge, and then up here there should be Fabric. There you go. So this is the Fabric one. So repository, this is the one that we have to add to our repository over here. So there's a Maven right here. We're just going to basically select it, press Ctrl+C to copy it, and then in our build.gradle file under the repository right here, we would just want to add this. There you go. And then we just want to go back one more time, and then we want to get this one over here. No worries, also selected, copy it with Ctrl+C, and then we just want to paste it in. Let's go down here, and that should be fine. Usually the number basically increases on this page as well, so they usually are pretty good at keeping this up to date. And then you also always have an example build.gradle file that you can also take a look at. I think that usually helps a lot as well. But now, once you basically pasted those 2 things in, you can press the little elephant at the top right corner and then just let it build. Now, this can take anywhere from a few seconds up to a minute, maybe even a little bit longer, depending on your PC, your internet connection, all of that. Just stay patient, wait until this has run through. You should get a build successful at the end if you've pasted everything correctly, and then we can proceed afterwards. All right, there we go. 37 seconds for me. That's actually like quite fast, but that's going to be okay. Right now, GeckoLib should be added, and to basically test this, and this is actually a thing you should do anyway, you can go GeckoLib and you can see it is there, software Bernie GeckoLib 3. So we're just going to say GeckoLib.initialize, and this is actually quite an important thing to call. Otherwise, you might run into some issues on the server, client stuff. It's all sorts of weird, but so definitely call this. Rather be safe than sorry. Well, now we can start by adding the entity. So in our tutorial mode package, we're going to right-click new package called entity. And in there, we're going to make a new package. And this is going to be called custom. So this is where the actual entity class will go. And then in the entity package itself, first of all, we're going to need a mod entities class. There you go. And then in the custom package, we're going to need the chomper entity class over here. There you go. And this is also what we're going to start with. This is going to be a little bit circular once again, similar to the block entity a little bit, but we'll see. So this will extend the hostile entity class over here, and it will also implement the iAnimatable interface. If the iAnimatable interface is not available to you, please make sure that GeckoLib is properly added to your project, basically. Otherwise, it's not going to work, of course. Now, let's hover over this, implement the methods. That's going to be fine. Is the register controllers method and the get factory method from the iAnimatable interface. Absolutely no worries. Create the constructor matching super, and there we go. And that should be pretty much, no more errors should be present. Let's change this protected to public over here, and then let's start basically adding some stuff. So I'll be copying over sort of line by line. And the first line we need is a factory. Now, this is basically going to be a thing in any animatable implemented interface. You're always going to have this animation factory over here, and you always wanted to return it right here in the get factory method. So this is basically always going to be the same thing. It is never going to be anything different. I don't think so, at least. Right, then we can continue along. And let's add the attributes next. So once again, this will be copied over. If you ever want to know, like, oh, where did these things come from? Oh, that's actually not tameable entity. Let's take this as a hostile entity, actually. Makes a little bit more sense in this case. And if you ever need to know or get some inspiration, what are those methods? Where do they come from? Middle mouse button click on the hostile entity, for example. And first of all, you already have the hostile entity available here. You can also click on the hostile entity, press Ctrl H, and then you get every hostile entity class available to you from Minecraft. You can look at all of them. You can try to understand them. This is the best resource on entities that there is, right? So maybe you're like, oh, I really want to know how the Warden works. Absolutely no worries. You can go through here and you can see the entire Warden class and, I mean, pretty much how everything works. Now, this doesn't mean that it's easy to understand. Absolutely not. This definitely does require at least, like, you know, advanced Java knowledge or like intermediate to advanced Java knowledge, but you still have everything available here. I cannot recommend it enough to basically take a look at it. To keep in mind that you have pretty much access to almost all of the vanilla classes. So the attributes should be fairly self-explanatory, right? It just sets the attributes for certain things like the max health, the attack damage, the attack speed, and the generic movement speed. This shouldn't be anything too insane or too crazy in this case, and that should be fine. Now, when it comes to the register controllers, this is a GeckoLib specific thing. And for this, we need a predicate. Now, I'll be copying this over because the predicates usually look very, very similar in most regards, basically. And you can see that what we want to do is we have a predicate over here. The method signature should pretty much always look like this. And then inside of here, you can see if the actual entity is moving, then we're going to play the walk animation. And if that's not the case, then we're going to play the idle animation. So that's basically where the two animations are played. As I've said, the attack one we're going to take a look at in the next tutorial. And to properly register the predicate over here, we need to add this. So we just need to take the animation data, add an animation controller. We're going to create a new controller called controller. And then here at the end here, we're just going to pass in the predicate method that we just copied over. This is pretty much a very similar thing. Every time you're making an animated entity, this is pretty much always the way that you want to do this. I'll also add some additional methods that might be interesting to you. You can override the get ambient sound method, get heard sound, get death sound, play step sound. So those are some interesting things. So you can basically, add custom sounds over here. And you can either add custom sounds or already existing sounds, and those will then be played, as an ambient sound when the entity gets heard, when it dies, and when it basically steps through the world, then you basically have this sound over here. So that's the general idea. You can play around with those, and of course, you can always just type in override over here to, take a look at every single method that you might be able to override and where it comes from. So you can see there is a lot of stuff. Like, we're not done yet. Like, it keeps on going. It keeps on going. Because entities, they definitely are one of the most complicated things in Minecraft modding. But, stay realistic. Don't try to, as your first entity, make a new Ender Dragon with, 18 different, phases or something like that. Don't go insane. Add a normal entity like this, like a hostile entity. Add some stuff and then go from there. Right, and now the last but certainly not least thing we want to do is the init goals method. This method is very interesting. First of all, we want to delete the super over here, and then we want to add some goals. So when it comes to goals, let's actually, once again, click on hostile entity, press Ctrl H, and then let's, for example, take a look at the zombie over here. And that's a good example. So you can see that the init goals over here, you have, destroy egg goal, look at entity goal, look around goal, and then you have some more goals. So, for example, you have, the zombie attack goal, the move through village goal, wander around far goal. So there's a lot of goals. This is when people say, oh, I want some custom AI for my entity. This is what they're referring to. Basically goals. There's another AI system that's sort of also working with brains and stuff. I've not looked at that at all at the moment. We are basically taking a look at goals for this case. Now, what we can do is we can middle mouse button click on this. For example, just like one goal over here. That's actually inside of the class itself. You can see step and destroy block goal. And then you can see there's the move target pause goal, middle mouse button click. And then this one is extended by the goal class. And the goal class is the base entity class. if you click on this and press Ctrl H, you can see every single goal in vanilla. You can expand this and you can see everything here. Obviously, we're not going to go through this. We're not even going to get close to this. Also not too much on the in the next tutorial, but this is basically the idea. This is the best place to start for you. Go to the goal class, look at the goals. If you have anything that you want to do that's like, specifically interesting in terms of a custom goal, then you could do that there. For the time being here, I just wanted to, do the following. I'm just going to add some stuff over here. So you can see the goals over here are the swim goal, melee attack goal, and have a wander around far goal and a look around goal. So those are going to be our 4 goals. The priority is in sort of ascending order. So that means that 1 has the highest priority and so on and so forth. And then we also need a target selector. So this, while it says it's a goal, it's a little bit different, right? So you can see the goal selector basically selects what the entity will do. And then the target selector, if the goal is something where you need a target for example, the melee attack goal obviously would be a target, targeted goal because you need some sort of target for this, then the target selector gets into action. You can see this is an active target goal. You can basically see that we're basically selecting, first of all, the player entity, then the merchant entity. We actually have merchant entity twice, so that's actually kind of funny. I'm not 100% sure if that's what we need to do. Let's just do this. And then the iron golem as well. So those would be the targets that this particular entity attacks. You can of course change this, right? So for example, say, this guy just like hates chickens. You can just change this and then there you go. Now, the attack animation will not play because number 1, we have not even like specified the attack animation anywhere. And also we have the normal melee attack goal. In the next tutorial, we're going to make a custom attack goal that's going to, basically factor in the animation as well. And then this is going to play as well. This is pretty much the entire entity class. This is done. This is fine. And then what we want to do with this is we want to register it in the mod entities class. Let's just start by adding a public static final entity type of type chomper entity. We're going to call this the chomper. And this is equal to registry, making sure we choose netmicroviewtail registry.register. This is the registry.entity type with a new identifier with tutorial mod.mod ID, of course, called chomper. And then after the parentheses, we want a fabric entity type builder that create. This is going to be spawn group dot monster, absolutely, with a chomper entity : new. And then after the closing parentheses, we want to do dimensions. This is the dimension of the hitbox. It's going to be entity dimensions dot fixed 0.4f and 1.5f. I've already tried out some numbers over here, so this should be fine. And then after the second closing parentheses dot build, one more closing parentheses, and ending it with a semicolon, and there you go. No errors should be present. All of the code, as always, will be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. And yeah, there you go. That should pretty much be the thing that we need here. And what we can do is we can immediately, basically, keep this and go to the tutorial mod class. And inside of here, we actually want to register our attributes. This is extremely important. Do not forget to do this. Fabric default attribute registry.register, mod entities.chomper, chomper entity.set attributes. If you don't do this when you spawn your entity, then your game is going to crash. Keep this in mind, and then it's going to say something like attribute was not set. This is what you need if this is the case. Right, and you can also see this if the set attributes method is yellow, then you know that it's being called, and then you know that everything should be right. Okay, so this is the entity class, and now we can proceed to adding the 2 client classes. This is going to be the model and the renderer. Those are going to be very interesting indeed. So let's just add a client package over here. I prefer to put this in a client package. You don't, of course, have to. The package structure is pretty much whatever you want it to be. Chomper model, this is the first one. And then the other one is going to be the chomper renderer. Let's start with the model. So this is going to extend the animated geo model of type chomper entity, of course. Then let's hover over this, implement the methods. Those are going to be 3 methods over here. So these 3 methods are basically to be implemented. Now I'm just going to copy over one of the identifiers, and then you're quickly going to realize what happens here. And you're going to say, oh, that is not crazy at all. And of course, all of the code, as every time I can mention this, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. So you can see the model resource is just under the geo folder, and this points to the GeoJSON file. The texture is under textures, entity, chomper, texture, PNG, and then here the animations are under the animations folder, chomper.animation.json. So those different things now need to be added into our assets folder, tutorial mod folder, and then basically going from there. The first one is going to be the geo folder, and then inside of there we need the geochomper JSON file, absolutely. So we're just going to copy this over. There you go. So you should have this. This is where the GeoJSON file goes. The next one is going to be the textures. So textures, entity, we already have an entity, that's kind of nice. And then here, basically the chomper texture goes. That's absolutely no worries. There you go. There you go. So textures, entity, chomper texture, PNG. Perfect. And then last but not least, in the tutorial mod package, right click, new directory called animations. Animations. There you go. And then chomper animation.json. There you go. And there you go. Hilariously, this is the renderer class and not the model class. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, let me just like quickly fix this. Chomper model, and then this is the chomper renderer. Otherwise, we might just get into a little bit of confusion over here, which is not quite what we want. All right, so now the chomper model is done. There you go. And then the chomper renderer, of course, extends the geoentity renderer class of type chomper entity over here. Let's hover over this, create constructor matching super. Here, what we want to do is we want to get rid of the second parameter, very important. And then, of course, you're going to be like, oh, but we get an error. Absolutely no worries. For this error, we just want to say new chomper model. There you go. And then here we can also specify the shadow radius. So this is going to be the, well, basically the shadow at the bottom of the entity. There's going to be like 0.3, maybe, yeah, 0.3, maybe 0.4, something like that. And then here we also usually want to call the get texture resource over here, and then just pass in this same texture over here. There you go. And then what you can do is you can also override the get render type method, this one right here. And here you can do some pretty cool stuff. So this basically allows you to, basically do any type of render stuff because you have access to the matrix stack. So you can basically do any type of rendering. And what you can, for example, do is you can do stack.scale. And then this way you can, well, scale the entity any type of different factor. So let's just say we're going to scale the entity to about 80% its original size. Now the renderer and the model, or the renderer and the entity, still need to be sort of connected. And the way to do this is we're going to go into the tutorial mod client class. And then here at the very bottom, we're going to say entity renderer registry.register mod entities .chomper renderer : new. No errors should be present, and this should be everything that we need for our custom entity. So of course we're going to need an entity class, should be fairly self-explanatory. We need a renderer and a model. We need the mod entities class, and then of course we need to get the JSON files in the texture over here, and that should be pretty much everything that we need. So in this case, let's just go into the game and see if it works. All right, fans, stuff back in Minecraft. So let's just summon the entity. So /summon and then tutorial mod chomper. There you go. Let's see. There it is. And well, first of all, it definitely does have the idle animation working. Let's see once it starts moving, whether or not the walk animation also plays. That would be absolutely splendid if that would work. Okay, let's see. Come on. Move a bit. Come on. So it was hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure that the walk animation did play. And then in theory, if I spawn a villager, the chomper should attack it. Let's see. There you go. Now what you can clearly see is that there's no attack animation. This is, of course, basically by design, as the attack animation will be added later. Now it should also attack a chicken. Let's go. And it should also attack me if I'm in survival mode. Going on. Oh man, okay, there you go. So that definitely all works. That's pretty awesome indeed, and a, well, pretty good start. And now let's just, for completion's sake, also add some spawn eggs for the chomper as well. Adding the spawn egg is not a hard thing at all. I'm just going to basically copy over the registration here. As always, everything available to you in the description below. It is just a new spawn egg item. You specify the entity that it should spawn, the primary and secondary colors here. And then, of course, you do still need the translation and stuff like that, but that is pretty much all that you need. So there you go, that's the translation, and then of course a item model file as well. Now the item model file simply points back to Minecraft item template spawn egg, so you don't need to basically add any custom texture to it, and this is going to be done. So the name here, of course, as always, is just going to be the name here. Should be at this point pretty much, not even, a question anymore in your mind, and that is pretty much it. And yeah, for completion's sake, let's just see this spawn egg as well. All right, back in Minecraft again, and let's just see. There we go. The chomper spawn egg has been added, and we can, just happily spawn some chompers over here, and everything should work totally fine. I mean, that's pretty awesome indeed, and that is how easy it can be to add a custom host-side GeckoLib entity. Chomp chomp, and let's add a custom attack animation to our GeckoLib entity. Alright, we find ourselves, what is this, Groundhog Day? Yes, we do find ourselves in IntelliJ again, and we're doing the same tutorial that you might have already seen again. The tutorial was released about, I don't know, like 8 hours ago, something like that. And the reason why we're redoing it is because there is so much simpler way that it's not even comparable. We don't need any custom attack goal. We don't need any craziness. We just need one simple thing, and that is a custom predicate over here. That is pretty much it. It is very, very simple, and we're going to do this right now. So we're going to duplicate this controller over here, and we're going to call this the attack controller. So that's the first thing, and then this is not the predicate, but the attack predicate. So attack predicate, there you go. We'll hover over this and create that method. I'm just going to move that method right here. And then in this predicate, what we're going to do is we're just going to copy over the last two lines from the normal predicate so that we have the continue and the idle animation, which we're going to change to the attack animation right here. And this is extremely important. We want should loop to be false. That's extremely important. And now comes the if statement. And the if statement is actually fairly straightforward. It's going to be this dot hand swinging and event dot get controller dot get animation state dot equals, and this is equals, if this equals to animation state stopped, then what we're going to do is we're going to, first of all, play the attack animation. But before we do this, we also want to do event.getController.mark needs reload. And then after playing the attack or setting the animation, we want to say this hand swinging equals false. And that is it. This is all that we need to do. This comes courtesy of Same Different, who so graciously basically said, hey, listen, your way that you've been doing it is absolutely horrendously complicated, and this way is much easier. So first of all thanks goes to Same Different for pointing out that this is a much easier way of doing this, and this is basically probably one of the best ways to do proper animations, attack animations here for our entities. So now let's go into the game and see if it works. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's just see. Let's spawn not a cow, I actually need a villager over here. Wow, the spawn eggs look almost identical. I mean, when you just look at them, they're not that, they're quite interesting. So if I spawn the chomper, we should be able to see, once it attacks, you can see, while it's chasing, only the walking animation plays. But once it attacks, then, right when the hit actually hits, then the attack animation plays exactly how you'd expect it to. And that's how easy it is to add custom attack animations with GeckoLib. Once again, great thank you to Same Different for pointing this out. Also, of course, all of the code is available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gist as well. Come to dig, and let's add a custom tool tier to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding a custom tool tier to Minecraft. Now, what does that even mean? It means the following. You know that certain blocks like obsidian can only be mined with, for example, a diamond pickaxe. Now, we're going to do the same thing, but we're also going to make it so that certain blocks can only be mined with netherite, and certain blocks can only be mined with our custom tool material. So, well, let's just take a look. For the custom tool material, we basically, in the item package, just going to create a new Java class called the mod tool material class. Now, this is going to be a little bit weird because what we're going to do is we're going to implement the tool material interface right here. But then what we're going to do is we're going to not implement anything, but click on this, press Ctrl H, and look at the tool materials from Net Minecraft item. And what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy over the contents of this because this will always look the same. This is basically always the same thing. Just copy the contents over here. You're going to get some errors. That is absolutely no worries. The error is because the constructor doesn't have the right name. So you just name it mod tool material, and then all of the errors should go away. These ones are going to be fine. So these errors will go away once we change this from a class to an enum. And now no more errors should be present. And in theory, you can now have, wood, stone, iron, diamond, gold, and netherite, your tool materials right here. The great thing about this is that you have access to those values, so you can basically take a look at them and then, so you can change them if you wanted to, for example. Now we're just going to keep netherite, but I'm going to rename this to tanzanite. And now, very important, the mining level here is going to be 5, because once again, right, so if we take a look at this, mining level for diamond is 3, netherite is 4, and then anything above it, you know, we can just change this basically. Durability, let's just say like something like 1800. Mining speed is going to be a little bit less than netherite, but maybe the attack damage is going to be way more, or, you know, something like that. Maybe only like 7, that's okay. And then enchantability is going to be a lot as well. And then here we actually don't need all of this insanity. We can just do following. We just make a supplier of an ingredient. So this is going to be ingredient.of item, and this is going to be mod items.tanzanite. So this is then going to be the ingredient that we're going to be able to repair this with. If you run into an issue that this lazy doesn't work properly, right, you can just literally replace this with a supplier. I highly recommend doing this one way or the other, because there really isn't any reason to have this anyway. So you can basically just do this, and then there you go. This is our supplier of ingredient, and then there you go. So this should be pretty much fine. Now, this class is, of course, as always, available to you in the description below. GitHub path to an individual gist as well. And now we have this. That's great. So this is now mining level 5. Absolutely no worries. Now let's go into the mod items class, and let's just create a new pickaxe in this case. We're just going to make a new tanzanite pickaxe. So we're just going to create the pickaxe in this case, but the idea goes exactly the same for everything else. You need the tool materials only once, and then you can use them for all different types of items, basically. So for all different types of tools. This is going to be a pickaxe item. This is going to be mod tool material. There you go, mod tool material dot tanzanite. You know, the attack damage maybe a little bit less for a pickaxe. Attack speed maybe also a little bit less. There you go. Max count 1. That should pretty much, I think that this should be default, but it's going to be fine. And then there you go. So now we have a tanzanite pickaxe that has mining level 5. Now, first of all, let's add all of the, you know, things that we need to always add for items, right? The translation over here, nothing too crazy. There you go, tanzanite pickaxe. And then let's add the item model file as well, right? Just points to a, you know, to a normal texture over here. This is like, at this point, we've seen this plenty of times before, so I think that you should be able to do this on your own even. But that's going to be okay. So now we have this, this, and this. So now the actual tanzanite pickaxe is in-game, but we don't have any block at the moment that can only be mined with netherite or only mined with our custom tanzanite tool. So to do this, what you want to do is you're going to go to the data folder. You're going to make a new directory called fabric. In there, you're going to make a new directory called tags. Instead of there, you're going to make a new directory called blocks. And now this is very important. Right, we know from Minecraft, the block tags are needs diamond tool, needs iron tool, needs stone tool. In Fabric, what we need is, we need a needs tool level underscore 4.json. This is going to be the netherite one. So, for example, we do have some things in here. So let's say the tanzanite ore can only be mined with this. Let's actually get the entire thing over here. Right, and then the netherite ore, let's say, right, can only be mined with netherite, because netherite is tool level 4. Let's get this out of here, right? So then the ore block will only be able to be mined with netherite and above. Let's just copy this by dragging it into the same folder while holding control, and then we're going to do needs tool level 5. Now this is our custom tool level, right? And what we're going to do is we're just going to say this is then going to be the tanzanite block. So let's get that out of there as well. And then in needs tool level 5, we're going to say, okay, the tanzanite block can only be mined with our tanzanite tier pickaxe. And funnily enough, that's actually all that you need to do to basically add this. Be sure that the JSON files here under the data fabric tags blocks folder, so that is, you know, correct. They're named correctly. So it has to be needs underscore tool underscore level underscore, you know, and then 4, 5, 6, or however basically many you want to do. And the level number here, of course, refers back to the mining level that we've made the tool material with. So pretty much should be fairly self-explanatory. You can now just add, you know, other ones as well, right? So you can just basically copy this over, change this around, and then, you know, maybe make a shovel item and continue along with that. And then you also have a custom tool tier so that you can basically specify with what certain blocks are mined with. Well, a little bit of a typo snuck in. This is, of course, not a pickaxe. This is a tanzanite pickaxe. There you go. That's actually kind of a funny typo, I'm not gonna lie, but now everything should work, so let's go into the game. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and we have a diamond pickaxe, a netherite pickaxe, and a tanzanite pickaxe. And of course, in theory, those two blocks should only be mineable with, well, netherite here and tanzanite here. So let's first of all try the diamond, and you can see it does take a little bit longer, and as you can see, nothing drops from it, exactly how we'd expect it to. Now the netherite should be able to mine the ore, let's see, and there we go, something drops, absolutely amazing, but it should not be able to mine the block itself. Exactly what happens. Now the tanzanite pickaxe, however, should be able to mine the block. Let's see. And there we go. Able to mine the block. And of course the ore as well, because in this case, you know, everything works if it's the level or higher. So that's pretty much how you can add custom tool levels to Minecraft. Events? Let's talk about them. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be talking about events in Fabric, a highly anticipated tutorial here once again. So this is going to be, well, a very interesting topic indeed. So we're definitely going to, well, actually hook into one specific event here, and I'll also tell you how you can basically look up events, including I will link to great wiki articles from the Fabric wiki in the description below that are going to hopefully help you out even further. But what you want to take a look at is the event factory class. You're just going to press shift twice and then say event factory. And this one from net fabric event and so on and so forth. And what you want to do is you want to, probably this one right here, you want to middle mouse button click on the create array backed one. I'm unsure if this one, okay, this is the world render events. There's also some with phases. Not really anything. So this one is really the one that is like the most important one. If you middle mouse button click on this, you can actually see all of the different event classes. So for example, entity sleep events, we have server player events, attack entity callback. This is the one we're going to use in a moment. Player block break events. We have client block entity events, client chunk events. So you can see there's a lot of different events here. And in most of those classes here, there are multiple events. As you can see, there's register event, chat event, join init. We have query start, disconnect. That's from the login stuff. HUD render callback. We've already used this one. So there's quite a few of them, and if you go more usages, you can see there's a lot of in the screen event factory as well. So there's a lot of events actually, contrary to popular belief, right, where it's like, oh, you know, Fabric doesn't have that many events. It actually does have quite a few events that are very useful, but, you know, as you can see, they're not as, I would say, easily accessible as the events in Forge sometimes. Whatever the case may be, we're going to use the actual callback, the attack entity callback event over here. So let's just go into this. And you can see this is called, you can actually see this, right? Callback for a left-clicking attacking, right? Attacking an entity is hooked in before the spectator check. So the general idea here is that basically it's going to happen when you attack an entity. Very interesting stuff indeed. So what we can then do is we can hook into this. Now, this is the question that a lot of people have, right? But how do I use this, right? It's an interface. I don't even know how this works. It's actually very, very simple. The events themselves always work the same way. So let's just, like, for the sake of argument, let's open any other event over here, right? This one, whatever. You can always see that they have a register over here, right? So this is the register one, and they usually also have an interface associated with it. This is always the case, right? So basically an event always has an interface and an event over here. The interface is used to create your custom code, and the event public static final field here is used to register your stuff. So what does that mean? Well, let's just go into our event package and let's create the following event. This is going to be a new Java class called the attack entity handler. We're just going to call it like that. That's going to be okay. Now this will implement the attack entity callback. So attack entity callback. There you go. Let's hover over this, implement the method, the interact method. This is the method right here, right? So this interact method. And that's going to be very interesting indeed. So here now we can basically add our own custom code. We can do all sorts of craziness, basically anything we want. Now what I want to do is I want, if the entity that is attacked is a sheep, I just want to basically output something in the chat. That's it. So if entity instance of sheep entity and the world is not client, because otherwise it will get called twice, then we're just going to say player.sendMessage. We're going to say text.literal. And then we're going to say this is some translation stuff just so that I have the proper name for the player. I think I need this. I actually don't know if I even need the translation for the player name. Player.get get name. No, there should be a get name as well. There you go, get name, get string. I think that should just work. Plus, hurt a sheep. Think about that. Craziness, I know. And there you go. That should be pretty much what we need in this case. And this is now going to output the player name hurt a sheep when you attack a sheep. Now here with the return, very important that we want to actually put in action result pass. Now the reason why we want to do this is because it actually looks for any type of action result. If it's not passed, then it's just going to cancel the callback. I'm not quite sure why that is the case, but this is quite important in my testing. It didn't work if you didn't have the action result pass in here. That's very interesting indeed, and that would pretty much be the implementation here. Now, of course, you can, change this around. You can do other stuff, all of that, but that's fine. This is all that you need here in this case. If you want to implement this again, you would have to make a new class, or you would have to do, some funky stuff. I would imagine that it's probably easier to just make a new class over here and then add another thing. Now the question is, how do you register it? Well, we have this event over here, and we can use this. So in our tutorial mod class, right, what we're just going to do is we're just going to say attack entity callback. So this is the fabric class .event .register, and then creating a new of our custom classes over here, new attack entity handler. That's it. You're done. The event has been created. This is now going to be called the interact method when, the entity callback is called, and you can see this usually has everything that you are going to need. So the description usually is, adequate here. And that's it. That's how you basically hook into certain events. It's actually not that crazy and not that complicated. So let's go into the game and see if it works. All right, so we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and just for the sake of argument, let's attack a cow. Nothing happens, absolutely. And if we attack a sheep, so left-click the sheep, you can see player 399 hurt sheep. Nice. So this basically works. Now this will actually also happen in spectator mode. You can see if I left click it, now you also go into the entity, of course, at that point. But the idea is that you also basically this also gets output, because this is literally what it says, is basically it's going to happen regardless of your game mode. So you can basically check for that as well. It's not that crazy, but I just wanted to mention it regardless. So that's pretty awesome indeed for events. So to complete this, for example, you can say, is player not spectator, and then it should also be fine. So just keep that in mind, then you can do that as well, and that will be okay. Regardless, I will also link, as I've said, 2 wiki articles from the Fabric wiki in the description below that might be able to help you also create your own events. It actually isn't that crazy. If there's like a ton of demand for, you wanting to see a tutorial on custom events as well, then please do feel free to leave me a comment. We'll see. Maybe I will do it, maybe I won't. That's going to be decided depending on the demand. Our trees go strong and big. Let's add trees and custom tree generation to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom trees and custom tree generation to Minecraft, a very, very much requested topic over here, and let's start this. So first of all, we of course need all of the blocks necessary for our tree. So for this, what we're going to do is we're just going to get the jumpy block over here once, and we're going to make, first of all, the dogwood log. And yes, that apparently is a real type of wood. I have checked. I wanted to have something that's, that's not seen before. So there you go. Now this is going to be a pillar block, very important. So this is going to be a new pillar block, very, very important here. And of course, we also want certain things. Namely, we want to copy the actual fabric block settings here from blocks.oak_log, because this, of course, is the dogwood log here. Now, in theory, we actually don't need neither the strings nor the requires tool, so we should get this from the log. Now, you could, of course, keep this, but we're going to keep it like this. That's going to be fine. Now, let's duplicate this 4 times. Actually, we need it 7 times? 8 times? I'm not even sure. Like, it's a lot of times, basically. Yeah, I think that this should be right, because then we have dogwood wood. Very... a little bit of a bad naming scheme here, but that's okay. So I'm going to basically call this wood, changing the name here as well. That's very important. And here we also want to do oak wood in this case. And this one is actually the stripped variant, very important here. This is going to be the stripped_log dogwood log. Yes, and then here the name as well. So stripped underscore, making sure we copy from the stripped oak log. Yes. And then this is the stripped dogwood wood, because that is a great name. or a band maybe, I don't know. There you go, stripped dogwood wood, and then this is the stripped oak wood. Yes, there you go. So now the pillar blocks are all done. Then this is going to be the planks. Now the planks, very important, are of course, first of all, have to be renamed. That is number 1. So this is the dogwood planks. And then this is only a normal block. This is very important that we do not have this as a pillar block, because it is indeed not a pillar block. This is going to be the planks. There you go. Then this is going to be the leaves. So this is the dogwood leaves. There you go. And here as well. And this is now a leaves block. Also very important that we choose the correct one. And then we're just taking the oak leaves here. There you go. And then last but not least, actually last but almost the most important, is the dogwood sapling in this case. There you go. And this is, as you might imagine here, a sapling block. Now, actually what we need is we're just going to put in a comma here, because the first parameter of the sapling block class, right, of the constructor here, is actually a tree grower in this case, or a sapling generator. And this is something we're going to, well, have to actually create in just a bit. But for the time being, now our blocks are added. Let's now go through the crazy process of adding, well, all of the crazy things that we need to add. Number 1, the different block renders here. So this is going to be for the leaves. That's going to be cutout is fine. And then for the sapling, the cutout is fine as well. So that is definitely should be added here. And then we also actually need all of the JSON files. So let's start with the JSON files, and then there's some other things that we need to do. So namely, it's going to be basically making the stripped variants and the normal variants, you know, sort of making it so that you can turn one into the other, and then also the flammability of all of those blocks, because right now they would not burn. We're going to start with the JSON files now. All of this, as well as all of the code, is as always, of course, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository individual just as well, but for completion's sake here, we're just going to copy this over. It isn't anything crazy, right? The sapling literally just points to a model file, while the log here in this case has a BlockState property called axis with X, Y, and Z as its 3 possible values, and then just points to a different model and also rotates the block around. This, at this point, really shouldn't come as a surprise to you. This is literally how the normal wood works, and should be, I mean, pretty much fairly self-explanatory. Let's also add the translation over here. And here we are, the translation has been added, and then the models. Now, when it comes to the models, there are actually a few more block models than just, well, as many blocks as you have, basically, because there is also the horizontal one and the wood one and stuff like that. So let's just get all of this over here, and it should be, in theory, 9 of them. I think that is right, but I guess we're going to see when we go into the game and nothing works, then we're going to be able to see that as well, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to work, no worries. When it comes to the items, same deal here. It is 1 for each block this time. Especially here is the sapling that is actually points to a block texture in this case. Now, of course, the reason for this is because of the texture that is displayed in the world, right? That's like a cross is the same texture that we have inside of the inventory. That's why this, in this case, points to a block texture, just so that we don't need 2 textures of the same, like the same texture twice. Like that doesn't make any sense. Let's get the textures over here as well, because I've said texture so often that at this point it almost sounds made up, like a made up word, but it isn't. So then we have all of this done. That's pretty good already. However, now, of course, we need to make our blocks flammable. Now, to do this, what we're going to do is we're just going to make a new class over here. We're going to call this the mod flammable blocks over here. Let's go, and we'll just make a public static void called register flammable blocks. There you go, like it. And then what we want to do is we want to make a flammable block registry, or just, you know, a registry here, equal to flammable block registry.get default instance. And then what we can do is we can call registry.add. We can then add the blocks. So mod blocks, please. There you go. .log, and the log has 5 and 5. And I'm just gonna copy this over here. There's gonna be the wood also has 5. So the dogwood wood has 5 and 5. And both of the stripped variants also have 5 and 5. There you go. While the planks themselves have 5 and 20, and the leaves, those are crazy. They actually have 30 and 60 apparently. Now you could look this up in the Fireblock class, actually. That is where all of those different values are. Now we still need to call this. This is, of course, important, right? Mod flammable blocks dot register flammable blocks. If you have any other ones, you can of course just add them here via this registry, and then that should work as well. So that's pretty nice already. But we need another thing, and that is the strippable thing. So we're going to do mod strippable blocks as well. And we'll just do public static void register strippables. Sure, that is going to be fine. And this one uses the strippable block registry right here, .register. So this is the input. So modblocks.log is equal to modblocks.strippedlog. And then here it's going to be the wood in this case. So this is the dogwood wood is equal to the stripped dogwood wood. There you go. Bam. And then we also want to call this. Now, to make, if you want to make this a little bit nicer, you could, also just put both of those in the same class. Just have one method that calls everything. But, that's like basic Java stuff at this point. I think that you should be able to do that if you so choose to. At this time, we're just going to call the register strippables here as well. And that should be that. So now we have them strippable, and we also have them, well, flammable, which is really awesome indeed. Now, the only thing that is missing here is the sapling block one. Now, this sort of crosses over a little bit into world generation, because when you actually spawn a tree, it already uses some world generation. For this, in the feature package, we're going to make a new package called tree. And instead of here, we're going to make a new Java class called the dogwood sapling generator. There you go. Which will extend the sapling generator class. This one right here. Hover over this and implement the method, the getTreeFeature method. Now, I will actually make a deliberate error right here, just so that I don't forget to actually add it here. And now in the modBlocks class, we can just make a new dogwood sapling generator. There you go. And that is now the modBlocks class done. Now we can proceed to the mod configured features, because this is where our tree, so to speak, is going to be created. I'm just going to create this at the bottom here, and I will be copying the entire thing over. Now, I will explain line by line, and also, of course, as always, you have everything available in the description below, GitHub repository and individual gist as well, so you can take a look at this, copy it over from there, and then you will see. So as you can see, we have a registry entry over here of configured feature of tree feature config ? And is called dogwood tree. Interestingly enough, now this is basically registered under the name dogwood tree. It is a tree feature, and then we need a tree feature config builder right here. Now there's all sorts of different things that are in here. The first one is a block state provider of the dogwood log. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, this particular block that we are supplying here is going to be placed as the trunk, right? And whatever trunk you're choosing here, in this case, it's a straight trunk placer. I can middle mouse button click and actually see all of the different trunk placers here. You could, in theory, also add your own trunk placer. However, it's very complicated, and we're not going to get into this at this point. The straight trunk placer here, basically, there's just the base height, and then you have two random heights that are basically being applied here. So the straight trunk placer literally just places these particular blocks here in a straight line up. And then we have to supply the leaves here via a block state provider as well. And that same thing, right? You could put in theory any block in here that you want, right? So you could, in theory, yes, you could make a gold trunk with diamond leaves. That actually does work. I highly recommend just playing around with this a little bit, having a little bit of fun, trying out some different placers, trunk placers, trying out some different numbers here as well. That can only always help. Same thing here with the trunk placer as with the foliage placer. In this case, it is just a blob foliage placer. So it's just going to sort of place the leaves in a blob sort of fashion with these numbers, right? 2, 0, and 4 height here in this case. Once again, just play around with the numbers a little bit, and then you're going to see the different ways that this works. Now, when it comes to the 2 layers feature size, this is still something that is a little bit of a mystery to me. I think this has to do a little bit with the fact that how close the different trees can be together, I believe, although I'm not 100% sure here. That is still, because at the end of the day, the world gen is quite crazy indeed. So that is one thing that I'm not 100% sure about. However, we now have the registry entry right here. So in theory, what we can do in the dog sapling generator, we can now return mod configured features dogwood tree, there you go, and that will be that. And now, from our sapling, we can already spawn our custom tree, and that's actually what we're going to do right now. We're going to try this out, so let's just go into the game and see if our tree already can spawn from our sapling. And we have missed something, and that is exactly the copying of this particular setting here. This actually will lead to it not working, so make sure to copy from the correct block, and now everything should work. So now let's jump into the game and see if it works. Alright, we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and as you can see, all of the different, well, wood and leaves and sapling has been added. So now let's place it down and let's see if we can grow it with some bone meal. And indeed we can. However, apparently something happened with the leaves. So this is probably something to do with the BlockState file. Because of course the model here works, but that is of course fixable. And also what you will see is that the leaves are decaying right here. Now we can also fix that very, very easily indeed. But this is the first part that already works really well. So the actual tree does spawn from a sapling. So that's very good indeed. So now let's fix the trees or fix the leaves in, well, more than one way. Right, so for the texture, let's just search for leaves in here. And we should be hopefully able to find something. So you can see that that is fine. So missing a model for a particular variant over here. Let's just take a look at the leaves variant, and then we will see. Actually, there is no leaves block state, which probably explains why that wouldn't work. So there you go. So that is absolutely no worries. Let's just add the dogwood leaves here as well, and there we go. Now this should fix the error there, and to fix the despawning of the leaves, actually under data Minecraft tags in the blocks folder, we want to add our logs to the logs tag, so logs.json, and I will just copy over the contents of this in this case. There you go. So it's just all of our wood log and all of that, so that these particular blocks, if they're close to the leaves, then the leaves will no longer despawn. Right, so now let's continue with the world gen itself. So for the world gen itself, of course, we're going to continue with the configured features as well as some placed features. So how is this going to work? Well, it's going to be very, very strange indeed. However, not to worry, we're going to get through this nonetheless. So the first thing we need to do is basically we need to turn this configured feature into a placed feature. So let's get the first one over here. So this is the placed feature here called dogwood checked. Now this basically just takes this configured feature here and checks it if where to place it basically, and checks if at that position where the feature wants to place the tree, the sapling can survive. Now this is actually incredibly important and needed in this case, because if you don't have this, then your tree will just spawn like in the trees, like in the air and all of that. So this is why this is so extremely important to add. Next thing we're going to need is another configured feature. So we're going from configured feature to place feature to this configured feature, which is called the spawn. Now, this is very weird because it literally takes the dogwood checked, has a 50% chance of placing that one down and a 50% chance of placing the same thing down as well. I still haven't figured out how to do it any other way. This is why I'm doing it this way. If you have a better option, please do feel free to leave me a comment down below and I will be sure to check that out. But for the time being, this is the way that I'm doing it, and this is the way that it has been working for me at least. And then we can go to the mod place features class and actually get the placed one in here. So this is the last one. Once again, there you go. And this is the placed feature, also called placed. So this is the one we're going to spawn in just a moment. Now I have one particular thing, the create count extra here. How does that work? Well, it's going to place down one tree, and then there's a 10% chance of placing 2 extra trees down. Now this chance right here is very important, so that you get this right. So this has to be 1 divided by this has to be an integer, otherwise it won't work. So basically what you're going to have is if 1 divided by 0.1, of course, is going to be 10, absolutely no worries. So 0.2 is going to work, right? We're going to have let's say 1 divided by 0.5 is going to work, that's fine. But something like 1 divided by 0.6, that is not going to work. So that's very important. It has to be an integer, otherwise it will not work. I don't know why that is the case. If you do this and it's wrong, then you're going to get chance data cannot be represented as list weight. So keep that in mind. Very strange that they're doing this like this, but fair enough. That is just how it's going to be. So do keep that in mind. And now for this, we're going to make a new gen class over here. So this is going to be the mod tree generation. There you go. Let's take a look at the mod or generation. There you go. Where's this called? I think I'm calling this. Yeah, I'm calling this directly. We're going to fix that in just a moment as well, but that's okay. That's going to be public static void generate trees. And what we're going to do here is the following. Nothing too crazy. Very similar to the origin, actually. Biome modifications.add feature. We're going to do biome selectors. Let's do found in overworld. Actually, no, let's do a specific one. Let's do include by key. And I believe this should be under biomes. It's under biome keys. Yeah, there you go, biome keys. And we're going to do this in plains. So we're going to only spawn this in plains biome. And this is going to be generation step. Very important. This is vegetal decoration. Very important here. And then mod placed features dot dogwood placed dot get key dot get. And that should be that. Now we're going to just add a new class over here. This is going to be the mod world gen class. And I'm just going to have public static void generate. Generate, there you go, world gen, sure, that's going to be fine. And this is going to call, firstly, mod ore generation, generate ores, because that's, like, the ore generation generates first, and then we want mod tree generation, generate trees. And now instead of calling this one, we're just going to do mod world gen, and then generate world gen, and there you go. That should pretty much be everything that we need to do. So, I guess that should be pretty much everything that there is. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if it works. All right, as I've said, don't forget to create the new world here. Create new world, and then let's see if our trees spawn in the plains biome, but I'm pretty sure that they will. That's going to be very interesting indeed. All right, find us back in Minecraft, and, well, let's just locate biome plains over here, and let's port over there, and I'm pretty sure there we actually go. The trees are already here. We have got the logs over here and all of that craziness. So that is actually amazingly perfect. And, well, I mean, that's actually great. So they spawn. You can see the leaves also work, and they won't also despawn. So that's pretty awesome indeed. And that's how easy it can be to add some custom trees and tree generation to Minecraft. Deep below, you will find geodes. So let's add those to our world gen. Alright, we find ourselves back in the challenge once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom geodes to our world generation. Now those have been, I'm not sure, was it 118 or 119? I think they were added in 118, right? Where, you know, where basically all of the amethyst and stuff like that spawn. Those are geodes. And you can actually very, very easily add some of your own to the world generation, and that is exactly what we're going to do today. Now, I will be copying over basically both of the fields that we're going to need, both the configured feature and the place feature. However, there's so many different things that you can change there, both the blocks as well as lots of different numbers that you can change. And of course, all of the code, as always, is going to be available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual gists as well. This is the Tanzanite geode, actually. There you go. So Tanzanite geode right here, registry entry of configured feature of geode feature config and question mark. And this one in this case is, as you can see, feature geode, and then it has a geode feature config here, as well as a geo layer config. This is actually the one that is most important to us, because this actually contains all of these different things: the filling provider, the inner layer, alternate inner layer, a middle layer, an outer layer, and inner blocks cannot replace an invalid blocks here as well. So very crazy things indeed. And the general idea here is that I've just chosen a few of them, right? So the air here is actually normal for the normal geode, but in theory, you could also fill your geode with something else, right? So you could, in theory, fill it with like gold or something like that. And then you have, I just have some deep slate Tanzanite ore here would be the budding amethyst replacement. And then the Tanzanite block is going to quote unquote grow on the Tanzanite ore. So that's very interesting. There's also some dirt, and then emerald blocks, just because why not, right? Like it's just a little bit of fun actually. And then there's crazy amounts of things that you can change here, as you can see, right? You can change the thickness here of the inner layer, the outer layer. You can change the crackedness, right? So should it be cracked? Should it not be cracked? Like, so that it should be open or not. There's an insane amount of things that you can do here. I just highly recommend playing around with this for a long time if you want to add a geode, and then, I mean, just playing around with it and seeing what you can find here. When it comes to the placed feature, pretty much the same idea. It is not that complicated, right? When you see, we're just using the configured feature here. Then we have a rarity placement of 42 because, I mean, why not? So this should then, in theory, show up every 42 chunks or so, I believe. Square placement and biome placement are just normal things that we've basically always need. And then here is the height range placement modifier, which is going to spawn this between 60 and 50. So that is pretty much all that we need here. Now we're just going to add this to our mod ore generation, because this is actually also an underground ore. It's kind of weird that it's in the same step, but it is in the same step. We're just going to make this found in the overworld, and we're just going to change this to geode. And that is literally it. That is all that we need to do. It is extremely straightforward. But regardless of that, I mean, extremely straightforward, and then also a lot of stuff that we can change here. But regardless of that, you have the blueprint right here. Just change it around, and then you can see pretty awesome stuff indeed. So now let's go into the game, make a new world, and see our custom geode in action. All right, we find ourselves back in Minecraft, and let's just see if we can find one of our custom geodes. And I've already spotted some emerald blocks. Maybe this is already it. And there we go. We already got one. Absolutely amazing. So these would be, in theory, right, the tanzanite ore here would in theory be the budding amethyst where the amethyst grows out of. And then you can see the blocks of tanzanite always spawn adjacent to one of these ore blocks. Very interesting indeed. And you can see basically, you know, the dirt where it's placed, the deep slate where it's placed. And you can also see, you know, from the outside, right, the emerald blocks, which that would definitely, like, you should definitely not use this in your mod. That would be extremely overpowered, because that many blocks of emerald, and they spawn quite often. Like, they're not going to be that like crazily like, you can see there's another one, so it's not going to be that crazily rare. So there's another one. So yeah, they do spawn quite aggressively in this case, but as always, it is just about the changes of the numbers basically to, well, make them spawn a little bit differently. And then you're gonna have, I mean, some pretty cool custom geodes in your mod. Absolutely amazing, and actually not that crazy. Let's add these flowers to Minecraft. Oh, right, we find ourselves back in Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom flowers as well as custom flower generation to Minecraft, including the flowers inside of the pot. So let's go into our modblocks class and start with the flowers. Let's just copy over the planks twice. That's going to be fine. And this is going to be the buttercups. This is actually a real flower. I did check this out, and I think my custom texture is actually not that bad. This is, of course, a new flower block over here, and it's going to take in 3 different parameters. The first one is a status effect. This is the status effect for the suspicious stew. So let's just do something like haste maybe, and then it is the duration. I believe, I don't know in what format this is. It is definitely not in ticks. I can promise you that. I think it's in seconds, possibly. It's not in minutes as well. I don't think so. So it's probably in seconds. But 8 is going to be fine. That is going to be okay. Anything else we also want to copy from, let's say, the dandelion over here. And I believe this is actually all we need here. Now, this is going to be the potted buttercups. There you go. And this is going to be register block without item. Very important that we do not have an item for this, because, of course, the potted plant works as in the following way. You put down the pot, and then you right-click with the plant. That is why this is the case. And this is, of course, also named potted_buttercups. There you go. And this is going to be a new flower pot block right here. The first parameter of it being modblocks.buttercups, and that is it. We're just going to copy over the potted dandelion, and there we go. Now we have the buttercups and the potted buttercups properly registered. Now let's go into the tutorial mod client class and actually make both of them cut out as well. That actually is the case. So both the buttercups as well as the potted buttercups, there you go, should be render layer cut out. And that is going to be fine as well. Right, now let's add the BlockStates JSON files on all of that craziness as well. Now all of this is, as always, of course, available to you in the description below. GitHub repository and individual just as well. But, you know, really, like, looking at this, it's nothing too crazy, right? It's literally just pointing to some model files. Same with the translation here, nothing that you haven't seen yet. There we go, the translation also added, and then let's get the model files in here as well. So when it comes to the block model file, I believe that they are both pretty much standard model files, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look here. There you go, it's a cross pattern in this case. It's the same pattern that the sampling also has, and this one is a flower pot cross. So nothing too crazy. And when it comes to the items, pretty much we only have, of course, one here, the buttercups, because, well, the plant, the potted one does not have an item associated with it. So we're also only going to have one texture over here, and that is it. And now those are the steps to add the flower itself, but of course we also want it to spawn in the world. So how will we do that? Actually, also not complicated at all. We're just going to get a new configured feature right here. So once again, this will be copied over. However, all of this is available to you to see. This is a random patch feature config, in this case, of feature flower. We're just creating a random patch, 64 tries, and we're placing down the buttercups. That's literally all that we're doing right here. And then what we're doing in the what place features class is, well, making a place feature out of it, and it looks kind of like this. So the rarity placement here is 4. And then we also want the square and biome here, as well as the motion blocking height map. So this basically just ensures that it's like placed down properly, so to speak. And then the rarity here, of course, the higher the number, the rarer the buttercups would be. Should be fairly self-explanatory and nothing too crazy. Let's copy over the tree generation over here, and we're going to call this the mod flower generation. Absolutely, generate flowers this time. There you go. And then we're just going to change this. We're going to keep the planes over here, and we're just going to change this to buttercups. And that is it. So we want the vegetal decoration as well. That's very important. And then, of course, we also want to call this in the mod worldgen class. So this is going to be a mod flower generation, generate flowers. There you go. And that is actually all of the steps that we need to do in order for the flowers to be added. We now have flowers, we now have potted flowers, and we should also have flowers that spawn in the world. So let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if everything works. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's see, well, I mean, look at that. We're already here, and there we already have some buttercups. There they are, absolutely amazing. And don't they look just absolutely great? Of course they do. So let's just get a pot over here. And let's see what happens, and there we go. We have a pot, and we have a potted buttercup. Exactly how we'd expect it to, so absolutely amazing. They've been added to not only the pots, but also worldgen. So there you go, that's how easy it can be to add some custom flowers to the game. Watch out, the tromper is on the loose. And let's add custom entity generation to our worldgen. Alright, we find ourselves back in IntelliJ once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom entity spawns or custom entity generation to our worldgen. In the end, it is actually fairly straightforward, all things considered. We just need one additional class in our gen package. It's going to be the mod entity spawn class, and it will have only one method called the public static void at entity spawn method. There we go. And it will have two different calls. The one is the biomodifications.add_spawn. We're going to choose biome selectors.include by key, and we're just going to choose biome keys.desert because I don't know, why not? Let's choose the desert. It's going to be spawn group monster, exactly like that. We're going to choose mod entities tromper. The weight is going to be, let's do 50. Minimum group size is 1, maximum group size 3. And that is pretty much it. Now, the weight here, of course, doesn't mean that it's like 50% likely or something like that, but basically you have different weights of all the different monsters that can spawn in the desert, and then this weight is basically put into a list, and then, you know, you get like, you can think of it like this, you have 50 different, like, chances of being selected here, and then some, you know, some other thing like a zombie might have 20 chances to be selected, so your chances are, of course, higher. So that is the general idea of the weight here in this case. So the higher the weight, the more chompers are going to be added to that particular biome. Now we also need, this is very important, spawn restriction.register. And we want to register the mod entities chomper with spawn restriction.location.onground, because we want this to spawn on the ground, not in the air. We also need the height map type motion blocking no leaves, and then we want to say hostile entity : can spawn in dark. So that is a very interesting thing. What you can do is you can middle mouse click on these spawn restrictions, and you can actually take a look at all the different restrictions that have been added for everything in vanilla. So all of the vanilla entities right here are basically right here. I highly suggest taking a look at this and also taking a look at all of the different Boolean methods over here that you could choose in theory. They are very interesting indeed. Now we still need to call this right here, so let's call it at the very bottom here, mod entity spawn, actually, entity spawn. There you go, add entity spawn. And will you believe it or not, that is actually all that we need to do in this case. This is everything that we need to add for our custom entity to spawn. It should also spawn in a already existing world, so we can just join a already existing world, take a look at the desert, make sure that of course it is night because, well, we are in spawn group monster. Also very important, if you choose spawn group monster, make sure that your your entity here is also spawn group monster. If there's a mismatch, then they won't spawn. That's very important. I may or may not have taken about an hour or so to figure that one out. So yeah, that's very important. But regardless of that, let's take a look if our jumper spawns in the world. Alright, so we find ourselves in Minecraft. We are on normal difficulty. Let's switch to time set night over here. And then let's find the nearest desert. Locate biome. Desert over here. A little bit of a cake maybe. No, actually not. It's going to be, if it is going to be a cake, it's going to be a sand cake. Well, you know, you can't ask for everything. This desert might be a little bit too small. Maybe we're going to get lucky. Okay, so we already have some spawns here. And we don't yet have our chomper here, but it does only have a weight of 50. So, you know, it's not going to be as prevalent as maybe some other mobs. I actually don't know. And there they finally are. I finally found them. I actually had to fly around for a little bit longer than I would expect to, but there you go. So basically you can always add, you know, you can always get the increase the increase the weight here as well, and then hopefully more of them spawn. But yeah, they definitely do spawn, so that is absolutely awesome, and that is how easy it can be to add some custom world gen or some custom entity gen to Minecraft. Let's add custom structures to Minecraft. Alright, we find ourselves back on Intelligent once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding custom structures to a Minecraft. Now this is going to be JSON only, so we won't need to write any code for our custom structures, and it's all going to be done via data JSON files. Now the biggest shout out of course goes out to the structure tutorial mod here from Telepathic Grunt. This is by far the best resource if you want to deep dive into structures. Then I highly recommend checking out. I will link this in the description below, and you can see we have the forge jigsaw right here. We also have fabric and quill jigsaws as well. I highly recommend checking out the repository over here if you need anything else. But regardless of that, we're going to jump back in over here. So I will be copying over all of the JSON files. Those will also be available, and they will also include all of the comments made from Telepathic Grunt so that you have, basic explanations of every single field inside of those JSON files. And I will also go through and explain what everything does. Now, the first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to jump into Minecraft and build ourselves a custom structure. Let's go and see. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft over here, and I have built this Kaupenjoe house. Absolutely amazing creation of mine, of course. It's not, you know, something insanely great, but it is definitely a custom structure. You can say that because it includes the dogwood planks over here, dogwood logs as well, and, you know, a few crimson doors as well as some nice tainted or gray stained glass over here, so it's pretty cool. We also have an empty chest in the middle because why not? That's totally fine. And overall, that is pretty much the structure I want to save. Now, how you can save a structure, actually fairly straightforward. You want to just give yourself the following thing. You want to give yourself the structure block right here. And when you have that, you're just going to place this on the corners. Now, you want to place this on the outside of the corners, like this, basically. And then we're going to basically go to corner mode. So at the bottom left over here, we're going to do corner mode, tutorial mod : Kaupen_house, because that's what I called it. And we can mark this or select it with Control A, Control X, Control V. So basically that I've copied the name over here. We're going to say done. And then we're going to go to the other corner over here. I'm going to do the same thing. There we go. I'm going to put this in under save mode this time, hit detect, and then it should detect the entire structure here. So basically, as long as they have the same name and are on opposite corners here, they should detect the entire structure. I'm okay with this. I like this. And I'm going to say save this. And now the structure has been saved as tutorial mod : Kaupen_house. Now that is actually all that we need to do to save the structure. We now have an NBT file. I'm going to show you where it is and where you need to put it. And then we can also create our JSON files afterwards. Now the NBT file is found on the run folder over here, then under saves, and then whatever, basically where you saved it, the world. So this is going to, so my world was called structures, generated, and then inside of here we have the Kaupenjoe NBT. So we're just going to copy this. What we're actually going to do is we're going to copy the structures folder over here. So just Control C to copy it, and then paste it into the data tutorial mod folder. There we go. Now we have the NBT file right here, and we can proceed to add the JSON files. Now, when it comes to the JSON files, there's not that many of them. However, they are quite this. It's a very condensed, let's say. And the first thing we will do in the data tutorial mod folder, right-click a new directory, and this is called tags. Now, this is extremely important. Please pay attention to this. We're going to then make a new directory called worldgen. Worldgen. There you go. Inside of that directory, another directory called biome, and lastly, inside of that directory, we're also going to add another directory called has_structure. There you go. And then I will be copying over the JSON file. This is called kaum_house.json. And you see it is just a tag with a bunch of different values, in this case biomes, where this particular structure can spawn. You can add more biomes or more biome tags or whatever you want. You can remove them, whatever you so choose to do. And now this is extremely important. The second folder we are creating is, once again, data folder, tutorial mod, right-click new directory called WorldGen. Now what you will find is that you're going to have two-ish WorldGen folders right here. You can see one of them is inside of the tags folder and one of them is in the tutorial mod folder. If I were to close this, you can see they're very, very close together. However, they are two different folders. I want you to please pay attention to this because it's very, very easy to confuse one with the other. One of them is inside of your tags folder. The other one, as you can see, is inside of your tutorial mod folder. Inside of that newly created one, we want 4 different directories, actually 3 different directories. The first one is structure, and then the second one is going to be the structure_set, and then the last one is going to be the template_pool. There we go. We're going to start with the structure one, and that is going to be, once again, a kaum_house.json, and this is the first JSON file. You can see it points to a start pool. This is a JSON file we're going to add in the template pool folder in just a moment. We also have a size over here. This is basically needed if you have multiple jigsaw structures, right, or multiple jigsaw pieces. Then what's going to happen is that if you increase the size, then this is basically the branching length. So if you have, one jigsaw piece spawning from another and another and another and another, then you need to increase this size. For our purposes, 2 or even 1 would be totally sufficient. You can see this is the maximum distance from the center that this can spawn. We also have the biome tag. So this is going to be the tag that we've just added right here, that it references in this case. Where is this being added? This should always be surface structures. The absolute height, basically how much it is sunk into the ground. Let's try 0 here instead of -1. You have to sometimes have to play around with this a little bit to, basically to see how it works best. Although I actually think that -1 is correct in our case. So let's keep it as -1. And then we're just going to keep this as follows. You can also add some spawn overrides, basically making it so that certain mobs can spawn in this structure. The next thing is the structure set. Let's add this one as well. And this is the actual thing. This is actually very important over here. So here you make a list of structures, basically a weighted list. In this case, we only have the Kaupenjoe house and it has weight 1. You could in theory add multiple structures over here, and then one of those structures is being spawned at that position, basically. So you could in theory add multiple structures. Now this one over here, of course, refers back to the structure right here. Absolutely no worries. Now when it comes to the placement here, the salt should be big and unique. Do pay attention, though, that this is not bigger than like 2.4 billion, because otherwise then you will hit the integer limit, and that's going to be a bad time because then it's not going to work. Spacing and separation should be fairly self-explanatory. You can literally read the comments. This is the average distance apart in chunks, and this is the minimum distance apart in chunks. Self-explanatory pretty much. Now, when it comes to both of those numbers, they are pretty low. I definitely recommend when you actually add a structure into your own mod, make those bigger, like highly recommended. And then random spread, I would honestly just keep it like this. Don't get too bogged down on the ring-based one with the strongholds. That is going to be fine for most applications for the time being. And then in the template pool, we actually want another directory called Kaupenjoe_house. And then inside there, a sort pool JSON file. And this, once again, you can see, first of all, it references itself. So it's just this is just the same name, right? Kaupenjoe house is the folder, start pool is the JSON file. If for whatever reason something fails, we're just going to leave this empty, absolutely no worries. And then in the elements over here, we can see we have one element, and that is the Kaupenjoe house. This points back to exactly this structure. So data, tutorial mode structures, Kaupenjoe house. This is what this points to. We don't have any processor JSONs. Highly recommend the telepathic grunts tutorial repo. If you're interested in this, they actually have a processor JSON file there for you to look at. And the other two, I would probably simply keep this, and you can change it to terrain matching just to try it out. I highly recommend playing around with this one way or the other, but those are actually all of the JSON files that you need. So we can basically go through this one more time. We need a tag to say, hey, in these particular biomes, is this structure going to spawn? We need to have a structure JSON file, which says this is the start pool, and a few other things, basically pointing back to the biomes and stuff like that. We then have a structure set, which gets the placement, and then the start pool itself points back to the NBT file. And that is all we need. Now let's make a new world and see if our structure spawns. All right, we find ourselves in Minecraft, and let's just see. Look at it. Look there. We already have one of our houses, and well, it definitely did spawn one below, which isn't quite what I had in mind, but you know, we can still go in here. There you go. Everything's still available as it seems. And well, if we now, you know, just go a little bit further along, I'm pretty sure we're gonna find another one pretty freaking quickly over here. So there's actually the second one. So you can see they're very, very close to each other. Highly recommend to change the numbers over here at some point, but overall it does spawn. That's pretty awesome. So maybe the terrain adaptation or terrain matching one would be better a little bit in this case instead of doing it rigid, but still, regardless of that, custom structures in Minecraft. Let's talk about jigsaw structures. Alright, we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and this time we will talk about jigsaw structures. A very interesting topic indeed, and this is needed because if you have structures that are bigger than 48 by 48 by 48, then what is going to happen is you will need these jigsaw structure blocks, and they basically connect two different structures together with each other. So what we're first of all going to do is we're just going to get those out of here, and then we're going to look at these two halves of one structure together, and we're going to make it so that this is the main storage platform, and then this is one that changes. So here we will have a diamond in this case, and then we'll also make it available so that there is going to be iron and then gold, for example. That should be, or emerald. Let's do emerald, iron, and diamond here, and then when this spawns, it is going to choose, you know, depending on a chance, whether or not it's going to spawn with diamond over here, with iron, or with emerald. That is one thing that you can do with jigsaw structure blocks. And what we're going to do is, once again, first of all, we're going to give ourselves, once again, the structure block. And then we will also give ourselves the jigsaw block right here. There you go. So now we have both of them. We want to mark the outline of this structure again. So let's just do this. I'm going to go right here. Let's go up to here, and we should be... I think that the corner should be right there. So let's see if this checks out. We're going to call this tutorial mod : storage _ platform. Yes. And this is going to be corner mode. Done. I think that should work fine. And then here, the same, just in save mode, detect, and there we go. We have the entirety thing in there. That's great. And then let's get the other one here as well. Once we have the corner set up, and we're going to have this a little bit easier anyway. But then we can do this in diamond _ storage platform, corner mode once again. That should be fine. And then here, we're just going to make sure that this is in the correct height as well. Should be right here. Yep, one higher up. So this is now going to be save mode, detect this as well. And that's not quite what I had in mind over here. That is, oh, because I didn't change the name. Aha, look at this. So this is actually diamond storage _ storage platform. Detect it now, and now there we go. Now it is the correct one and has everything inside of it. So we could already save this, but of course now they are not connected with each other, and to connect them we need to use the jigsaw blocks. So what you need to do, I mean, in this case I'm just going to try to set them down in the middle over here. So you need to set them down so that the arrows point to each other. So you can see this jigsaw block is now only in this diamond structure. Right? And then this one is only in our main structure. Now you need to actually right-click the structure blocks and fill in, well, certain fields over here. Now we're going to start with the secondary one, which is this one for the diamond platform, and this just needs a name. So this is going to be tutorial mod : side _ platform. Now this actually... it doesn't need to be referenced anywhere except for the main block right here. So this is the only where this needs to be placed in the target name. Very important. Let's do done for the time being. And then we also need to define the target pool. Also very important. This is going to be tutorial mod : storage _ platform. And we're going to do /side _ pool. And the general idea is that this is now going to look for a side pool JSON file in the template pool storage platform folder. And what's going to happen is that this will then point to basically one of the 3 different variants over here of the side platform. That's the general idea. And now with those jigsaw blocks in there, we can now save this. So let's just go right here, and we're going to save this one. And I'm going to go here, save this one as well. And now I'll just replace this with iron, and then we'll save this as well. All right, so here we are now replaced with iron in this case. And, well, I mean, once again, we're just going to go here and we'll just change this to be iron underscore storage platform. Now, I'm actually unsure if we really need to change this one as well, but, you know, just in case, let's just change this as well. And then let's just go in here and then iron storage platform, save this as well. There you go. And now we'll replace it with emerald, and then we have 3 different variants. All right, and there we go. Now we have this one with emerald, and once again, we're just going to go to both of the structure blocks over here. Emerald, there you go. We're just going to copy this. That's going to be fine. Do the same thing here on the corner, and then we're just going to save this, and there we go. Now we have all the structures saved, so basically 3 NBT files for the variant over here, and then 1 NBT file for the main structure platform. So let's switch back to IntelliJ and add all of the JSON files, all of that craziness. All right, the first thing we need to do, of course, is once again go to our run folder, saves, and then in whatever world you were in, get the NBT files. So we have the diamond storage platform, emerald and iron, as well as the normal storage one. So we're just going to select all of them and press Ctrl+C, go all the way down to our data folder, tutorial mode structures, and then paste them in. There we go. Now we have our NBT files here. And then what we're going to need is some more JSON files. Now, the tag over here, let's call this the storage underscore platform JSON, has the same tag right here. So it's going to do the same thing, you know, basically denotes what biomes this particular structure can spawn in. So nothing else that we need to worry about really. When it comes to the worldgen structure over here, once again, storage platform, this simply points to a start pool. Once again, we're going to create that in just a moment in the template pool folder, and the rest pretty much is almost the same thing as the Kaupenjoe, so there's nothing different right here. When it comes to the structure set, let's see if there's anything different right there. Not really. We have a different salt over here. The spacing and the separation is a little bit different, but overall, it just simply still points back to a structure that is the structure JSON right here. Now, where it really differs is in the template pool, because this is going to have 2 different JSON files right here. So this is in a folder called storage underscore platform, and the first thing we have is the start pool. This is the same idea that we have in the Kaupenjoe, where, well, this just refers back to itself, and then this refers back to the NBT file right here. Now, this is all fine. This is all great. However, they also have the side pool JSON file. Now, this one is referenced in the main Jigsaw block, if you remember. And this now references 3 different elements: the iron storage platform, the emerald storage platform, and the diamond storage platform. You can see they have different weights, basically 50% chance of the iron one spawning, 30% chance of the emerald one spawning, and 20% chance of the diamond one spawning. Very interesting indeed, and that is literally all that we have to do in this instance here. So you can see this is a way to, well, basically add a variant in this case. If you have inside of the iron storage platform, for example, if you had another Jigsaw block there and you wanted to do something else, do keep in mind that in the structure JSON file, this size right here, you can increase this if you have, you know, multiple Jigsaw blocks inside. You know, in our case, we only have a main one and a side one, and maybe you have another side one and another side one and another side one, then you want to increase this until you basically have, well, the length of the branch as it says right here. But crazily enough, this is actually everything that we need to do for a Jigsaw structure to spawn as well. So let's create a new world and see if our structure spawns. All right, we found ourselves in Minecraft, and there we go. We already have one of our storage platforms spawning here, this time with iron. Well, we can either, well, fly through the world and try and find another one, but I'm pretty sure that they should actually not be spawning too far away. So So there we go. We already got one with emerald in this case, so absolutely no worries. We can see that basically the different types of Jigsaw blocks do work totally fine, so that's awesome. Let's just like fly further away and let's see if we can't find another one, maybe one more, and let's see, maybe we get lucky and it's going to be diamond. That would be pretty awesome indeed. No, it's emerald again, but that's going to be okay. So you can basically see that everything here works totally fine. We have a Jigsaw structure, very awesome indeed. And that's how easy it can be to use Jigsaw structures. As always, of course, the NBT files as well as the JSON files are linked in the description below. Let's add a custom structure to villages. Alright, we find ourselves in Minecraft once more, and in this tutorial we're going to be adding this beautiful looking structure to Minecraft villages. So I've basically built, you know, a little bit of a structure, or I've, you know, modified an already existing structure right there. And the general idea is I've added the jump blocks so that when, you know, the villagers come into the structure, they're going to get the custom villager profession as well. So that's pretty awesome indeed. Now, this Jigsaw block is basically a normal thing that was added right here. So what I suggest you do is when you want to add a structure to a village, what you're going to do is you're going to get a structure block right here. So you can just give this to yourself. So just do give yourself a structure block. This one right here. There you go. Right. And then what you're going to do is you're going to set it down. And what you can do is you can put in, well, definitely not getup.com. I can tell you that much. That is not the right one. But you want to put in something like this. So village, plains, houses, plains, medium house, and so on and so forth. You can also look that up in the external libraries. And what you're going to find is, let's do 2, for example. If we load this, then an actual house here will load. And it's already going to have the correct things in here. So this is very important that this is all done correctly so that the names and the target here is set up correctly. Otherwise, the structure will not properly spawn. So I highly recommend just copying this, changing this around, and then saving it again. That should pretty much ensure that your structure will spawn properly. Anyway, once you have your structure, you can then, well, basically save it. So I already have this as this, right? So then just save it, and now you have an NBT file of this, and then we can proceed once again in IntelliJ. All right, so once again, the NBT file is just under run saves, and then in whatever world you were in. So you can see plains jump master. There we go. We're going to copy this over, press Control-C and Control-V to paste it back in over here. And then we actually don't need any JSON files because the only thing that we need to do is actually add a dependency to another mod. Now, this might be a little bit of a meh. Maybe you don't necessarily want this. If you don't want this, you can also simply kind of take the code because it's really just like 2 or 3 mixin, I believe, if I recall correctly. Anyway, we're going to use Structurize Reborn right here from Hamster, and this is pretty awesome indeed because it basically does exactly what we want. So it opens up the 2 or 3 classes that we need to have opened up, and then we can literally just say, hey, let's just add our custom structure to a particular already existing pool. That's literally it. It is very, very simple indeed. And how do we add this? Well, we just wanted to add the modrinth repository over here. Let's just go back to IntelliJ and go into our build.gradle file right here. And inside of the repositories right here, we want to add the modrinth maven here. And then we simply want to go over here to the dependencies, and we want to add this one right here. So both of them, both the mod implementation as well as the include. And then let's just do exactly that, including this, and then the version here is going to be 1.19- or -01. And then the same thing goes right here, 1.19-01. There we go. And now this particular mod has been added as a dependency. We've done this, plenty of times before over here. And then let's just reload this. Let's rebuild this. And of course, once again, take up from a couple of seconds all the way to a minute, 2 minutes, however long this might take. I believe it should be fairly quick for me because I've already done this before. There we go. And then everything here works. And what we're going to do is in the world package, we're just going to make a new package called village. And inside of there, we're going to make a new Java class called village additions. That's what I choose to call this. And this will only have one public static void called register new village structures. And we're just going to do the following. We're just going to add in here that this is using the structure reborn over here under the MIT license. And this should then work. Fabric structure pool registry. There we go. This is exactly what we need. Register a simple one. And this is extremely easy to use. The first one is a new identifier. And this is going to be Minecraft village /plains/houses. This is where this will be added. And then we want to make another new identifier, and this is just tutorial mod ID and plains_jump_master. And then we need a integer over here, and that's just the weight. And that is it. There we go. That is literally all that we need to do to add this to the plains over here. Of course, we still need to call this. Let's go into our tutorial mod class over here, and let's just call this. I'm unsure where exactly we should call this. Probably here is going to be fine. Village additions.register new village structures, and that's pretty much it. That should be all that we need to do in this case to add our custom structure to our village. Now, where do I get this from? Well, once again, go down to the external libraries. Well, let's go to this one right here, Minecraft project merge named and so on and so forth. Data. I'm going to go to data, Minecraft structures, village, and then we have the plains over here, houses, and there we go. Those are all of the plains houses, and we want to add our NBT right here. So the general idea is that this NBT right here, denoted by this name and this mod ID, will then be added to this structure pool, basically, and That is pretty much all that we need to do. So now let's go into the game, make a new world, and see if our structure spawns in plain villages. Alright, finds us in Minecraft again, and let's just locate a structure over here, and let's locate the Plains village. There we go. With a weight of 150 of our custom structure, we should expect the structure to hopefully spawn in the first village, and there we go. It already is right here, exactly how we made it. So even with the door open, by the way, and you can see we have the jump blocks, of course, which villagers, if they so choose, maybe there's a free villager over here, maybe not, but anyway, so they can basically go in here, and you can see they're using it. They have their bed there. The door also works totally fine. So yeah, there you go. So you can see though, in this case, 150 probably was a little bit too much. We actually have 3 of the same structure spawn here. So of course, change the weight as you see fit, try it out a little bit. But overall, it is pretty awesome indeed. And that is actually how easy it can be to add some custom structures to villages. We got it. It's finally here. Let's talk about Fabric Data Gen. Alright, we found ourselves back on the channel once more. And in this tutorial, we're going to be talking about Fabric Data Gen. Finally here. So in a recent-ish, I guess, version of Fabric, Data Gen was finally added, so we can now basically, in theory, we could delete all of our assets folders, the block states, or the models, all of it. Everything can just go, but let's not, go too crazy for the time being. Let's first of all jump in, take a look at some of the things that we can generate, specifically in the data files, and then we'll see. So in the tutorial mod package, we're going to make a new package called DataGen. Instead of there, for the time being, we will need one class called mod data generation. There you go. And this is going to look as follows. This is going to implement the data generator entry point. Extremely important. Then hover over this, implement the method, this one right here, and this is extremely important as well. So now that we have this particular entry point, implemented, the interface here, we need to go to our Fabric mod JSON file right here, and we need to add that entry point. So we need to copy this guy over here. We need to make a fabric-datagen, and this is under .datagen, and this is called mod data generation. Let me just get this. There you go. And then this is extremely important that we have this. If we don't have this, it's not going to work. Second thing we need that is absolutely necessary. In our build.gradle file, we want to add below the process resources right here, we want to add the following. I will copy this over because it is hopefully always going to look the same. We want a data output right here. So this is the string. It's going to add this to source main generated, and then also going to look for this. We need to do this, and we need to add this. This is going to add a new Gradle task. I guess not yet, after we've reloaded Gradle. That's a fair point, actually. We need to reload Gradle, of course, and then it should add a new task for us there. This is going to add a new task. Let's just see. 8 seconds shouldn't be very long, and you can see then, there we go, run DataGen. So now we have a new task that is going to run exactly this entry point and this method. And anything we add to this method, well, we can then use to, generate any sort of JSON file, basically. Now, first of all, I'm going to show you loot tables and recipes, and then we'll proceed from there. So let's start with the mod loot table generator. There you go. Now this will extend the simple fabric loot table provider. If we actually middle mouse button click on this, you can see it comes from the fabric loot table provider, which actually does pretty much the same thing as the vanilla one. There's like a few differences here in both of these, but we want to actually extend this class, implement the accept method, and then also create a constructor matching super. For the constructor right here, I want to actually delete this, and I want to make a loot table context that is specific to loot table context types and I want to do blocks. Now, you're probably going to need multiple loot table generator classes if you also want to, add different JSON files, like loot table JSON files for chests and commands and all of this other craziness. Then you're probably going to need one for each of those. However, that shouldn't be too crazy at that stage. When you have this class, what do you do with it? Well, in the mod data generation, you just simply say fabric data generator .add provider mod loot table generator : new. That is it. That is all you need to do. And now the accept method is run when we also run the new Gradle task. Now for the loot table, I will only basically show you one loot table in this case. And then I'll also show you where you can look up all of the vanilla loot tables as well. So if you actually start typing, we're going to use the identifier builder by consumer over here. Just sounds very complicated, but we're just going to use that parameter dot accept. And then here we're basically giving it an identifier and then a builder. Now the builder is actually going to be fairly straightforward. So the identifier is going to be tutorial mod ID, of course. And then this is going to be under blocks/dogwood_planks. So we're going to make our planks basically have a loot table associated with them. Now the builder here is going to be very easy indeed, and that is the block loot table generator. This one right here from net Minecraft data server .drops, and you can already see, now you almost don't need anything else. You can see if we use the block loot table generator, you can actually have all sorts of different ways that things drop: lapis ore, leaves. You have the ore drops, slabs, because all of those are special. And if you don't have anything special, you can just have a normal drops one, where you can see we're basically just having the normal block that we define. So this is actually this one right here. You can also have a drop with silk touch over here, and then an item. You also can provide a loot number provider over here. You can even do a condition builder as well. So absolutely craziness what you can do here. And then here you can also do the silk touch with also a loot number provider. So there is a bunch of different things that you can do here. I just cannot recommend enough. Just try out some stuff and see what generates, and then pretty much you should be able to generate almost any different type of loot table here. Now we want to use the drops method in this case. Nope, absolutely not. Not with property, just the normal drops method. And then this is going to be modblocks.dogwoodplanks. There we go. And that is literally it. That is all we need. Now we go to the Gradle tab, we run data gen. Now what I want you to pay close attention to is that up here it now says data gen. Every time we now click the run button, it's going to run this task. However, we can change this in just a moment. Let's first of all close the Gradle window over here. It has gone through, build successful. That is very good. We can see, we have two new files in here. In the generated folder has generated data, and there it is. Tutorial mod loot tables blocks dogwood planks.json, and this pretty much looks like it will drop our dogwood planks. Now, as I've said, if we now were to click this again, you can see it would run data gen again, which of course is usually not something you want. You can literally just go to this drop down menu and choose run client, and there you go. That is literally all that we need in this case, and we have already added the loot table. Let's proceed to the recipe. So a new class over here, mod recipe generator. And this will extend the fabric recipe provider. There you go. Let's hover over this, implement methods, generate recipes. Hover over this again, create constructor matching super. Now this is going to have, I'm going to actually copy over 2 examples, and then I'm going to copy over a 3rd example because that's like quite long. So you can see what you can do is when you type inside of the method over here, offer, you can actually see all the different ways of recipes that you can offer the consumer here. So blasting recipe, you can add a bed recipe, a reversible compacting recipe. I actually have one example of this, a bark block recipe. I'm not even 100% sure. I think that this is for the strippable, I think, something like that. You can see there's quite a few different already existing recipes that you can very, very easily mimic here. And we can see that this is an offer smelting, this is offer reversible compacting recipe. So basically I can take 9 tanzanite and make a tanzanite block, and then I can take 1 tanzanite block and make 9 tanzanite from it. Very interesting indeed that this is like just normally there. You can also do a, this is not a slotless actually, this is a shapeless. So you can also add a shapeless recipe right here that also works. However, what if you want to make a shaped recipe? Well, that is a little more complicated. That is why I'm going to copy it over. But overall, it is pretty much going to look the same every time. So you want to use a shaped recipe JSON builder. You can also take a look at all of the different methods inside of there. So if I middle mouse button click on this method right here, for example, so we will actually be able to see, that it also uses the shaped recipe builder JSON.create and so on and so forth. So that also all works. So in this case, we're going to craft an 8-ball with this pattern. So all tanzanite all around, and then in the middle, an iron ingot. You can see this, of course, by using the input method here. The criterion basically just means, okay, what criterions have to be met so that you will get this particular item in your recipe book. That's going to be, either has iron or has tanzanite. And then down here, you're just offering it once again to the exporter with the recipe name for the 8-ball. That's pretty much all you do. It's not that crazy, all things considered. It shouldn't be too overly complicated here in this case. And then, of course, we still want to add this to our generator over here. So fabric generator, add provider. And this is the mod recipe generator, : new. Very nice indeed. Let's run the generator once again. So switch this to run generator or run data gen. Let's just let this run through. It shouldn't take very long in these, in these instances, because we are not adding like thousands of different recipes or anything like that. You can see recipes have now been created, and we have the 8-ball tanzanite block, and tanzanite from smelting tanzanite ore. Absolutely beautiful that we have this already now as well. And I mean, that's pretty awesome already. Right, before we tackle the assets, let's actually just, for the sake of argument, run our data gen here over again. And what you will find is that, oh, what is this? An error? Yes, so this error appears if you have a duplicate. Now, what does that mean? Well, because we have the recipe right here that is called tanzanite block.json, right? We have this right here, but we also have this right here. We have the same block right here. And that is an issue, because if you have duplicates, then it's not going to work. Now you can, as you can see, do some stuff with Gradle. I personally have not that much experience with Gradle, so I don't know how to basically deal with this, like add a duplicate strategy. So what I basically do is I just delete one of the recipes, and that is going to be my custom made one, or the one made manually, because we don't need it. And then in theory, we should be able to run this again. So if this error ever comes up saying, oh, we have like doubling, handling, it should literally say in writing what the issue is, like what JSON file is duplicate. So you should have no issues whatsoever, just deleting that, and then it should work. No worries. Right, and now the assets and the models and stuff like that. So in the data gen, we're going to make a new class model provider, and that is going to extend the fabric model provider, this one right here, and this will implement two classes, or two methods rather, and that is the generate block state models and the item models. We also want the constructor here, and let's just immediately add this to this fabric data generate add provider model provider : new. There you go. And then this, how do we use this? It's actually very, very straightforward. I will show this with one block and one item, and the rest, hopefully, you'll be able to figure out on your own, because it really isn't that complicated. I'm genuinely hoping that this is going to be okay. If you have any like special blocks that are like super special, so for example, something like the lamp block, that one I would probably say you probably should just keep it manually in the models and block states folder, because honestly, writing a custom generator for that, if you only have one block of those, I don't think it's really necessary. Anyway, we're going to use the parameter here again, block state model generator dot register, and you can see these are all of the different things that we can basically, make: custom torches, custom pressure plates, a plant part, a potted azalea bush apparently, and we can also do cube all model texture pool here. Here we want to use, well, let's do the jumpy block, that's going to be fine, and that is it. This is going to generate the BlockStates JSON file, the model JSON file, and the item model file for this particular block. That is absolutely amazing. This is probably by far one of the easiest things I've ever seen in my entire life, and I am incredibly happy that this is now added to Fabric, because, man, that makes it a whole lot easier to do everything, basically. And then for the item one, well, it's pretty much the same thing. Item model generator dot register mod items dot, let's take the 8-ball here, and we're just going to say models dot generated, because in this case, it is a generated model. And we can also take a look at the other models. So in theory, if you have slabs or something like that, you can literally also use those. There is also the handheld, for example, for the swords and stuff like that. So that also works. I mean, I don't even know what else to say. That is literally how easy it is. If we now run data gen, we're going to have the block states JSON file for the jumper block, the model, the item model, and the block model, and the item model for the 8-ball, all generated automatically, like with one click. And how easy it is it to change this, to just like duplicate this, change it to all of our blocks, and then add this. It's a lot easier in this case than, copying over this guy and then, another sapling and another wood. It's, yes, 100%. And like I said, sometimes you just need to basically take a look at the register methods over here. There are a bunch of them. So, for example, if you have a pressure plate, you would use this one. If it's parented, you would have to use this one. Here with custom texture, also very interesting. Axis rotated would be the one for the wood and stuff like that. you know, once again, just be open to experimentation and try it out. But under generated assets, we now have BlockStates jumpy block JSON file. And would you look at this? It looks exactly the same as we've written it. Absolutely amazing. Block also here, looking for a jumpy block in the block textures folder under tutorial mode. Absolutely amazing. And then same with the item, the 8-ball just looks for the 8-ball texture, and the jumping block refers back to the block model JSON file. Absolutely amazing. So Fabric Data Gen is an absolute win. And well, then now, in theory, once again, if you run this again, what are you going to get? Exactly, you're going to get the duplicate error over here that we've already talked about, because we now have the duplicate JSON files in the block states and the block model JSON files. So in our, where we basically made them ourselves, we're just going to delete this. Let's just get rid of this was the jumpy block, yes, and the jumpy block here as well. There you go. And then also the 8-ball item here as well. And that should basically fix that as well. So if we were to run this again, then it's going to generate, even though, you know, everything basically stays the same because we've already generated all of those files. But just for the sake of argument, let's run it one more time. There you go. You can see, you know, nothing new was written, nothing stale was removed. So that is all great. And we can now go to our run client. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's go into the game and see if our 8-ball, our jumpy block, the loot table, and the recipes all work. All right, so we find ourselves in Minecraft again, and let's just see. So first of all, very nice to see that the jumpy block and also the 8-ball, well, both seem to work totally fine. So that is very good indeed. So everything still seems to be working. Let's get a crafting table out, and let's see if we can craft some, well, I mean, an 8-ball basically. And that will pretty much will show us whether or not everything here works. So let's go like this. I believe it was this way around. There we go. We can craft an 8-ball, and we should also be able to, yep, get a block of tanzanite and get the tanzanite back. Absolutely amazing. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Fabric Data Gen is an absolute win. As always, of course, all of the code is in the description below. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and see you next time. So, yeah.